151. 151. War goes on. While Ben clashes with Jose, Myra is going to her guild building. She realized something when she saw Gajeel wasn't coming out of Phantom Lord's building like his comrades. So she transformed into her Satan soul form and came to her guild building. Myra arrives right on time when her guildmate, Redus, is getting attacked by Gajeel. The Iron Dragon Slayer easily overpowers Redus's picked magic. He is just about to attack Redus with an extended iron punch when Myra flashes behind him. "That's as far as you go," says Myra as she grabs Gajeel's head. Gajeel widens his eyes in surprise because he can't sense Myra coming even with his sharp sense. Without waiting, Myra slams Gajeel to the ground very hard. She looks at Redus, who nods even with his bad condition, and the unconscious Lucy before leaving while dragging Gajeel by his head. The Iron Dragon Slayer tries to release himself from Myra's grip, but she doesn't budge. Myra takes him to fly very fast to the battlefield and then search for something. She finds Natsu still battling Todomaru and eats the latter's fire. "Natsu! Leave him and take care of this guy. He is a dragon slayer like you," shouts Myra from the sky as she throws Gajeel to the ground. "All right, but what about him?" asks Natsu while pointing at Todomaru. "Easy matter," says Myra as she extends her hand toward Todomaru. A large dark magic circle appears below Todomaru and surprises him. He tries to get away, but it's too late already. "Darkness stream," says Myra. Some large tendrils of dark energy come out of the ground and grab Todomaru. They strangle him and cover his body until he disappears. The last thing known from him is his scream that's full of agony before he is seen unconscious after Myra stops her spell. Natsu and Gajeel shiver to see that scene and they step back reflexively. Myra takes Todomaru by grabbing his clothes, then looks at Natsu and Gajeel before leaving. Both dragon slayers are shivering more after seeing Myra's cold demonic eyes. "She's like the old Myra, very scary," says Natsu as he remembers the old Myra who keeps fighting with Urza. An explosion from the Phantom Lord's base wakes them up and they look at each other before jumping back. They are ready to fight each other and finish their unfinished battle before Fairy Tail retreated. On other locations, some big battles are happening too. Grey fights with Juvia, a water mage of element 4. Elfman fights an earth mage of element 4, Soul. While Urza fights the strongest element 4, Arya, an air mage. They fight in different locations beside Magnolia's river. The three Fairy Tail mages pushed their enemies rather far from the main battlefield. This way, they can focus on fighting their opponent and don't need to worry about other things. On the main battlefield, the Fairy Tail mages are having a hard time fighting Jose's shades. These shades can reform themselves after being destroyed. They also seem to have their own mind because they can fight while Jose is fighting Ben. As the Fairy Tail mages are getting overwhelmed, some dark energy bullets flash around them and hit the shades. Myra has come and helped her guildmates while still flying and holding the unconscious Todomaru in her hand. "Everyone step back. I will take the front and you guys provide support. These shades shouldn't be able to do more than this because their controller is busy fighting someone. So we just need to attack them until they're really destroyed," says Myra. The Fairy Tail mages nod and then Myra throws Todomaru away before taking the front side. She looks as the shades are coming to her and she prepares her attack. Myra forms a dark sphere on her hands that extends toward the shades. "Evil shower," says Myra as multiple dark bullets are shot from the dark sphere. The dark bullets fly toward the incoming shades and hit them. They get destroyed after getting hit, but just like before, they reform again. But Myra doesn't stop and keeps attacking the shades to protect her guild mates. The other Fairy Tail mages also attack the shades to help Myra. These shades are very troublesome and their number is too high. Even Myra will get exhausted fighting these shades that can reform themselves after getting destroyed. So they need to help her. In Phantom Lord's base, Ben is preparing to fight Jose again. Jose's last attack has dealt big damage to his shirt and destroyed it, so now he is half naked. He also has destroyed the roof so sunlight can enter the room and shine on both of them. "Are you ready for round 2, old man? I'm warning you, this will be different," says Ben while cracking his neck. "Less talk and just fight, brat," says Jose as he swipes his hand in an arc motion again. A big explosion happens in Ben's standing location. But now he isn't getting hit because he is not there already. Ben has teleported behind Jose and immediately sends a punch to Jose. Jose, who has seen this attack once, doesn't fall to the same trick again. He flashes away and dodges Ben's punch, but Ben teleports again to chase him. Ben appears in front of Jose and sends a solar energy punch. The old guy knows that he can't dodge this, so he counters it. Jose extends his right hand toward Ben's punch and releases a dark energy pulse to shield him. The dark energy blocks Ben's solar punch and creates a big clashing effect that cracks the surroundings again. Ben then sends a barrage of solar punches to break Jose's dark energy shield. Jose gets pushed and now needs to use both his hands to release more energy to block Ben's attacks. Both of them exert more power and cause more destruction to their surrounding. The floor finally can't hold their clash and breaks completely. The walls around them also get destroyed by their clash and break. They fall to the lower floor while still clashing like before. Jose is pissed seeing his guild building gets destroyed and Ben sees it. Ben grins seeing the old guy getting angry because his guild building is breaking apart. Now Ben knows how to piss Jose easily. It seems you really like your guild building, old man. Well, I like it too because it can move like a robot, but you know, I just like the technology, not the building itself. That's why if you like it, you need to protect it at all cost, says Ben as he jumps back. What are you blabbering about, brat? Asks Jose with a pissed tone. Ben just smirks and spreads his hands to his sides with his palms open. His body then gets covered with a dark purple aura and a magic circle appears on each of his palms. Dragon Slayer's secret art. Energy release, almighty push. Suddenly, Ben releases a strong pushing gravity power that spreads everywhere. It pushes everything around him with a very strong force. Jose also gets pushed back and he widens his eyes as he flies back. Damn, where is this power coming from? Ponders Jose. Ben's strong spell destroys the floor, walls, windows, everything. Finally, the Phantom Lord building gets destroyed completely in a few seconds. The only thing that remains is the bare ground, but the building has been destroyed completely. Everyone on the battlefield stops what they're doing and looks at the destruction. They see the ruins flying very fast toward them, so they move to protect themselves. They use their magic to destroy the incoming ruins that also hits and destroy the shades. Are you angry now, old man? Asks Ben to Jose. Jose is very pissed now and says, you'll pay for this, brat. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of this fanfic novel and the other one on my Patreon page if you are interested. Clicking that Power Stone / like also seemed to be a good choice, hehe. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 186 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 197 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 152, 152. Wizard Saint's power. The destruction of his guild building has angered Jose. He is the only one who doesn't get pushed by Ben's attack. The old guy used his magic to cover himself and stick onto the ground to not get pushed. The destruction also surprised everyone on the battlefield. Such a big and strong building suddenly gets destroyed in an instant. So of course, it will gather everyone's attention. Even the massive Jupiter was fell from its position and sink in the river. It's not really sinking though, it stands in the river. The long barrel is stabbing the river floor and makes it stand tall because the barrel's length is longer than the river's depth. The Element 4 is relieved that they have left the building or they'll get hit by the attack that destroyed their guild building. But they can't be relieved with their situation though because their enemies are stronger than they thought. As for Ben, he has a smile on his face as he says, not bad for a new spell. There's more room for improvement, but this is not a bad result at all. Ben is quite satisfied by his spell's power, but he still thinks that it's not strong enough. This spell is new though, so he isn't disappointed by its power. He just needs to improve it further now after having a chance to use its current full power. The spell that Ben just used is one of the gravity element usages. By utilizing the element to increase and decrease gravity, he has made pulling and pushing spells. The sudden decrease in gravity with him as the center has created a strong pushing force and he also combines it with energy release. Will you just stay there, old man? Asks Ben at Jose while grinning. Don't get too full of yourself, kid. Says Jose as he dispels his shades. The shades that fight the fairy tale mages suddenly disappear. It makes them relieved but also confused because the enemies are suddenly gone. They all look at the destroyed Phantom Lord building because they think Jose has been defeated. But when they see a gigantic dark liquidy matter on Phantom's ground base, they change their mind. They know Jose hasn't been defeated and he is very angry now. A wizard saint's anger is a very frightening thing for them. I never see him this angry. That guy is done for, says Gajeel. But who is that guy actually? Ponders Natsu. Hey? Isn't he your guild mate? Asks Gajeel while looking at Natsu strangely. No, I don't know him, says Natsu. So who is he? Wait. Why are we talking like friends? We are still fighting right now, says Gajeel in realization. Both Gajeel and Natsu start to fight again with none of them being able to eat their elements because they are on the riverbed. There's no fire or iron around them that they can eat to fill their magic power, so they can only use what they already have. On Phantom's destroyed base, Ben is looking at a gigantic liquidy purple ball above Jose. It is Jose's shades that have been manipulated into something like a jellyfish ball. The jellyfish shade has many big arms on its body. Jose controls the jellyfish shade to attack Ben using its arms. Ben dodges the first punch and sees it has a lot of power in it that makes the ground break. A barrage of punches is sent by the jellyfish shade toward Ben and he flashes around in light mode to dodge them. Ben tries to attack Jose, but the old guy is protecting himself with some shade tentacles. The tentacles block all Ben's attacks, be they long or short-ranged attacks. They are strong enough to block his roar spell and can reform themselves after getting destroyed. Your struggle is useless, kid. I will show you the true power of a wizard saint, says Jose as he extends his right hand to the side. Some shades generate around Jose's right hand and circle it in a spiral motion. Then a bright ball of dark energy is formed on his hand. Ha ha ha, take this, you damn brat. Dead wave. Says Jose as he shoots the darkness energy on his right hand. Ben, who keeps getting attacked by the jellyfish, sees the attack coming. He can feel the spell's high power and knows he needs to use a strong spell to counter it. But he doesn't have enough time to do anything because the jellyfish keeps disturbing him. Without any choice, Ben can only cross his hands in front of him to defend the incoming attack. He gets pushed back, but he tries to hold his ground. Luckily, he is in light mode, so his body is protected by a layer of magic. But that's not enough to fully block Jose's dead wave. Ben gets pushed back fast until he reaches the end of Phantom's ground. He gets pushed out of the ground base and the river is right below him now. Boom! The dead wave explodes right after Ben gets out of the ground base. It's a very strong explosion that gives him a lot of damage because he doesn't have any protection clothing again. He gets flung to the river below at high speed and dived into it. Ha ha ha, drink that river water, brat. Says Jose maniacally. Jose laughs like a maniac, but then his laughter stopped when fog starts to appear around him. Wait. It's not fog, it's steam, says Jose in realization. He goes to the end of his base and looks at the river. The river water is boiling and steams are generated from it. All mages around the river also see the water boiling and there's a very bright red light in the bottom. Suddenly, a big golden energy pillar comes out of the river. It moves toward Jose, who dodges it in the nick of time. But it hits the Phantom's base and destroys a big chunk of the base. The river water around the pillar disappears and makes a hole in the water. Everyone then sees a shadow flashes up from the hole before the water fills the hole and closes it. The shadow gets onto the Phantom's base. It is Ben. Previously, he shot a strong solar energy attack from his hands to open the water while still aiming for Jose with his magic sense. Then he used his gravity pull on the Phantom's base to pull himself up. Damn, I almost lost my breath. Thankfully I could keep calm in that situation, says Ben while breathing hastily. His body has some big bruises now and his left eye got hut and now closed. That dead wave is really deadly and Ben is sure that he won't be able to take it if he wasn't in light mode. A wizard saint's power is really no joke. So you survived, hey? That's very impressive. But you are in a very bad condition now, so it seems to be the end for you. You are very low on magic power, after all, says Jose smugly. Ben grins when he hears Jose's words and he says, the end for me? That's not for you to decide. After he said that, Ben bites the sunlight and munches it. Jose widens his eyes when he sees that. The old guy has forgotten that Ben is a dragon slayer and can eat his element. Thanks for the meal, says Ben while grinning. TCH, what a troublesome brat, says Jose. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of this fanfic novel and the other one on my Patreon page if you are interested. Clicking that power stone / like also seemed to be a good choice, hehe. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 187 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 198 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 153, 153. A Battle of Monsters. Let's continue, old bastard, says Ben while grinning and bumping his fists. What a persistent brat. If you want to die that much, then I'll grant it to you, says Jose as he summons many big shade tentacles around him. Ben grins and covers his limbs with the light element. He has found out that the shades are weak toward the light element. They are made of dark energy, after all. So light is their natural enemy. Jose controls his shade tentacles to attack Ben from many directions. Ben can only look with his right eye currently, but his strong senses helped him to feel every incoming attack. But even if he can sense them, it doesn't mean he can take care of them all. Ben tries to block and counter every tentacle attack. But there are too many of them and they are very fast and agile. They are also strong enough to push him even when he can block them. However, Ben doesn't show any discouragement and gets even more excited instead. It is such a rare chance for him to have a difficult battle like this. He can make it easier by using long-ranged attacks, but that won't make him grow and he doesn't like that. As he keeps fighting at close range with the shades, Ben keeps getting better in his fight. The damages that he received reduces, while he can inflict more damages to the shades. He keeps growing in his fight and Jose finally realized it. Bastard, this kid is using my shades to train. He is looking down on me, thinks Jose angrily. Jose extends his hands toward Ben and gathers a lot of his shades. He makes a big dark energy ball again on his hands. It is bigger and stronger than the one that he used to throw Ben off this place before. That attack again? I won't fall to the same trick even if you make it stronger. But these things are disturbing me, says Ben while attacking the shade tentacles. Jose almost finishes his spell, so Ben decides to teleport away. He appears high in the sky and then he extends his right hand to the sky. Then a big gold magic circle appears on his right hand and a miniature sun appears on it. Dragon Slayer Secret Art. Sunshine, Cruel Sun. Says Ben as he makes the miniature sun bigger until it becomes 5 meters wide. It is smaller than the one that he used to defeat Grossalia. But this is a lot stronger than that one. Everyone on Magnolia can see the bright miniature sun. It is looking very bright even though this is a bright day with the real sun is still high in the sky. They can also feel the heat that spread from the miniature sun. The fairy tale mages who have defeated their enemies also look at it even with difficulties because it is too bright to see. They all can feel the power of this spell clearly because they are close to it. But they also feel another strong power on the ground base of Phantom Lord. Just these two spells' power has made their battles look like a child plays. These two's clash looks like the clash of titans for them. Die, you damn brat! Shouts Jose as he shoots a very big dark energy beam. Sorry, but you can do it first. You already have a thick smell of earth, after all. So you are ready to enter a graveyard soon, says Ben while smirking. Ben's expression suddenly turns into a very serious one and his eyes glow in golden light. He looks at the incoming dark energy beam and then throws his miniature sun at it. He focuses on controlling his miniature sun that will clash with the dark energy beam. Boom! A booming sound of the two spells clashes spreads around the battlefield. A big shockwave is also generated from the clash and makes the wind blows hard. Everyone around the battlefield is protecting themselves from the impact while looking at the clash with widened eyes. What kind of battle is that? Asks Grey who has defeated Juvia. The battle of monsters, says Elfman who has defeated Sol, and now gathers with Grey and Urza who has defeated Arya. But who is the one that fights with the Phantom's master? Asks Grey. Elfman says, he is Ben Cooper, an S-class mage from a small guild, Kate Shelter, says Urza, cutting Elfman's words. Kate Shelter? Never heard of it, says Grey. It is a very small guild and located deep in the forest, after all. He's also rarely taken jobs that involve people, so not many people know him. But he is very famous among the high-ranked mages for taking difficult S-class jobs alone. He is a lone wolf and his job completion rate is 100%, says Urza. Grey widens his eyes in surprise because he knows it is very difficult to get a 100% job completion rate. That means one can't fail even once in their jobs and that's not an easy feat. It will get even more difficult for those who work alone. I thought Guildarts is the only one with that kind of feat, says Grey. Then you need to expand your knowledge. There are a lot of amazing people out there that you never know to exist, says Myra who suddenly appears behind them. Sis, says Elfman in surprise. The other fights have finished. There's only one battle that remains now. Let's watch it and hope it ends well, says Myra. They all look again at the clash of the miniature sun and the dark energy beam that has got in a stalemate for some moments now. Both Ben and Jose are exerting a lot of power in their attacks. They are also very focused and it makes them get into the stalemate. Damn, this old guy is really strong. Even the current cruel sun can't break his spell. But if he can't even take this, then the Wizard Saint title will just be a joke. Fine, I will use all my remaining MP, thinks Ben while keeping himself in the sky using a barrier as a foothold. Ben munches some sunlight and is ready to flow all his MP into the miniature sun at once. But suddenly, that's enough. Makarov's voice suddenly is heard near the battle site. Ben looks down and sees Makarov is floating near the clash of his and Jose's spell. Master Makarov. You've woken up, says Ben surprisedly. I am, now stop your fight, I will take it over, says Makarov to Ben. But I'm almost done, says Ben unwantedly. I know, and you have my gratitude for that. But if you continue this, then you will need to take care of the aftermath with Magic Council. You should know how troublesome they are and what they can do to your guild, says Makarov. Ben clicks his tongue before dispelling his magic and teleports to the ground. Jose also dispels his magic at the same time and smirks when he sees Makarov. Failing to defeat Ben is frustrating, but his real aim is Makarov, so the failure isn't a problem. Ben sits on the corner while grumbling unhappily and makes Makarov asks, can you leave this place? No way. I have obliged to your request for stopping my battle, so at least let me watch your fight, says Ben rather pissly. Sigh, fine. Just don't get hurt, says Makarov. I will be dead already if I can't protect myself from your battle, says Ben. Makarov can only sigh and then looks at Jose who is ready to fight him. It doesn't look fair because Jose has used a lot of his energy to fight Ben. But Makarov also has just recovered from his magic deficiency, so it is fair actually. Ben looks at both old men while still grumbling unhappily. Then he remembers Rubal and says, does every old man in the world exist just to annoy me? You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of this fanfic novel and the other one on my Patreon page if you are interested. Clicking that Power Stone / like also seemed to be a good choice, hehe. I've uploaded 1 chapter 188 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 199 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 154, 154. Wizard Saints Battle. Makarov and Jose have started their battle after a small talk. Ben is looking at the battle while keeps grumbling unhappily and curses the old men. Even so, he still watches their fight and records it with AI chip. A battle of two Wizard Saints is a very rare thing to see. This is a very high-leveled battle that can cause a cataclysm. So Ben uses this chance to learn from these two's battle although he keeps grumbling unhappily. He knows Makarov is right about the problem with Magic Council if he keeps fighting with Jose. Besides, this is Fairy Tail's war with Phantom Lord and he is just a helper. So Makarov has the right to fight Jose in this war. Ben is grumbling, but he is awed by the Wizard Saints battle. Seeing Makarov taking and stopping Jose's attacks with ease makes his previous efforts look unnecessary. Jose also fights Makarov more seriously than when fighting him before. Their mastery over their magic is very high that can make their spells stronger with less MP. Even after fighting me, that old Jose still has this much power in him. Age is a big factor because they have learned magic for decades. But their fight has given me some insights, so I need to thank them for it. Although I'm still pissed that I can't continue my fight, thinks Ben. Makarov and Jose exchange their moves a few times before suddenly something changes. The short old man's aura suddenly changes and it alerts Ben. He can feel that Makarov is being very serious now. This is your last chance, Jose. You can give up now and leave or continue and get punished. As per Fairy Tail's tradition, I will give you a count of 3. Beg for mercy. Says Makarov as he casts the spell. Ha ha ha, what are you saying, Makarov? Giving up? Why would the best guild give up to the likes of Fairy Tail? Asks Jose smugly. 1. Says Makarov as he prepares his magic power. Don't joke with me, Makarov. I am your equal, there's no way I will give up, says Jose angrily as he also prepares his magic power. 2. Says Makarov as he puts his hands in front of him and makes a small light ball. You're the one who should beg for mercy, says Jose as he gathers a lot of his shades on his hands. It seems Master Makarov wants to finish this battle using this magic, thinks Ben. Ben can feel the power of Makarov's spell even though it hasn't been cast fully. His strong sense can feel that this spell is very powerful. But there's a feeling that he can't describe as he senses this magic. Makarov's body is getting bigger and he says, 3. That's enough. Ha ha ha, begone, Fairy Tail. Says Jose as he shoots his spell to Makarov. But before Jose's spell reaches him, Makarov finished his spell. Light is generated from his body and breaks Jose's spell. Then Makarov says, Fairy Law, activated. As Makarov says that, a yellow magic circle appears from his eyes. Then the light from his body gets even brighter and dazzles everyone who sees it, except Ben. A massive yellow magic circle also appears in the sky above them and it covers the whole Phantom's ground. Ben is not disturbed one bit by the bright light because of his Sun Dragon Slayer power. He can even look at the sun without hurting his eyes, so this level of light won't trouble him a bit. He can see everything clearly like a normal day. As the bright light envelopes the whole area, Ben can feel a warm sensation from it. It's not physically warm, but the warmness is in his heart. This is a strange feeling that he ever felt from magic. Does this magic involve one's heart to be used? I need to learn more about the use of feeling and heart in magic. Maybe this is like how curse uses negative emotions, ponders Ben. After Makarov's spell stop, Jose is looking very frightened and pale that he can't do anything anymore. Even his purple hair turn white because of it. Jose has been defeated by Makarov with that magic. It seems this magic attacks someone's heart directly. That means this magic will be very hard to block with other magic. I really need to learn about the use of feeling in magic. It will be bad if someone uses something like this against me and I can't defend it at all, ponders Ben before he suddenly vanished from his spot. Ben appears behind Makarov and grabs someone's head that also appears behind Makarov. It's Arya from Element 4 who suddenly appears here after getting defeated by Urza. But Ben can sense him coming and teleports behind the big guy. Your stealth ability is still bad, says Ben before he slams Arya's head to the ground and knocks out the guy. I can take care of it, you know, says Makarov. I haven't defeated anyone today, so think of it as a consolation, says Ben grumpily. Sigh, kids these days always take everything to their heart, says Makarov while shaking his head. How can't I? You stopped me when the battle just reached its climax, says Ben. Well, sorry for that. Anyway, you have my thanks for helping us in this war, Ben. Because of your involvement, the war went without much blood being shed. I don't know how to repay you now, says Makarov. Don't mind it. Gramps has told me to help you if the situation turns very bad, after all, says Ben. Is that so? Give my regards to Rubal-san, then. Sigh, now I need to think about an explanation to the council, so troublesome, says Makarov tiredly. Ben suddenly throws a lacrima ball to Makarov and the old man catches it. Give that to the council and they will make things easier for you. Just don't give it to a woman named Altair or a man named Seek Rain. It will be better if you have a friend in the council, says Ben. What is this? Asks Makarov. You will know when you see it. This is a very serious thing and can help you with this problem. But please hide my involvement or it will bring trouble for my small guild, says Ben as he wears a green shirt. Makarov is still confused, but he still nods and thanks Ben. Ben then disappears from his spot to leave the battlefield. The old man is looking at where Ben was standing before sighing. If I didn't stop his clash with Jose, it will cause very big destruction on this place. So young, but so scary already. Luckily Rubal-san taught him well to be a good person, says Makarov before he leaves the Phantom's ground too. The war between Fairy Tail and Phantom Lord has been finished with Fairy Tail being the winner. Although Ben is very disappointed for not being able to fight with Jose until the end, he is still glad that nothing bad happened. Now he is standing on the Fairy Tail building's rooftop while looking at the battlefield. The war has finished and there's nothing he can do here. Time to go home. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of this fanfic novel and the other one on my Patreon page if you are interested. Clicking that Power Stone / like also seemed to be a good choice, hehe. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 189 of Fairy Tail, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 200 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 155, 155. Teaching Wendy. Ben finally goes home after the war finished. He leaves after meeting Myra for a moment. Now he is on his way home by driving his light runner. On the way, Ben is thinking about the fairy law that Makarov used. From the name of that spell, I can guess that it derived from law spell, a kind of black magic. That is very strong magic but very difficult to master. This fairy law seems to be a simplified version though. But what's the connection of this magic and the feeling that I sensed? Ponders Ben. Ben has AI chip analyze that magic but there's no result until now. He lacks sufficient data to analyze it. He has scanned law spell, but that alone isn't enough. After all, he never used or see someone use law directly. Well, let's not think much about it. I can think about it slowly, no need to rush things. Everything needs process, says Ben as he drives faster. After driving for 2 hours, Ben finally arrives in his village. His sisters welcome him excitedly even though he just left for a few days. He gives them some souvenirs that he has bought before he goes to meet Rubal. In the guild building, Ben reports everything that happened in these few days to the old man. Rubal doesn't talk much and just gives him some old man's advice before telling him to rest. This report is just a formality for both of them as a guild. As long as they return from their job safely, then Rubal won't have a problem with anything else. Following the old man's advice, Ben takes a rest for the rest of the day. Then the next day, he starts his plan to teach Wendy some important enchantments. She has a great talent for enchantment, so he needs to support it. Wendy, you have learned a few enchantments that Grandini has taught you. But those aren't enough to make you a good enchanter. There are many enchantments in the world and you can even use any spell as enchantment if you are skilled enough, says Ben. Any spell can be used as enchantment? Asks Wendy confusedly. Yeah, as long as you understand that spell really well. You need to understand how it works, how it's built, every part of that spell, says Ben. Wendy is getting more confused, so Ben explains it slowly. It is easy for him who has AI chip to break down any spell that he has learned to its details. He can understand everything with AI chip's help, but it will be very difficult for Wendy. However, he believes in her potential to do the same thing in the future. She already shows great talent in it, so she just needs some guidance and support to grow. Wendy is also still young, so she still had a lot of room to learn new things. Since that day, Ben is focused on teaching Wendy about enchantments. He still trains, that's for sure because he always trains every day. Also, he trains Wendy, Carla, and Bella in combat a few hours a day while teaching Wendy enchantments. Wendy is 12 now, so per their guild's rule, she can take jobs already. That's why Ben needs to prepare her for it. Rubal won't give her difficult jobs, but anything can happen while she is in a job, so he needs to prepare her for any situation. Days and weeks are passed with Ben busy teaching Wendy and the cats while also training himself. Wendy also has gone on a few small jobs in nearby locations. They're just easy jobs to give her some experience. All her jobs are monster subjugations, just like Ben's usual jobs. Well, their guild is located in a forest and close to mountains, so the most common jobs are monster subjugations. Also, fighting with monsters doesn't need much consideration like fighting humans, so it's the best job for newbies like Wendy. When she is taking jobs, Ben also joins her as supervisor. But he won't get involved directly because they're Wendy's and Carla's jobs. He is there to give her some guidance and help if something goes wrong. But so far, Wendy and Carla are doing good in their jobs. Although as newbies, they always make mistakes every once in a while, they could always solve them themselves. Ben is very satisfied with their performances, be it individually or as a team. Ben also went to Magnolia every weekend to meet and have a date with Myra. They are still taking things easy in their relationship. Both of them just want to enjoy their time together at their own pace. Also, Ben taught Myra some knowledge about takeover magic that he has scanned in the magic library. She really has great talent in takeover and learns everything that Ben taught fast. What Ben taught now, Myra will be able to do it the next week. It's different from Elfman that needs more time to learn. He is someone who uses muscle more than the brain, so it's understandable. But once he succeeds, his progress will be fast, still not as fast as Myra though. During his visits to Magnolia, Ben also gets a piece of irritating news. Makarov didn't use the video record that he gave to save Fairy Tail. Well, Fairy Tail is safe from punishment and Phantom Lord gets disbanded, but it still pissed him off that Makarov didn't use what he gave. Makarov said to him that giving it to the council will just make things worse for Fairy Tail. Their relationship with the council is very bad while both Seagrain and Altair are seen as good members. The council will believe more in both of them rather than Fairy Tail. Makarov has shown it to his friend in Magic Council. But that friend said that the chance of his video record being judged as a fake is very high. It will just cause a bigger problem for Fairy Tail and him, so it's better to hide it. Besides, if both Seagrain and Altair know that their secret has been discovered, they will move more carefully. If that happens, Makarov's friend won't be able to do a secret investigation to uncover their motives. Ben can only accept that and leave it to these old men. It's not like he cares about the things in the council. It's all politics and he doesn't like it even a bit. He won't trouble himself taking care of something that he doesn't like. That's why right now Ben just does what he wants to do. He trains his sisters and works on his relationship with Myra. He also takes a few jobs with Wendy. Of course, they're not S-class jobs so Wendy can get involved and learn. Then in October, Myra invited him to attend Fantasia Parade that will be held on October 15th. Too bad that Ben has taken a job already for that day, so he can't come. Myra is sad that she is late on inviting Ben because she wants him to see her in the beauty contest. I'm sorry for being unable to come. I will make up for it in the future, says Ben apologetically through Lacrimavision. Then you need to come next year, alright? What happens now is also my fault because I didn't tell you earlier. But next year you should come because I've told you now, says Myra. Alright, I will. Good luck with the contest. Tell those who look at you with lewd eyes that I will poke their eyeballs out of their sockets, says Ben while smiling evilly. Myra giggles hearing that and says that she will do it first before him. Their jokes will scare people if being heard. They keep talking without knowing that something out of their prediction will happen at this festival. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of this fanfic novel and the other one on my Patreon page if you are interested. Clicking that Power Stone / like also seemed to be a good choice, hehe. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 190 of Fairy Tail, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 201 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 156, 156. Fantasia Parade. The Fantasia Parade is finally being held in Magnolia. But Ben can't attend it because he is taking a job with his sisters. He has accepted the job before knowing about the festival, so he can't cancel it. This is actually Wendy's job and Ben is there to supervise it. Her job is to find some herbs in a dangerous forest located near the Northern Mountains range. It is the place where Ben met with Morgbit. Not only that place is dangerous, but the herbs are also hard to find, so it will take time to finish. That's why Ben can't attend the Fantasia Parade in Magnolia. He can help Wendy to finish the job faster, but that won't give her the experience that she needs. They have been searching for 3 days now and still only find half of the required herbs. Some magical creatures have attacked them but Wendy and Carla could defeat most of them. There are a few strong magical creatures that they couldn't defeat, so Ben helped them. The parade in Magnolia must have been started now. Sigh, I want to watch it. That must be very fun, says Wendy while walking. Right. Asks Bella. We can attend it next year or we can attend other festivals in other towns. We have accepted the job, so we need to be professional and finish it, says Carla. I know Carla, I won't quit this job just because of that. But it must be fun if we also have a festival in the village, says Wendy. What kind of festival that we can hold in our small village? Asks Carla. Milk festival. Says Bella while gulping her saliva. You just want to get a lot of milk, says Carla while sweat dropping. They all laugh at it and Ben says, if you finish the job before afternoon, then maybe we can go to watch it. But we've just found half so far, says Wendy while looking down sadly. Nothing is impossible if you are serious. Who knows? Maybe you'll find them gathered in one spot, says Ben. That's too good to be true, but it can happen, says Carla. Alright, let's work harder, Carla, says Wendy with a lifted spirit. Go. Says Bella to cheer them up. They get more serious and search more seriously. Wendy asked Carla to take her flying high in the sky and look around from high POV. She has sharp eyes, so she can cover more areas this way. But her strategy doesn't work well because many trees block her view. Ben has known this, but he let them do it so they can learn from their mistake. Finally, Carla is the only one who flies while Wendy stays on the ground. They keep working to finish their job as soon as possible. Meanwhile, the festival finally started in Magnolia. The first event is a beauty contest named Miss Fairy Tale Contest. Some fairy tale girls join the contest. They are Myra, Urza, Lucy, Bisksa, Kana, Levy, and surprisingly a newly joined Juvia, an ex-member of Phantom Lord. Juvia has joined Fairy Tale a few days ago together with Gajeel. Makarov accepted them because he thinks they are just following Jose's order. Not everyone can accept that though, it all needs time. Anyway, the contest has started, but then a problem arises. Evergreen, another fairy tale girl suddenly appears and says that she is the winner even though she hasn't officially joined the contest. She suddenly turns the other girls into stone with her stone eyes. Then Laxus, an S-class mage of Fairy Tale who is Makarov's grandson suddenly appears too with two other mages, Freed and Big Slow. Everyone questioning Laxus's team's motive for doing this. They have ruined the festival, after all. But then Laxus says that they will play a game to decide the strongest Fairy Tale mages. The petrified girls will be hostages so none of them will break the rules. Makarov doesn't approve it, but Laxus ignores his grandfather and keeps going with his plan. Natsu is getting excited by this game and immediately charges at Laxus. But Laxus strike him with lightning and knock him out in an instant. Evergreen them explain that they need to find and defeat Laxus in 3 hours or the hostages will meet their demise. Laxus and his group then disappear from the building, starting the game. Everyone rushes out of the building to search for Laxus. Makarov also tries to leave, but something blocks him. Freed has surrounded the building with his enchantments to prevent those above 80Y.0 or stone statues to leave. With no choice, Makarov orders Ritas who remains behind to search for poor Lyusika who might have a cure for the petrified girls. Then sometime later, Natsu wakes up and tries to leave, but is unable to do so. It confuses everyone because Natsu isn't 80Y.0 yet nor he is a stone statue. Natsu keeps trying to leave, but he never succeeds. While this happens, fights among comrades start everywhere in the town because of Freed's enchantment traps that forced them to do so. Ritas finally leaves to call for poor Lyusika, but sometime later, he gets defeated by Freed. Meanwhile, Elfman is looking around for Laxus's bodyguards, the Thunder God tribes. He needs to free his sister from the petrification with a very frightened expression. He is not afraid of Laxus and Seo, he is afraid of someone else, Ben. He'll kill me, he'll kill me, he'll kill me. I need to save my sister or he will really kill me, says Elfman as he runs panicky. Sometime later, Elfman sees Evergreen and immediately rushes to her. She is the ticket for his sister's freedom, so he needs to defeat her. He usually will shout man this and man that, but he is too panicked to say that. Elfman immediately transforms into his beast soul and attacks Evergreen. Ben has trained him a few times and now he can move very fast like a real beast. But he can't surprise Evergreen who already knows that he comes. Evergreen dodges his attack and then they start their battle. Elfman is closing his eyes to avoid getting petrified and he also shuts his mouth, very untypical of him. But it's all because he keeps remembering Ben's rage that makes him very afraid. He has fought with Ben once in a training and got beaten up very badly. That experience is so painful that he doesn't want to repeat it. That's why he is very serious now and focused to defeat Evergreen. Elfman fights well against Evergreen even with his eyes closed. Ben and Myra have trained him to use his beast sense and not just rely on his eyes. All that training is being paid off now because he can fight Evergreen as if he can see with his eyes. Evergreen attacks him many times, but Elfman doesn't budge. Being beaten up by Ben and his sister many times in their training has made him a lot tougher. Evergreen's attacks are nothing compared to them. In the end, he defeats Evergreen even though he gets a lot of injuries. This turn of events surprises Laxus and his group. They never know since when does Elfman gets this strong. This turn of events also gives them a big problem, because the petrified girls are being released after Evergreen's defeat. Freed says that the game is over because the hostages have been freed. But it just makes Laxus angry as he doesn't want to stop the game. Then he announces something through Freed's enchantments that he will activate Thunder Palace in an hour to prevent the game from stopping. If you stop now, then the whole Magnolia will get destroyed, announces Laxus before closing it off. The Battle of Fairy Tale hasn't finished yet. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of this fanfic novel and the other one on my Patreon page if you are interested. Clicking that Power Stone / like also seemed to be a good choice, hehe. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 191 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 202 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 157, 157. Battle of Fairy Tale. The Battle of Fairy Tale continues and Laxus threatens to destroy the whole Magnolia with his Thunder Palace. It's an attack that used a lot of lightning lacrimas that hovers above the town. He will discharge their power and lightning will strike everywhere, destroying anything. The game should have ended after the petrified girls get released. But Laxus doesn't want to stop and used Thunder Palace to make everyone continue the game. He is just following his arrogance and doesn't realize that he has angered someone that he shouldn't have. The released hostages have heard about the game from Makarov. Of course, it makes them surprised to hear that their comrades are fighting each other. The old man also told them that Elfman has defeated Evergreen, that's why they get released. This makes Myra proud because she always trained Elfman to be strong since Lisena's incident. She doesn't want to lose another sibling so she needs to make Elfman strong. Ben also helped her train Elfman a few times while also training her. But now Myra is angry after hearing Laxus's announcement. She won't be this angry and leave everything to Makarov if Laxus just end the game. But he chooses to continue the game and even threatens to destroy the whole town. He wants to destroy the whole town. That means he wants to destroy the hospital too and Lisena is there. Unforgivable. Says Myra angrily as she transforms into Satan's soul. Myra releases her demonic power unconsciously because of her anger. It makes everyone in the building tremble, even Makarov. The power that she releases is very powerful and terrifying. So strong. Is this Myra's full power? Asks Natsu with widened eyes. Even Makarov is surprised by her current magic power and asks, since when does she grow this much? Then Makarov remembers Ben and immediately understands that Ben has helped Myra. Since Ben got his Devil Slayer power, he understands more about demonic power. So he can help Myra improve her demonic takeover. He taught her via Lacrima video call when he was on his journey. It's not an ideal teaching method, but Myra is smart and can understand what he taught. She trained following Ben's guidance and this is the result. Among Fairy Tail's S-class mages, Myra has become the second strongest with her current power, just below Gildarts. The gap is still big, but the other S-class mages are weaker than her now. Even Urza is surprised by her power and not sure if she can defeat Myra now. Myra wants to leave, but Makarov suddenly calls her, Myra. She looks at him and he says, please don't get too excessive. I know, Master. I will just open his eyes and leave the rest to you, says Myra before she flies away. Master, I will go too. Fried and Bixlo need to be stopped too, says Urza. Makarov nods and Urza leave the building. Natsu is frustrated that he can't leave and join the battle. Gajeel who hasn't appeared since the beginning finally shows up and decides to join. But just like Natsu, he can't pass Fried's enchantment. The released girls then also leave the building to join the battle and help their comrades. Only Levi stays behind because she is the only one who can break Fried's enchantment. She knows she can't fight Laxus's group, but she can help Natsu and Gajeel to leave. Meanwhile, Myra is flying high in the sky to search for Laxus. She sees Fried and Bixlo while flying but ignores them, her priority is finding Laxus. There's still Urza and Natsu behind, so she can leave these two to them. Myra is very careful while searching for Laxus. She knows Fried has prepared many traps and she might get trapped even though she's flying high in the sky. But she doesn't get trapped at all because most of the traps have been triggered by the other mages. Soon, Myra finally found Laxus inside the cathedral. She gets down and enters through the main door calmly. Her expression is calm and she suppresses her magic power. She has calmed down a little now after flying for some moment. So you're the first to come, Myra, and you are ready to fight, says Laxus while smirking as he looks at Myra's Satan soul form. Laxus, I won't do anything if you stop all of this. But if you still want to continue, then I won't hold back even though you are Master's grandson, says Myra. Such a big mouth that you have there. Do you think you can defeat me? You can't even protect your sister, how, says Laxus to mock Myra, but then his words stopped. Laxus widens his eyes when Myra's fist suddenly appears in front of his face. Myra punches Laxus in the face very hard that he flings and crashes onto the wall, destroying it. Never brings up Lisena into this, says Myra angrily. Laxus raises his head slowly and looks at Myra with a very shocked face. His face is bruised just from that one punch and blood comes out of his nose. That one punch has shown their difference in strength, but Laxus can't accept it. I am the strongest, that is just a lucky punch, thinks Laxus, still clouded with his high pride. Laxus gets up and removes his jacket. He strikes Myra with a big lightning bolt, but she can counter it easily with her darkness beam. It makes Laxus angrier and he starts to attack Myra at close range with his lightning-coated punches and kicks. His lightning makes Laxus's movements very fast and strong. But Myra can handle everything easily and doesn't get hit even once. He just dodges Laxus's attacks as if she is playing with him to make him frustrated. Compared to him, you are just too slow, says Myra. Shut your mouth, says Laxus angrily, not really paying attention to Myra's words. Myra then dodges a straight punch from Laxus and gets above him. Then she coats her right fist with dark energy before punching his head from above. Laxus crashes very hard to the floor head first and he grunts in pain. Get up. You want to show that you are the strongest, right? Asks Myra. Laxus gets up slowly and turns his head to Myra fast with his mouth opens, lightning dragons roar. A big and strong lightning beam is shot from Laxus's mouth. Myra looks at it calmly while forming a dark ball on her hand. Demon Blast! Says Myra as the dark ball becomes a beam. Their spells clash and get into a stalemate for a moment before Myra's spell overpowers Laxus's spell and hits him. He is blasted again and crashes onto the wall. But he is very persistent and wakes up again. Laxus suddenly releases all of his magic power and scaly patterns start to appear on his body. Myra widens her eyes because she knows Laxus wants to activate the Thunder Palace. So she flashes to him again before he finished his transformation. Myra gathers her energy on her right fist and says, I hope you can grow up after this, Laxus. Explosion punch. Myra punches Laxus's stomach with an uppercut motion. Her punch creates a big explosion upon contact that damages Laxus badly. He coughs some blood as he gets sent flying to the roof and destroys it until he flies to the sky. Some time later, he falls to the ground again and Myra catches his left leg. She looks at Laxus who has been knocked unconscious by that attack. His defeat signifies that this game has been finished. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of this fanfic novel and the other one on my Patreon page if you are interested. Clicking that Power Stone /like also seemed to be a good choice, hehe. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 192 of Fairy Tail, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 203 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 158. Big job. Wendy and Carla finally finished their job a day after the festival. They have worked hard to finish it fast but still couldn't finish it on the previous day. It makes them unable to attend the festival in Magnolia and they are disappointed. But it's also a risk for them as mages from a guild. They need to be professional and finish the job that they've accepted. It is something that Ben and Rubal need to teach them and they have done it. You've done great. We can always attend the festival next year, but we can't get our clients' trust again if we cancel the job after taking it. This is how we work as professional mages, says Ben. I understand. It is very disappointing that we can't go to the festival, but it will be very bad if we lose people's trust in our guild, says Wendy. Ben smiles hearing that and rubs Wendy's hair. That's right, trust is not an easy thing to get. Let's pack our things and send these herbs to finish the job. The girls nod and they leave the forest by car. They go to Ashibana where their clients stay. The client is an old woman which is a medical researcher. She needs a lot of herbs for her research but most of the herbs can only be found in that forest that's too dangerous for her. After sending the herbs and claiming the reward, they return to their village. This job is very tiring for the girls, so they need to rest immediately. They are very tired that they sleep in the car on the way home. The next day, Ben calls Myra and learns about the Battle of Fairy Tail. It's quite surprising to hear that an internal scuffle has happened in Fairy Tail. But he is happy to know that Myra and Elfman have done great to solve it. After that event, Laxus has been excommunicated from Fairy Tail. It hurt Makarov to take that decision because Laxus is his only grandson. But he must do it as a guild master because he needs to protect many people. Laxus, hey? He is very famous but I never met him in person. I never thought that he is also a dragon slayer. It makes me want to meet him and see his magic, says Ben. Do you want to fight him? He lost quite easily to me, so you'll defeat him in no time, says Myra. That's not it, I am curious about his lightning dragon slayer magic. Also, you are quite cheeky now after defeating him, says Ben while raising an eyebrow. Hehe, it's because he has become an S-class a few years before me. I also know his strength and he was the second strongest S-class. But I've defeated him, so now I am the second strongest S-class, says Myra smugly. Second? Who is the 1st? Asks Ben. Oh right, you might not know him. He is our guild's strongest mage, our ace, Gildarts Clive, says Myra. Ah. I remember now, I've heard about him a few times but not really put attention to it. But I think he has gone for some years now, right? Asks Ben. Yeah, he is doing the most difficult job now, the 100 years quest, says Myra. Ben has heard about Gildarts and knows about his 100 years quest. That job is the most difficult and it's famous among the high-ranked mages. So when someone takes it, other mages will hear about it. But Ben doesn't think about it too much, so he forgot. He has many things to think about and doesn't have time to care about other people's business. He is busy enough to think of himself and his guild to care about it. Ben talks with Myra for a few minutes before planning a date in early November. Rubal has told him to stay in the village until the end of this month because there will be an important event. So he can't go anywhere until November, even for a date. After talking with Myra, Ben goes to meet with Rubal. He wants to discuss the important thing that Rubal told him until he isn't allowed to leave the village. He meets the old man in the guild building and they talk. What's this important thing that you told me, Gramps? Asks Ben. Sorry Ben boy, but I can't tell you the detail now. I can only tell it to you in a few days. There will be a meeting among Magic Guild Masters to discuss this problem. We will talk again after that, says Rubal. Meeting? You never go to any meeting, so why did you suddenly decide to go? Asks Ben. Who said that I will go? I will let my friend handle it while I stay here in the village like usual. This meeting will discuss an important thing and we might get involved. So I asked you to stay, says Rubal while drinking his wine as he talks, causing the wine to flow out of his mouth. If we will get involved, then you need to go there, right? Asks Ben. Don't wanna, too troublesome, says Rubal. Sigh, damn lazy fossil, says Ben tiredly. Anyway, I want you to prepare yourself. Something big will happen and I need you to be in your best condition. Wendy will also join this, so please help her, says Rubal. Wendy too? Don't involve her in this if it's too dangerous, says Ben. It's okay, I know she can handle this, or I won't even involve her. Besides, you know that she won't grow if she keeps staying in her comfort zone. Also, you will be there to protect her, says Rubal. Sigh, alright, we will prepare ourselves. But I want a detailed explanation later, says Ben. Don't worry, I will reveal anything, says Rubal. Ben is confused because Rubal used the word reveal rather than explain. But he doesn't think much about it and leaves the building. Rubal is looking at Ben's back with a sad expression without saying anything. Since that day, Ben is training hard while training Wendy too. He is focused on training his MP capacity that's very high already. His battle with Jose made him realize that his MP capacity is still not high enough. People will think that comparing himself with a high-rank Saint Wizard is quite stupid. Jose is old and has trained for decades, so having a high MP capacity is normal. But Ben has reached his current level in a few years, so he knows he can reach Jose's MP capacity level faster. Now, Ben's MP capacity has finally reached more than 420,000 points. It's just been 2 months since his fight with Jose, but he has raised his MP by more than 50,000 points. His MP raised faster since he finished his journey because he has learned the best way to raise it in Magic Library. I can raise it faster, but it will make my MP's quality bad. Quantity is important, but the quality is just as important or maybe even more important. It affects the power of my magic, after all, says Ben as he trains. Ben keeps training and trains the girls following the schedule that he has made. Then finally after 9 days of training, Rubal calls him and the girls to the guild building. So, what's the job? Asks Ben. Don't be impatient. First, I will explain the reason for all of this. Ben, I think you've known about Balam Alliance, right? Asks Rubal. Yeah, I've destroyed some of their subordinate guilds on some jobs, says Ben. Rubal nods and says, this job is about one of their main members, Oration Cease. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of this fanfic novel and the other one on my Patreon page if you are interested. Clicking that Power Stone /like also seemed to be a good choice, hehe. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 193 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 204 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 159, 159. Painful Truth. Rubal explains to them that the legal guilds have planned to start confronting Balam Alliance. They will destroy a major portion of it, especially the one under Oration Cease control. But they can't do it alone or they will get destroyed, so they formed their own alliance. Legal Guilds Alliance? Asks Ben in surprise. That's right. We are allying with Fairy Tale, Lamia Scale, and Blue Pegasus to destroy Balam Alliance, says Rubal. Ooh, 3 big magic guilds, that's great. But won't the Balam Alliance target us later because we are just a small guild? Asks Ben. Don't worry, the other 3's names will prevent it happening, says Rubal surely. Ben is still skeptical about it, but he doesn't say anything else and just lets Rubal talk. The job will start tomorrow, so prepare yourself. You will meet with the other mages in Blue Pegasus Master's villa near this forest, says Rubal as he gives a map to Ben. Ben takes it and sees that the villa is quite close to the forest. They can reach it in a few minutes by car. Alright, let's prepare our stuff, says Ben to the girls. They nod and leave the building to pack their items. Then the girls rest for the rest of the day while Ben trains. He doesn't need to rest that much and will still be in his best condition tomorrow. The next day, they are getting ready to leave for the meeting. But then Rubal suddenly calls Ben to meet him in private. The meeting time is close so the girls finally go first on foot. What's wrong with you, Gramps? We are about to have a meeting with the other guilds and you suddenly called me. Why didn't you do it this morning or last night? Asks Ben grumpily. Sorry, I need to muster up my courage and have just gathered it, says Rubal with a sad tone. Courage? Asks Ben with a strange expression, he has a bad feeling about this. Ben boy, I want to tell you something. Please don't interrupt me and let me finish it, says Rubal. Ben raised an eyebrow confusedly but he still nods. Remember about Nirvana and Nervit? I told you that the villagers and I are Nervit's descendants. It's a lie, we are not their descendant, we are them, the Nervits. We are the one who made Nirvana, I am the one who made Nirvana, says Rubal very seriously. Ben widens his eyes in surprise before looking at Rubal strangely. He wants to say something but Rubal talks first. I know you won't believe it easily, so let me explain everything to you first, says Rubal. Ben nods and lets the old man continues his talk. Rubal then tells him about Nirvana and Nervit's real past, which is the same as what Ben learned in Magic Library. I was the only survivor, but in the end, I died too. But then I continue to live on as a spirit as if I am not allowed to die, so I can atone for my people's sin. I sealed Nirvana and watch over it in this abandoned village. I lived in solitude until one day, a boy with blue hair come to me with a little girl in his arms. It's Wendy, says Rubal. The boy asked him to take care of Wendy and Rubal eventually agreed to it. But then Wendy is getting worried and searched for the boy. The boy told her that he will take her to a guild, so she thought that this is a guild. To not make her sad, Rubal then used his magic to make an illusion. He made a magic guild using his illusion magic. It made Wendy happy, and a few days later, Ben came and became a member of this illusionary guild. Ben widens his eyes and trembles very hard as Rubal says everything. He wants to say that Rubal is lying to him, but the old man suddenly makes everyone in the village appear and disappears in front of him to prove his story. Rubal's illusion magic is extremely powerful that it becomes reality. Everyone here is an illusion, but they have a real body and real personality. All of them are Nervit people who lived 400 years ago and created Nirvana. That explanation suddenly connects everything in Ben's mind. He always has some strange feelings about the guild and some other things here. But he always ignores them and thinks that he is overthinking things. Now, everything has been cleared by Rubal's explanation. The only real living beings in this place are him and his sisters. Ben now has tears flowing down from his eyes as he thinks about everything in these 7 years. Then, is everything a lie? Asks Ben with a shaky voice. No. I can assure you that I really care for you and love you all. That's why it is very hard for me to reveal the truth, but I know I need to do it. I don't want to keep lying to you, says Rubal with tears flowing from his eyes too. Why? Why are you telling this to me now? Asks Ben with tears flowing from his eyes. Because I believe in you. I believe you can destroy Nirvana now, which is aimed by Oration Cease. After Nirvana gets destroyed, I can finally leave this world. So I need to reveal everything to you because I believe you are ready to learn this fact, says Rubal while smiling warmly. Can't you just stay longer with us? Asks Ben with a begging tone. It is still hard for him to accept all of this. I'm sorry, says Rubal sadly. Ben understands it instantly. Rubal is tired because he has waited for 400 years. That's a very long time of waiting, and now his chance to rest will come. But what about the girls? They still need you, says Ben, still with a sad tone. Rubal smiles warmly and says, they already have you. Because you are here, so I can think of leaving this world peacefully. With you here, I don't need to worry about the girls because I know you will always be there for them. Now the only thing that still worries me is just Nirvana. Even so, I am sure that you can also handle it. Ben looks down while gritting his teeth and clenching his fists. He has thought of Rubal as his grandfather, his parent in this world. He has lost his parents in his old world and now he will lose his parent in this world. But he couldn't even say goodbye to his biological parents before they died, and he has a chance to do it now. So he doesn't want to part with Rubal without even saying goodbye. The inability to say that word to his parents and little brother will always be his regret. That's why Ben resolves his heart to do what he can for Rubal. If the old man's biggest wish is Nirvana's destruction, then he will grant it. This is the only thing that he can do to repay Rubal's kindness to him. Ben calms himself down and wipes the tears on his face. Then he controls his breath and stops his trembling body. He stands up firmly and looks at Rubal with a firm expression. Gramps, you have waited for Nirvana's destruction for 400 years. Today, your long wait will be over. Your grandson will grant you Nirvana's destruction, says Ben firmly before he leaves the building with a strong resolve. Rubal widens his eyes when Ben says grandson. But then he smiles warmly and says, yeah, I leave it to you. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of this fanfic novel and the other one on my Patreon page if you are interested. Clicking that Power Stone / like also seemed to be a good choice, hehe. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 194 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 205 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 160. Alliance. After finishing his talk with Rubal, Ben goes to the meeting place. He goes on foot because he wants to inhale the fresh air and calm himself. Everything happened so suddenly and he needs to organize his feelings before meeting with the girls. I need to hide it from the girls for now. If it hits me this hard, then it will hit them even harder. They need to focus on this job, so they shouldn't know about this yet, says Ben as he walks. Some time later, he finally arrived at the meeting place and he has become his usual self now. But the sight of this place makes him raise an eyebrow. He sees the villa's door is broken and a man is lying unconscious in front of the building. What happened here? Asks Ben as he checks the man. He is surprised to see the man's face because he knows this guy. Juranikis, one of the 10 wizard saints. Did someone beat him? But there's no trace of battle except the broken door. Was it a sneak attack? Asks Ben while looking around. Wait. Where are my sisters? Asks Ben in realization because he doesn't see anyone else here. Ben spreads his magic sense and senses someone inside the villa. He enters it and finds a short man with some injuries on his body. Ben doesn't know him but still takes him out to Jura's place. Men, who are you? Asks the short guy. I'm Ben from Kate Shelter, sorry for being late. Can you explain what happened here? Asks Ben while treating the guy. Some time ago. When Ben is talking with Rubal, the meeting has started. The first one to be here was of course the Blue Pegasus guys because this is their master's villa. They send 4 mages which are Ichia, Ren, Hibiki, and Eve. Then the fairy tale mages came with 5 mages and a cat. They are Myra, Urza, Natsu, Lucy, Grey, and Happy. Makarov wasn't sending Myra because she has taken a job. But she came on her own after knowing that they will work together with Kate Shelter. She just wants to meet Ben. As for the job, she forced Elfman to finish it together with the Thunder God tribe and none of them dare to refuse. She has become very selfish lately since she dates Ben. Maybe he is a bad influence on her. The Blue Pegasus Trimens immediately start their show off and treat the girls like hosts. But then they stopped once Ichia orders them to stop. It seems like Ichia has a better personality, but he is even more strange than the 3 and makes the girls uncomfortable. Some time later, the Lamia scale mages finally arrived. Surprisingly, there are Lion and Sherry, who fought with the fairy tale mages on Galuna Island. The situation tensed up but then it stops when Jura appear. Everyone knows him as he is a wizard saint and they respect him so they stop. Now they just need to wait for the last guild, Kate Shelter. They are wondering how many people will come from Kate Shelter. They only send 2 people, even less than Lamia scale, says Ichia while being hanged by Urza on her spear. 2? They must be very strong, says Lucy. Is he one of them? Asks Urza. He. Asks Natsu. Yes, I heard he is being sent too, says Ichia. Who, so he will come, hey? I never see him in person, so it makes me very curious of him, says Jura. Ichia, Urza, and Jura are talking about Ben because he is quite famous among the high-ranked mages. The others don't know him though and they are very confused. While Myra is just smiling on the side without saying anything. Suddenly, someone runs from the outside and enters the villa. But then the person falls after being tripped on the flat floor. It's Wendy who runs on her own and left Bella and Carla because she is too excited to meet the other guilds. Wendy-chan, says Myra excitedly as she approaches Wendy and hugs her. Myra-san, says Wendy happily. Wendy hasn't met Myra for a long time and only sees her through Lacrima when Ben called her. But she recognizes her easily and so is someone else who flies very fast from outside. Bella has seen a glimpse of Myra's hair and knows that it's her. So Bella immediately grabs Carla and flies into the building. She calls Myra happily and throws Carla to Wendy before she hugs Myra. It makes Carla angry, but Bella just ignores it and keeps hugging Myra. It all makes the others confused and they ask Myra about it. So Myra explains to them about Wendy and the cats as Kate Shelter mages. The sight of 2 cats makes them look like Cat Shelter instead of Kate Shelter though. Where's Ben? Asks Myra. Master was calling him earlier, so he told us to go first because the meeting has almost started, says Wendy. Ben? Asks Lucy. Kate Shelter's ace, he is quite famous among high-ranked mages. Then just like Natsu, he is a dragon slayer, says Urza. A dragon slayer, hey? I want to fight him, says Natsu excitedly. The fairy tale mages can only sigh seeing Natsu and don't say anything. They are tired of telling him not to pick a fight with anyone every time. Although they all know that he is curious about Ben because they are curious too. Ben Nii-san said that we can start first without him because it might take time for him to come. He will just follow the plan, says Wendy shyly. The others agree to it because now all the guilds of their alliance are here already. They can explain the plan to Ben later after he arrived, so there's no problem. Then Ichia started to explain the plan to them, but he go to the bathroom first. After Ichia returned, he and the Trimens explain about Oration C's target, Nirvana, and their members. They have 6 members with each of them capable of destroying a guild. So they need to be careful in this job. They plan to use their number advantage to defeat the Oration C's. Then they'll also use Blue Pegasus Magic Bomber, Christina to destroy the enemy's base. They are even allowed to kill Oration C's members because this guild is too dangerous. They close the discussion and Natsu immediately runs off by himself. He wants to take the enemies all by himself and didn't listen to the plan at all. The others sigh and finally move too, but Jura and Ichiya stay behind. Ichiya suddenly calls Jura and inquires about his strength compared to Makarov. Of course, Jura says that he is far below Makarov, which makes Ichiya relieves. The confused Jura suddenly gets attacked by Ichiya using his magic. Jura isn't ready for it and falls under Ichiya's magic. Then it is revealed that this Ichiya is fake, it's celestial spirits that transformed into him, Gemini. The celestial mage also shows herself to be one of Oration Cease who has beaten Ichiya while he was in the bathroom. Current time. So they've learned about our plan, hey? That's bad, says Ben after hearing Ichiya's explanation. Yes, now I am worried about the others, says Ichiya. Boom. An explosion sound is suddenly heard from the forest. It alerts them and wakes Jura up. Ben doesn't say anything and immediately runs off to the explosion source because he is worried about his sisters. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of this fanfic novel and the other one on my Patreon page if you are interested. Clicking that Power Stone / like also seemed to be a good choice, hehe. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 195 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 206 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 161. Kidnapped. Ben is running fast in light mode to the explosion source. He is worried about his sisters because their plan has been known by the enemies. That explosion can only mean one thing, battle. The enemies must have attacked their group, so he needs to go there fast. Soon, Ben arrives on the battlefield and sees that almost everyone has been defeated. The only ones standing are just Myra and Urza now, but they are having a hard time fighting 5 enemies by themselves. Myra fights a woman, a big guy that looks like a pastor, and a middle-aged man with tattoos on his face. While Urza fights a man who has a snake around his neck and a man with glasses. They are overwhelmed by enemies who have good teamwork. Without waiting, Ben flashes to Myra's position and kicks the pastor-like guy, Otai. Ben's kick flings Otai to the forest which makes him crash onto the trees. Everyone is surprised by Ben's sudden appearance because none of them notice him. Ben, says Myra in surprise. Sorry for being late, says Ben while looking at the enemies who stop their attack. The dark mages are backing down and gathering around their leader. They are looking at him carefully because he could suddenly appear before them and attacked Otai. He is fast, says Cobra. Tisk, I can move faster than that, says Racer. The Sun's Child, you really come. You are really the biggest uncertainty on this plan, says Brain while looking at Ben and then peek behind Ben. Brain sees Wendy who peeks and smiles happily when she sees Ben. He grins when he sees Wendy and then he raises his skull staff. Green-colored dark energy swirls around his staff skull and then a magic circle appears in front of him. Dark Rondo, says Brain as he shoots multiple big green bullets toward the Alliance mages. Ben extends his right hand to the front and makes a big red magic circle. Flame Shield, says Ben as a giant rotating shield of flame appears in front of them. The green bullets hit the flame shield and can't bypass it at all. But Brain keeps shooting his magic, forcing Ben to keep using his shield to protect everyone. It lasted for a minute before Brain suddenly stops his attack. Ben also dispels his shield and immediately rushes to attack Brain. But much to his surprise, the dark mages have disappeared from their spot. He tries to find them but can't detect them anymore even with his magic sense. They've run away, hey? It seems we are late, says Jura who finally arrived. At least everyone is safe, says Ben while looking around. You are right. Also, you've finally come, says Myra. Where's Wendy? Asks Ben because he doesn't see Wendy. She is hiding behind that rock. Where is she? The cats are not there too, says Myra in confusion. Ben frowns and uses his magic sense to find them. He senses a small magic source far behind the rock and immediately goes there. There is Carla there, but she is unconscious and has a bump on her head. Carla, wake up, says Ben. Carla wakes up and looks at Ben while still being dizzy. Ben gives her water to drink and she takes a sip. Where's Wendy and Bella? Asks Ben. They are caught by the enemies, says Carla panicky. What? Says everyone in surprise. Previously when Ben blocked Brain's attack, Brain orders Racer to catch Wendy. He recognized Wendy when he saw her and seemed to have a plan for her. Racer do as he ordered and captured Wendy fast. But the cats were disturbing him so he tried to throw them off. He only succeeded to throw Carla though while Bella and Happy are still disturbing him. With no time left, Racer decided to take both cats too before he and his guild left the location. Of course, it angers Ben to the core. How dare they? Kidnapped? They dare to kidnap my sisters. Ben releases his massive magic power in his anger and it alerts everyone there. They widen their eyes and back off because of his magic power's pressure. Even Jura is scared of Ben's magic power now. Ben. Calm down. You are scaring Carla. Shouts Myra as she holds the trembling Carla. Ben flinches seeing Carla is trembling hard, he has scared her with his magic power. So he calms himself and controls his magic power again. He should protect her but he is scaring her instead. He is being too emotional and couldn't think rationally, very unlike him. Too many things have happened in a short time for him, so his mind is in a mess. He usually can control himself even while he is angry, unlike now. I am worried about them too, but we can't do anything by getting angry now, says Myra while calming Carla. Sorry, Carla, I am too emotional just now, says Ben as he rubs Carla's head. It's okay, I know you are very worried now just like me. But don't get angry like that again, says Carla with rather wet eyes. Ben smiles bitterly seeing his little sister is more composed than him. He hugs her while rubbing her back to calm her. Then he turns around to look at the Alliance mages who have gathered behind him. Sorry for what happened earlier. My sisters are in danger, so I couldn't help but be angry, says Ben apologetically. It's okay, we can understand that, says Hibiki with a questioning look because he doesn't know Ben's name. Ben Cooper from Kate Shelter, sorry for being late, says Ben. Everyone nods at him and now they all understand why Jura, Urza, and Ichia were anticipating to meet him. His previous rage has revealed his raw strength to them and they all can only think of him as a very strong mage. Ichia then uses his perfume magic to heal the injured ones. But Urza is still in pain because she has been bitten by Cobra Snake Cubelios and gets poisoned. Ichia's perfume can't heal her poison at all. Urza suddenly says she doesn't want to hold them back and asks them to cut her arm off. Lion is about to do what she asked, but Grey stops him and asks if there is another way to save her from the poison. There is a way, says Ben so suddenly. Really? How? Asks Grey. Wendy can remove the poison using her magic. She is a Sky Dragon Slayer and has the ability to heal people, says Carla while still in Ben's arms. Dragon Slayer? Says everyone in surprise. Wait. Aren't you a Dragon Slayer too? Asks Lion in realization when he remembers what Urza said in the meeting. Yeah, both of us are Dragon Slayers. But that's not important now. Our priority is saving Wendy, and the cats. Then she can heal Urza before the poison spreads all over her body. For now, we need to slow the poison, says Ben. Everyone is still surprised by the fact that Kate Shelter has 2 Dragon Slayers. But Ben is right, so they don't dwell on that and focus on their job. Saving Wendy means saving Urza too, so they need to be fast. Ben then makes a small cut on Urza's arm, right where she was bitten. Then he pushes some blood out of it along with the poison. It will reduce the poison in her arm and slow the spreading. Ichia heals the wound and then Ben ties Urza's arm that got bitten to slow the poison from spreading. Then he asks Grey to freeze Urza's arm a little just to slow her bloodstream, not freezing it completely. Alright, that'll do for now. Don't move around too much so your heartbeat won't increase a lot. It will just make the poison spread faster. Now, let's do our job, says Ben while standing up. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of this fanfic novel and the other one on my Patreon page if you are interested. Clicking that Power Stone / like also seemed to be a good choice, hehe. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 196 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 207 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 162, 162. Search and Rescue. The Alliance mages are moving in some groups now. They spread to find Wendy, Happy, and Bella who have been kidnapped. Urza is left behind because of her condition with Hibiki and Lucy guarding her. Hibiki also needs to stay behind because of his archive magic. With his magic, he can help the mages to communicate with each other. It will help them a lot while they are spreading in a wide area like this forest. While the others are moving in groups, 3 people are moving alone. They are Ben, Jura, and Ichia. The 3 of them decided to move alone so they can cover more area. Also, Ben is more comfortable moving alone because he can move faster this way. He left Carla in Myra's care and they move with Natsu and Grey because they are from the same guild as Myra. With Myra there, he doesn't need to worry about Carla's safety because he knows Myra's strength really well. To cover more area, Ben also made 7 clones that he spreads in different directions. He can communicate with them every time so he will know everything they find. With these clones, he is covering 7 teams worth of works by himself. Ben is moving fast while spreading his magic sense to find Wendy's magic signature. This forest is wide, so it is very difficult to find her. Even if Ben has explored this forest, it doesn't mean that he knows everything about it. Some time later, Ben is stopped by many people. They are mages from Oration Sea's subordinate guilds. There are more than 50 of them and they are from 3 dark guilds. Brain has sent them to take care of Ben specifically. Move. I don't have time to play with you, says Ben to the dark mages. Don't worry, you won't have any time after this. Dead man doesn't need time, says a man while smirking. It's your choice then, so don't blame me. Just know that we are allowed to kill you, so don't say that I haven't warned you. Without my sisters here, I can kill without worry, says Ben while using Requip to use his Pendragon sword. The dark mages just laugh and immediately use their magic to attack Ben. Ben sees the incoming attacks and doesn't move from his spot. Then when the magic attacks are about to hit him, he makes his move. Sun Dragon's Heat Roar. Ben shoots red heat energy from his mouth that has a very high temperature. It destroys the dark mage's attacks instantly and then hits them too. He moves the heat roar to hit every dark mage and defeat them. When he finished, the area gets very dry and a lot of steam was generated. The trees that got hit are dried up completely and then crumble into dust. Luckily the dark mages aren't dried up because of their magic power. But they lost a lot of water from their bodies and get dehydrated, which makes them very weak. Ben ignores them and continues his search. He gets attacked again and again, but he can always defeat the enemies easily. Brain is very worried about his strength that he sends many of Oration C's subordinate guilds to attack Ben. None of these guilds can stop Ben though, and they're just slowing him down a little. Right now, Ben has defeated more than 250 dark mages on his way to find Wendy. Then he finally senses Wendy's magic power and immediately runs there. He finds an abandoned town and goes to where he felt Wendy's magic power. It doesn't take long for him to find the building where Wendy is and he breaks in immediately. Ben sees Bella, Happy, Brain, a man with short blue hair, and the unconscious Wendy. Wendy, says Ben as she flashes to check her. Bella, and you blue cat, are you alright? What happened to Wendy, asks Ben. Fine, tired, says Bella while pointing at Wendy. So she's just tired, that's good, says Ben in relief. Ben is relieved, but then he sees Wendy has some tear traces on her face and it makes his veins pop in anger. But he controls his emotion to not make the same mistake as before. He looks at Brain, who is wary of him, and the blue-haired guy that seems dazed. I will take care of you later, we have something important to do now. You better run now so I won't be able to find you, or you will need to pay for what you did. The price for hurting my sisters won't be cheap, so get ready for it, says Ben before he teleports with Wendy and the cats. Ben appears in the woods with the three and immediately contacts Hibiki. Hibiki, show me the way back. I've saved Wendy, so now she can help Urza, says Ben. That's fast, replies Hibiki. Also, tell the others to keep moving. Our aim now is purely to defeat the enemies, says Ben. Understood, replies Hibiki. What happens with Urza? Asks Happy. She needs Wendy's help, says Ben as he runs after Hibiki sends the route to route. Ben just says that and then he tries to wake Wendy up. She wakes up a few moments later and looks around. She immediately hugs Ben when she sees him and he rubs her back to calm her down. Then he takes them to leave the area and go to Urza's place. Ben explains what happened to Urza briefly to them while running. He carries the three of them so they can move faster. Wendy and Bella are used to his speed, but Happy isn't, so he is panicking and screaming in fear. It irritates Bella, so she knocks his head and makes him unconscious. After Ben explains Urza's condition, Wendy explains what happened with them after being captured. Brain was asking her to heal someone, it is that blue-haired guy. His identity surprises Ben because he is the one who saved Wendy in the past, Jalal. Do I make a mistake by saving him? Happy said that he is evil, but I am indebted to him, says Wendy. No, you are correct to save him. He might have changed after some years, but the fact that he has saved you will never change. Repaying someone's kindness is never wrong. However, when you meet him again and see him doing something bad, you should stop him. It will be your chance to save him from the wrong path, says Ben. Wendy gets a little relieved and nods while being carried by Ben. They finally arrived at Urza's location after some minutes of running. Urza is unconscious while Hibiki and Lucy are still guarding her. Without waiting, Wendy goes to check Urza's condition. She casts her healing magic on Urza to remove the poison. Everyone is silent to let her concentrate on her magic. Then soon, Urza finally wakes up and the poison has gone from her body. Good job, Wendy. You can rest now, says Ben while smiling and rubbing Wendy's hair. Yes, replies Wendy weakly, still thinking about Jalal. Ben sighs seeing that but can't do anything. Wendy needs to solve it herself. He has done what he could by giving her advice. Hibiki, what's the situation? Asks Ben. Everyone gets attacked by enemies before. There are some dark guilds subjected to Oration Cease that attacked them. Some Oration Cease members also have attacked our comrades. It seems they are rushing things and I assume it's because of your presence, says Hibiki. Me? Asks Ben confusedly. Yeah, they are sending more people to stop you, so it's clear that they are very wary of you. I think it's because you've stopped their attack before, says Hibiki. So the others aren't attacked by so many people like me, huh? That means their number isn't as high as I thought, says Ben. Swish. Suddenly, a very bright column of light appears in the forest and gathers their attention. They all look at it and Ben widens his eyes in surprise. Nirvana, says Ben alerted. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of this fanfic novel and the other one on my Patreon page if you are interested. Clicking that Power Stone / like also seemed to be a good choice, hehe. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 197 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 208 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 163. First stage. The light pill's sudden appearance alerts everyone. Ben knows it must be the sign of Nirvana being found by the enemies. He wants to rush toward the light pill's location but then he sees Wendy is acting strange. And no, it's my fault. It's because I healed Jalal. He knows Nirvana's location, it must be him. It's my fault, says Wendy, blaming herself. Shit, says Ben as he flashes to Wendy. He extends his hands in front of her and says, sleep. Ben casts a sleep spell on Wendy and makes her sleep. It makes the others confused, except Hibiki. So you know about Nirvana, says Hibiki. I know a lot about it, including its effect. Switching light and darkness, says Ben. What do you mean? Asks Lucy. Nirvana is affecting people's hearts. It turns evil into good and the opposite, or I must say switching good and bad. But it hasn't been activated completely, so it only affects those who have their hearts waver which makes them weak to Nirvana's effect, says Hibiki. Is that why he put Wendy to sleep? Asks Lucy. Yeah, if she stays like that, she will get affected by Nirvana, says Hibiki. Magic that affects physique can always be blocked. But magic that affects the heart and psychic is very difficult and almost impossible to block. The only way to defend it is by having a strong heart, says Ben as he makes 7 clones. You guys stay with Wendy, I will go to Nirvana's location and destroy it, says Ben to his clones. The clones nod and Pride carries Wendy. Ben also tells Bella to stay with Wendy because what he's about to do is very dangerous. Where's Urza? Asks Lucy. She has run off right after Wendy slept, says Hibiki. Don't worry about her, she can protect herself. You two need to be careful because the enemies have found Nirvana. We don't know what they can do with it and what they've planned after finding it. However, they will surely try to remove us, so you need to be careful. My clones will take care of Wendy and the cats. You can stay with them if you want, but you still need to be careful, says Ben to Hibiki and Lucy before he leaves. Ben runs in the light pill's direction because he knows it is where Nirvana is located. He will destroy it once and for all to give Rubal his peace. It is his duty and his way to repay the old man's kindness. But suddenly, Ben gets attacked on his way to Nirvana. He senses the air around him twisted and feels danger coming fast from the front. Without thinking much, Ben teleports high in the sky. The trees below him are suddenly being cut into many pieces. He just evaded some invisible slashes that came from the front. Ben looks to the front and sees someone with black and white hair walking slowly toward him as he falls on the ground. What a surprise, you can evade my invisible scythe. I must say that you are strong, just like what father said, says the guy. Midnight. Midnight of oration cease, hey? I don't have time to play with you, so leave before you regret it, says Ben. Ha, you have a big mouth. Why don't you make me leave if you can? Asks Midnight, challenging Ben. As you wish then, says Ben who suddenly appears in front of Midnight. Ben punches Midnight but then his punch goes sideways and failed to hit his target. Reflector, hey? You have good magic there, says Ben calmly even though his attack failed. Oh? You know? Asks Midnight curiously. Of course, I am proud of my knowledge about magic. Reflector is something that I know too and I know how to counter it. Just like this, says Ben as he raises his right hand that has been covered in a dark purple aura in front of him. Midnight suddenly disappears from his spot but then he is seen on another location, far on the left of his initial location. You know, I am a sun dragon slayer and light is one of my main power. If you want to create an illusion, then don't make it by distorting light, I will see through it easily, says Ben to Midnight who lays flat on the ground. The previous Midnight was just an illusion that the real one made by twisting the light. It will fool other people but not Ben who knows about light like the back of his hands. Besides, Ben has a strong magic sense, so he could sense the real Midnight's location. Midnight feels himself become very heavy when Ben raised his hand. It made him fall flat on the ground and can't stand up anymore. He never felt 40 times gravity before which means his weight also increased 40 times. Your magic has a flaw, and that is your inability to use it at more than one place. If you use it elsewhere, you can't protect yourself with it. That's why it will be useless against me who can see through your illusion and know your real location, says Ben as he approaches Midnight. Midnight tries to get up but the gravity pressure is too strong for him. Ben arrives in front of Midnight and puts his right hand to the guy's face. As I said, I don't have time to play with you, so sleep. Says Ben. Ben casts a sleep spell on Midnight and makes the guy sleep in an instant. He can punch the guy but it might get reflected because the distortion shield is still active. That's why he uses the sleep spell by touching Midnight's head so it won't get reflected. Gura gura gura. Right after Ben puts Midnight to sleep, a strong tremor suddenly appears. The ground beneath him is lifted high before it starts to crumble. He grabs Midnight and moves to save themselves. Ben looks up and sees a gigantic structure coming out of the ground. It has 6 massive and tall spider-like legs that make it stands very high. Many buildings can also be seen above the gigantic structure. Damn, they've activated the city, says Ben in frustration. Brain has hastened his plan after Ben threatened him before. He felt that his plan will fail if he doesn't move fast and activate Nirvana City before Ben find him. So he moves fast and defeats Jalal who opened the Nirvana gate while sending Midnight to confront Ben. He also defeated Urza who has come to find Jalal and threw them away from Nirvana City. Brain has predicted that Midnight will lose against Ben because he knows Ben is stronger in their previous fight. But he never expected that Midnight will lose this fast against Ben. Damn, that brat has made me panicking and rushing everything. But finally, Nirvana City has been activated. Now, let's start my plan immediately before he comes and ruin everything, says Brain. Brain treats Ben as the biggest problem now, more than even Jura, a wizard saint. Their previous fight and last encounter have made Brain very wary of him. Even more so when Ben defeated Midnight effortlessly before. However, that biggest threat is puking right now as he clings onto Nirvana's leg. He tried to climb Nirvana so he can destroy it from the inside. But he forgets that he is a dragon slayer and will suffer motion sickness. Bam! Ben falls to the ground and curses, fuck this curse. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of this fanfic novel and the other one on my Patreon page if you are interested. Clicking that power stone / like also seemed to be a good choice, hehe. I've uploaded 1 chapter 198 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 chapter 209 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 164. Nirvana. When Ben lays weakly because of his motion sickness, the Nirvana moves away. Ben looks at it and realizes where it moves to, his village. His village is in danger, so he immediately gets up even though his stomach feels really bad. Ben regulates his breath and summons his Pendragon sword. He charges it with his solar energy that makes the sword glow very bright. It's also very hot that the ground beneath Ben starts to dry up. Sun Cutter, says Ben as he swings his sword horizontally. A big and sharp golden slashing arc is generated from Pendragon. It flies toward one of Nirvana's gigantic legs. The slash hits it and creates a big impact and explosion. Ben anticipated it but then he clicks his tongue. Tisk, it just made a shallow cut. This thing is really tough. It seems I need to destroy the control devices to stop it, says Ben. The flying slash attack just makes a 1 meter cut on the leg. It is very shallow compared to the leg's size, which is tens of meters wide. The cut doesn't even touch the inside part of the leg. Ben then runs to find Wendy because she can help him ease his motion sickness for some time. At least he needs to stop the Nirvana from moving in that time. If it doesn't move, then he can fight normally. He arrives in a short time and Wendy has waited for him because he has contacted his clones that guard her. Carla is also here already after Myra sent her here. Myra herself has gone to Nirvana after seeing it moved and Happy went with her. Ben Nii-san, the Nirvana is moving to our village, says Wendy panicky. I know, that's why you need to help me so I can get on that thing and stop it. Don't worry, nothing will happen to our village, says Ben while rubbing her head to calm her. Wendy nods and then casts a spell on Ben, Troya. Ben immediately feels better now after Wendy casts this spell. He thanks Wendy before telling her, Bella, and Carla to be careful and stay away from Nirvana. They nod then he leaves them and goes to Nirvana fast. In other places, some battles are commencing. Hibiki and Lucy who were separated from Wendy are fighting a woman named Angel. Natsu who has reunited with Happy is now fighting with Cobra. Myra is searching for Brain in Nirvana but hasn't found him. Urza and Jalal have climbed Nirvana and now facing a lot of dark mages. Oration Cease has prepared a lot for this because they target Ben's village, so they need to be ready to fight Ben. Ben had killed some demons from Book of Zeref and destroyed some dark guilds single-handedly. So his name is famous among dark guilds and they are wary of him. That's why Oration Cease brought a lot of dark mages for this mission. Well, it's not just because of Ben, but also because they know that the legal guilds are making an alliance. 3 big guilds are involved here, so they can't take this lightly. They might get wiped out before their allies can help them. Meanwhile, Jura is trying to destroy Nirvana using his earth magic. He is helped by Otai who became a good guy because he was affected by Nirvana's first stage. But they can't even slow it down, not to mention destroying it. The other mages are also fighting with dark mages or trying to attack Nirvana. With Christina being destroyed, they don't have another option other than doing it themselves. But their attacks aren't working and Nirvana still moves toward Kate's shelter. Ben is finally getting on Nirvana now and searches for Brain. He spreads his sense and tries to locate Brain's magic power. They've met 2 times, so Ben has known Brain's magic power signature and will know his location if they're close. He sees Natsu fighting above Nirvana with Cobra and Natsu is having a hard time now. But Ben ignores them because his priority now is finding Brain. He needs to be fast or this thing will reach his village and destroy it. Finally, he senses Brain's magic power and there's Myra's magic power signature too there. She has found Brain and must have engaged him in a fight. Ben immediately goes there, but then someone appears before him. You again, says Ben tiredly. The one that blocks Ben's way is Midnight who has woken up. He got released from the sleep spell very fast. Ben assumes it's because of his reflector magic that reduced the spell's effect that he could wake up very fast. But Ben doesn't have time to fight this guy so he teleports to Brain's location immediately. His sudden disappearance surprises Midnight who tries to search for him. But then Urza and Jalal appear, so he needs to fight both of them. Ben himself has appeared in a room that has a throne in it. Brain is in the room and he is fighting with Myra. They are just starting their fighting and still look equal. But Ben knows Brain has more MP than Myra and has more experience, so this will be tough for Myra. Ben, says Myra when he sees Ben. Tisk, you again. Do you want to stop Nirvana too? Too bad it won't stop even if you kill me, ha ha ha. Your guild will be destroyed soon, says Brain. Ben doesn't say anything and teleports right in front of Brain. It surprises Brain and he can't react when Ben grabs his head. But Ben doesn't attack Brain and just teleports him out of Nirvana. Where is he? Asks Myra while looking around. I sent him out of Nirvana, right below it. Our priority is not fighting him but stopping this thing now. His presence here will just disturb what I'm about to do. Myra, can you tell everyone to leave Nirvana? I will destroy this thing completely. They have 5 minutes to leave, says Ben with a very serious expression. Myra looks at Ben and knows that he is very serious and sure of his plan, so she nods and says, all right, be careful. Ben watches as Myra leaves, then he goes to the throne and sits on it. He gets connected with Nirvana right when he sits on it. Now he has connected to Nirvana, but Brain has done something that makes him unable to control Nirvana. He locked it, hey? I can breach it with AI chip's help, but it will take time. Well, doesn't matter, my plan doesn't need me to control Nirvana. Those 6 lacrimas are enough for my plan, says Ben. Nirvana is powered by 6 big lacrima crystals on its legs. Ben then recalls 6 of his clones and just left one to guard his sisters who are chasing Nirvana too now. Then he makes the 6 clones again in his place and sends them to the 6 lacrima crystals. Ben waits for 5 minutes to pass while preparing himself. I will destroy your nightmare, Gramps. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of this fanfic novel and the other one on my Patreon page if you are interested. Clicking that power stone / like also seemed to be a good choice, hehe. I've uploaded 1 chapter 199 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 chapter 210 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 165, 165. Excessive Destruction. After Myra left the throne room, she immediately flies around Nirvana to inform her comrades about Ben's message. Some of them immediately do as she asked, while some still want to continue their fight here. But some persuasions from Myra make the naughty ones leave too. 5 minutes passed and everyone has left Nirvana, even the enemies. They are chasing the mages who leave in the middle of battles. So they chase the mages to finish their battles. Besides, they thought Brain is on Nirvana, so they can leave it for now. Too bad though, the one on Nirvana isn't Brain, but Ben. Brain was sent out of Nirvana and tried to get onto it again but got stopped by Myra after she was done with her task to inform her comrades. She is now fighting with Brain again under the moving Nirvana. In the control room, Ben is sitting with his eyes closed. Then he opens his eyes slowly and takes a deep breath before exhaling it. He is ready to start his plan now. You guys ready? Asks Ben to his clones through their mental connection. Anytime, replies his clones. Let's do it, melt this thing, says Ben. Ben's clones touch the giant lacrima crystals and flow their magic power into it. The clones' bodies suddenly glow bright red and they become very hot. They are using heat mode and they flow it onto the lacrima crystals. Ben is also doing the same in the control room through the control link. He and his clones are using their magic on Nirvana and use the lacrima crystals to help them. The lacrima crystals are connected to every part of Nirvana, so their magic can cover the whole Nirvana. The plan goes well because Ben has calculated it with AI chip's help. His heat magic spread on every part of Nirvana from top to bottom. Soon, Nirvana starts to glow red too as it gets heated up. Slowly, Ben and his clone raise the heat that makes Nirvana glows redder as it gets hotter. The others now can see Nirvana glows red and they can feel the temperature around Nirvana raises. They don't know what happens to Nirvana, but the smart brain can understand it fast. No way. That brat wants to melt Nirvana. Shouts Brain with widened eyes. It seems so, says Myra as she attacks Brain in her Satan soul form. There's no way I will let it happen, says Brain angrily as he blocks Myra's attack and attacks her back with a stronger spell. Myra gets hit by his attack and flings back fast, she crashes onto the trees. Brain tries to chase Nirvana and gets on it again to stop Ben, but Myra attacks him from afar. Myra can't let Brain gets on Nirvana and disturb Ben now. You won't get anywhere, says Myra as she changes into Satan Soul, Halfas. Myra keeps attacking Brain and makes him unable to get on Nirvana. So Brain contacts his subordinates and orders them to get on Nirvana and stops Ben. His subordinates are surprised to hear that Brain isn't the one on Nirvana now. They want to follow his order immediately, but their opponents are attacking them. The ones who can reach Nirvana again are unable to even touch it now because it's very hot. Even the Ice Mage can't cool it down with their magic. Nirvana's temperature has reached 1500 degrees Celsius now. But it's still moving like before, showing its toughness. The temperature keeps rising significantly and makes Nirvana glows brighter. Some places in Nirvana have started to get burnt. The fire appears here and there, but the main system is still working. Nirvana still works even in such a situation. No wonder Rubal couldn't destroy it himself in the past. Nirvana gets very hot that when its legs touch the trees, they will get burned immediately. Grey and Lion who have finished their battles are now working to put the fire off to avoid the forest getting burned using their ice magic. On another hand, Natsu is very happy with so many trees getting burned. Now he is flying around the burnt trees with Happy's help and eating the flame. Cobra is a strong opponent for him and he needs to replenish his magic power, so this is a blessing for him. Soon, Nirvana's temperature reaches 2500 degrees Celsius. It is beyond the material's toleration and Nirvana starts to get slowed down. It finally stopped moving completely after it reached 3000 degrees Celsius and it falls. But Ben continues because Nirvana hasn't get destroyed. He needs to destroy it completely so no one can learn it and build a new one from the remains of this thing. He keeps raising the temperature slowly so the lacrima crystals won't break. It reaches 4000 degrees Celsius soon and no one can get closer to Nirvana now even when they protect themselves with magic. Even Natsu, a fire dragon slayer can't get closer because it is too hot even for him. To avoid the heat from destroying the forest, Jura uses his magic to create tall walls of earth that surround Nirvana. But he needs to make the walls very thick because the heat can pass through the thin walls. Finally, Nirvana's body starts to melt when it reaches 5000 degrees Celsius. It's almost as hot as the sun's surface, which means that it is very very hot. It is so hot that even the ground around Nirvana also starts to melt and turn into lava. What a strong heat, even my walls have started to melt. But is this really necessary? Ponders Jura. Nirvana is melting now and luckily Jura's thick earth walls prevent the molten materials from spreading. His walls have acted like a bowl to hold the molten materials. When will this finish? Ponders Jura as he strengthens his walls. Well, Ben has finished already, but now he is trapped on the melted Nirvana. He is standing above the hot red liquid without anything on his body, a.k. naked. His clothes were burnt when Nirvana reached 4500 degrees Celsius. Ben is fine in this very hot environment because he has high heat tolerance. If he can make his body reach 5000 degrees Celsius without being able to survive it, then there's no use to have that ability. I hope no one sees me now, says Ben as he looks around. Right now, Ben is standing above the molten lava and doesn't sink because he uses his gravity magic to reduce his weight a lot. He can walk on the lava without much trouble except for feeling the ground is very soft like foam. Ben goes to the side and then climbs Jura's earth wall. He wears a set of clothes on the top while looking at the melted Nirvana. His magic power has reduced a lot when he melted Nirvana. He has gone as far as melting the Nirvana when he could just destroy it by destroying the lacrima crystals. It's all just so that there will be nothing remaining from Nirvana. It should make him happy, but he can't get happy when he remembers what will happen after this. He looks at the sun that almost disappears on the horizon. Ben has a sad expression as he looks at the sunset that doesn't look beautiful at all. Sunset has never felt this bad for him. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of this fanfic novel and the other one on my Patreon page if you are interested. Clicking that power stone / like also seemed to be a good choice, hehe. I've uploaded 1 chapter 200 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 chapter 211 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 166, 0. With Nirvana being destructed, Ben now just needs to defeat Oration Cease. He gets down from Jura's earth wall and meets with Jura who has waited for him below after seeing him on the top of the wall, munching sunlight. How's Nirvana? Asks Jura. Done, nothing remains of it, not even a piece of brick, says Ben. Why are you going that far to destroy it? I believe you can destroy it with another method instead of melting it completely, asks Jura curiously. Sorry, it's a personal reason, says Ben. Jura sighs hearing that and says, well, the most important thing is that Nirvana finally gets destroyed. Now we just need to take care of Oration Cease and their subordinate dark guilds. Yeah, let's go, says Ben before he runs off. Ben moves fast and leaves Jiro who can't move as fast as him. He goes to find Brain who is the one responsible for everything that happened here. He should be fighting with Myra now because she won't let him alone, says Ben as he runs. Ben finally finds Brain and Myra who aren't fighting like his prediction. They didn't fight because Myra has defeated Brain. She used her Halphas form and overpowered him who tried to chase Nirvana even when she attacked him. It seems I don't need to do anything again, says Ben. You can praise me, says Myra while smiling. Ben smiles and pats her head while praising her for doing a good job. But then they suddenly hear a loud screaming voice and Myra recognizes it as Natsu's voice. They thought something has happened, so they want to move, but then they stop. They feel something behind them and look back to see it. Brain has woken up again, but he seems very different. The biggest difference is the lines on his face have disappeared completely now after getting reduced slowly before. Another difference is Brain's magic power is greater than before. Quite strange but not impossible because he might use something to store his magic power and release it now. His eyes also become red now as if he hasn't slept for days. Ha ha ha, finally I can get out, says Brain. Get out? Asks Myra confusedly. He, I must thank you for defeating Brain, little girl. Your friends also have defeated my guild members so I can get out. Well, I'm happy to get out, but I'm also pissed because this means that all of them are incompetent, says Brain. You are not Brain, at least not the previous Brain. Who are you? Asks Ben. I think I can tell you before I kill you, I am Brain, but also not him, I am Zero, says Zero. Someone with double personalities, hey? I will be interested to learn about it if this is a normal situation. But I'm not in the mood to do that. I'm in the mood to beat you up though. You've caused a lot of trouble for us, says Ben as he walks forward and gestures to Myra to move back. Beat me up? Ha ha ha, if you think that I'm the same as Brain then you are dead wrong. I will be the one who beat you up, brat, says Zero as he gathers a lot of dark energy on his hands. Dark delete. Casts Zero. Zero shoots many dark spheres from his hands toward Ben. But Ben just takes out his Pendragon and swings it to the incoming spheres. The Pendragon can cut the spheres easily as if they're paper. Of course, it makes Zero angry because Ben can destroy his attack very easily. He knows Ben is the biggest threat in this mission, so he won't play around now. Zero gathers a lot of his dark energy around his fingertip. Genesis Zero. Casts Zero. Zero unleashes a lot of phantoms to attack Ben who keeps walking toward him. The phantoms move toward Ben and he just looks at them calmly. Phantoms again, says Ben as he remembers about Jose who also used phantoms. Ben doesn't move and just holds Pendragon while looking at Zero. The phantoms then start to surround Ben and he is buried by them. Zero smirks seeing Ben can't do anything, but then his smirk stiffens when he feels his phantoms are reducing. Right now, Ben is swinging his sword around and cutting the phantoms. He infuses his sword with light magic to make his attacks stronger. Just one slash of his sword can cut the phantoms in half instantly. The phantoms number reduced fast and it makes Zero angrier. Genesis Zero is his strongest spell and Ben can break it easily as if the phantoms are very weak. But they are not weak, Ben is just stronger than him and Pendragon is just too sharp. It looks similar, but your phantoms are nothing compared to Jose's phantoms. Well, even your magic power is nothing compared to him, says Ben while walking toward Zero after defeating every phantom. What do you want to say? Asks Zero. You are weak, says Ben while smirking. Zero has his veins pop in anger and he immediately release all his magic power. He extends his right hand toward Ben and casts Dark Gravity. The gravity around Ben increases 10 times and makes the ground cave in. Zero expects Ben to fall, but nothing happens, and Ben just stands there normally. What? You expect me who can control the gravity to fall under this measly spell? Let me show you the real gravity spell, says Ben as he raises his right hand in front of him. Ben increases the gravity around 0 to 40 times normal gravity. It makes Zero fall on the ground instantly because the gravity pressure is very strong. He looks at Ben with disbelief and hatred, but he can't do anything, not even lift a finger. This is the difference between us and you should have just given up. But I'll give you a chance to struggle even though it's useless, says Ben as he dispels his gravity magic. Zero jumps back immediately and gets wary of Ben. He doesn't know what Ben wants to do by releasing him. But then he sees Ben is in a fighting stance with his fists ready. Come. Let's fight like a man, says Ben while smirking. You'll regret this, says Zero as he covers his hands with dark energy. Zero rushes at Ben and they are engaged in close combat. But different from Zero who uses magic to strengthen his attacks, Ben doesn't use any enhancement and purely uses his physical strength. Even so, he can handle Zero's relentless attacks well and doesn't get hit at all. Of course, this makes Zero even angrier and he unleashes more power. But nothing changes and Ben still dominates the fight. Ben mainly uses dodging and parrying to handle Zero's attacks. Then he will strike Zero with punches or kicks when he sees gaps. His strikes are very powerful even though he doesn't even use magic because his physique is very strong. In the end, Zero can't handle Ben's attacks and get a lot of injuries. Ben decides to finish the fight after Zero gets weakened a lot. He stands in front of Zero and immediately sends a barrage of punches. For the final attack, Ben covers his right hand with light magic. Then he looks at the beaten up Zero and says, "See? I told you that you are weak." Zero looks at the incoming light punch and curses, "Damn." Bam! The light punch hits Zero's face very hard and flings him back very fast. Zero crashes onto trees and breaks them. He only stops after reaching 100 meters distance with him being unconscious. Ben has defeated Zero without much effort. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of this fanfic novel and the other one on my Patreon page if you are interested. Clicking that Power Stone / like also seemed to be a good choice, hehe. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 201 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 212 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 167, 167. Detain. While Ben is fighting Zero, the others are gathering per Jura's order that was sent through Hibiki. They all bring the enemies that they've defeated and gather at where Jura waits. "Jura-san, what about Brain?" asks Lion. "Don't worry about him, someone is taking care of him. For now, let's tie the caught enemies to make sure that they won't run away. We also need to tend our injuries now," says Jura. Everyone nods and do what Jura said. Well, not everyone because Natsu wants to find Brain and fight him. But a glare from Urza is enough to stop him from leaving. The mages are also quite wary of Otai and Jalal though. Both of them were enemies before they helped the mages. It's not easy to trust them even though they have helped. But they can get more relaxed after Urza tells them that Jalal has lost his memories. Wendy is in a big dilemma now because Jalal tells her that he doesn't remember everything. So he doesn't remember when he saved Wendy 7 years ago. It makes her sad but also relieved because Jalal doesn't act like an evil person as the others described. While waiting for Ben and Myra, Wendy heals the others. They have some injuries and need immediate treatments. Everyone is amazed by Wendy's healing ability, it is very rare, after all. Then after healing everyone, Wendy talks with Natsu. She is still want to know about her foster dragon parent, Grandini's disappearance. Ben doesn't have an answer, so she tries to ask Natsu. "So you also didn't know, huh?" "Too bad," says Wendy in disappointment. "Yeah, I'm also still trying to find Igneel now. I've asked Gajeel and he doesn't know anything too." "What about him?" asks Natsu. "Do you mean Ben Nii-san? His case is different from ours. His dragon parent didn't disappear, it has died of old age before the other dragons disappear. Ben Nii-san hasn't been taught much by his dragon parent, Escanor. So he mostly learned his dragon slayer magic by himself, but he still can get this strong. I really admire him," says Wendy. "What dragon slayer magic that he has? He used fire before, so is he a type of fire dragon slayer like me?" asks Natsu. Wendy wants to answer, but someone says it first before her, "I am Sun Dragon Slayer." Everyone looks at the voice's source and sees Ben there. He has returned together with Myra and he is dragging the tied up and unconscious Brain/Zero behind him. Ben throws Brain/Zero to Jura and the latter catch it. "Please take care of him. You know how to handle the captured criminal better than me," says Ben. "I feel like I keep taking care of your mess this day," says Jura. "Well, the oldest need to take care of the nest that the younger ones made," says Ben while smirking. "Sigh, all right, I understand," says Jura before taking Brain to the other tied-up Oration Cease members. Wendy, Bella, and Carla run to him and hug him happily. He rubs their heads and checks their condition. They are fine and it makes him very relieved. "So, this has been finished, right? What should we do now?" asks Sherry. "Now, we are..." Jura can't finish his words because suddenly a gigantic ship appears in the sky. They all look at the flying ship that comes closer to them. Every one of them knows whose ship is this, the Magic Council. Ben sighs seeing the ship because this ship uses his machine model. "My machine is installed on airships, but I can't enjoy it because of my motion sickness. I have contributed a lot to this world's transportation, but I can't enjoy all transportation modes." "Sigh, what a sad thing," says Ben melancholically. "What are you talking about?" asks Myra. "Nothing, just imagining how fun it is to ride an airship like that," says Ben. Soon, the Council's 4th Custody Enforcement Unit led by Lahar comes out of the airship. The unit approaches the mages and Lahar says they are here to detain Oration Cease. "I thought the National Council is disbanded," says Lion. "It has just been reformed by Fiori Kingdom royal family. The council is important for the kingdom's safety. So it needs to be reformed fast," says Lahar while showing the king's decree. The mages now believe it and give the Oration Cease guys to them. When Otai is about to be captured, Jura asks him his brother's name. Otai has searched his little brother's whereabouts for years, so Jura wants to help him. The guy then says his brother's name is Wally Buchanan, much to Urza's surprise. She said she knows Wally and tells Otai that Wally is fine and well. Wally is currently traveling across the continent with his good friends, and it makes Otai very happy that he cries. Otai then surrenders himself without any regret. Then Lahar says that they are here to capture an even more dangerous criminal, Jalal. He was the one who destroyed the council together with Altair, after all. Wendy tries to convince Lahar that he should release Jalal because he doesn't remember what he did at all. But it's not an excuse for the crime that he did. Losing his memories won't change the fact that he has done the crime. Ben tells her to stop because what Lahar said is correct. Jalal also accepts his punishment and thanks Urza for everything before walking away. Urza has a conflict in her heart about it, but then Natsu acts before her. The pink hair attacks the council unit and demands them to release Jalal because he is one of them now. He says Jalal needs to be on Urza's side for her sake. The other fairy tale mages except for Myra also start to attack the council unit. Stop it! Shouts Ben. They all get surprised and stop then look at Ben. I know you care for your friend, but you also need to think about his feeling. He has decided to accept his sin, so respect that. I know you guys are selfish but don't force it on others. Besides, I'm not in a good mood today, so you better stop and behave, says Ben as he intimidates them with his magic power. They all tremble and finally stop, so Ben also stops what he does. Myra looks at Ben and now is sure that something is wrong with him today. His mood can change fast and he seems to think about something all the time. As I thought, something is wrong with him. It's very untypical of him to get angry like that and he has done it a few times today. It seems something is troubling him and it must be a very big problem. I need to wait for him to get calm before talking to him about it, thinks Myra. The council finally takes the criminals away to their airship. Urza tells them that she has accepted Jalal's decision before leaving on her own. The others can't do anything now even though they are still dejected. The airship leave and Urza cry alone while hiding. Myra knows it and lets her release her emotion. Myra just stays there and prevents the others from finding Urza. She needs time to be alone. The job has been done, so let's return, says Jura. Yeah, but our clothes are tattered, says Lucy. Then, you can get some new clothes in our guild. It's clothes from here, says Wendy. They all think it's a good idea, then they look at Ben to make sure he allows it. Wendy is right, you can get new clothes there. You can also eat and rest in the village before returning tomorrow. You must be very tired now, says Ben. They nod and decide to go to Kate's shelter. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of this fanfic novel and the other one on my Patreon page if you are interested. Clicking that Power Stone / like also seemed to be a good choice, hehe. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 202 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 213 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 168. Goodbye. The Alliance mages arrived at Kate's shelter in a few minutes. Everyone except Ben was riding Christina that has been fixed. While Ben rode Light Runner because he wanted to be alone for a moment. In the village, the mages are choosing new clothes to replace their torn-up ones. The villagers help them choose from their village's collections. Fabric is one of their specialties, so they are proud of their clothes. Ben is looking at this with a very sad expression. He will be very happy to have visitors in their village if it's a normal day. But he has known the truth and now he can't see things the same as before. After everyone gets new clothes, they have dinner together before they sleep. They all are tired and need to sleep even if it's just for a few hours because this is already 2 AM. The others are sleeping peacefully, except for Ben who can't even get sleepy. There are a lot of things in his mind that prevents him from sleeping. He has destroyed Nirvana, so Rubal can finally leave this world peacefully. It is a good thing, but not an easy thing to accept. Soon, morning come and they have breakfast together again. Ben's mood is getting worse because the time keeps coming closer. Then finally, the other guild's mages are preparing to leave. Everyone, I need to thank you for what you've done. I also want to apologize for hiding the fact about Nirvana and us, says Rubal to them because they've heard that the villagers are Nervit's descendants. We don't mind it at all, says Natsu. I don't mind it too, Master, says Wendy. Thank you, but I apologize for hiding the truth that I will reveal now. We are not the Nervit's descendants, we are the Nervit tribe itself. And the one who created Nirvana 400 years ago was me, says Rubal. What? Says everyone in surprise. Ben just closes his eyes and clenches his fists silently. Rubal then tells them the story that he has told Ben before. He tells them the story of Nirvana and then the story of this guild which was made because of Wendy. Everyone is very surprised to know that every villager is just an illusion. It is such a high-leveled illusion that can even fool Ben for years. So of course, none of them can realize that the villagers are illusions, even Jura. Wendy, Bella, and Carla then start to cry when Rubal made the villagers one by one. The girls beg for them to not disappear and stay there. This sight makes the others very sad and heartbroken. Finally, the only one left there is Rubal, who will also leave soon. Then suddenly, Ben is standing in front of the old man with a smile, no tear flows from his eyes. Without saying anything, he kneels in front of the old man and places his head on the ground. Gramps, thank you for everything that you've done for us in these 7 years. I'm sorry I've caused a lot of trouble and often fight with you for petty reasons. But even if we fight a lot, please know that I never hate you. You are our parent, our grandfather, so we are forever grateful to you and will always love you. Now, you can rest peacefully. Don't worry about us, we will be fine by ourselves. I promise I will always protect my sisters. I will even destroy the world to protect them, says Ben firmly. Rubal smiles and says, thank you, Ben boy. I leave them to you. Ben then raises his head and body to be in a sitting position. He smiles while looking at Rubal as the old man starts to disappear while smiling too. Wendy, Bella, and Carla can't smile like him though because this is too sudden for them. They cry beside Ben as Rubal finally disappeared. Ben hugs his sisters while smiling warmly and telling them that everything will be fine. Their Kate Shelter guild marks slowly disappear as they hug each other. Without Rubal here, there isn't Magic Guild Kate Shelter anymore. After half an hour, the girls finally calm down a little although they are still sniffing. Ben stays with them until they finally can accept it. Myra and Urza finally approach them now because they've calmed down. Myra, Urza, I'm sorry but can you take care of them for a moment? There's something that I need to do, says Ben. Myra and Urza nod as Ben stands up and leaves his sisters in the two's care. Then he walks slowly to the forest. Gray tries to call him, but Jura stops Gray and shakes his head. Ben walks deeper and deeper into the forest until he reaches quite far from the village. Then he stops and leans his back on a tree. He looks sadly at his forearm that doesn't have a guild mark again. Suddenly, his head is pulled forward by someone and lands between soft and warm cushions. Myra has chased him and now hugs his head on her chest. She rubs his head softly while smiling warmly. It's okay, no one else will hear you here, your sisters won't hear you. You are allowed to cry too just like them. There's no need to be strong again, there's only you and me here. So cry, says Myra warmly. Tears finally flow out of Ben's eyes. He cries while hugging Myra who keeps rubbing the back of his head. He has held his tears before because he wanted to part with Rubal while smiling and he needs to be strong for his sisters. But he is still human and has feelings. Losing his loved ones is not something that he can take easily. He has lost his blood family in his past life, now he lost people who he sees as family. At the very least, he doesn't lose his sister or he will really break down. He doesn't know what he'll do if that really happens. Maybe he will lose his rationality and stop being human. Ben cries for a few minutes before stopping and preparing to go back. He can cry, but he won't cry for too long. He has released his emotion, so now he needs to move forward and face the future. Are you okay, now? Asks Myra. Yeah, thanks Myra, says Ben. Don't mind it. We've promised to always support each other and be there when needed, says Myra. Ben smiles and kisses Myra before they return to the village. He has thought of what he and his sisters will do after this. But he will ask their opinions before doing it. Sometime later, Ben and Myra arrive in the village. They see everyone has waited for them, including Wendy and the cats. Ben then tells his sisters to pack their things because they will leave the village. They can't stay here anymore without anyone besides them. Where will we go, Ben and I-san? Urza-san offered me to join Fairy Tail just now. But I will follow your decision, says Wendy while they pack their things. Fairy Tail, hey? What do you think about it? Asks Ben. I think it's nice. We know a few people from there. Also, I know more about Fairy Tail than other guilds. So I feel safer to join it rather than the other guilds, says Wendy. Then we will join Fairy Tail, says Ben. Really? Asks Wendy. Yeah, we know more about Fairy Tail and our guild was close with them. Putting aside my relationship with Myra, Master Makarov from Fairy Tail was Gramps' friend and has helped us many times in the past, Gramps told me that. Also, our jobs were actually taken through Fairy Tail because our guild was fake. So it can be said that we are their indirect members, says Ben. I never know that, says Wendy. Even I have known it yesterday before doing the job. Anyway, are you all agree with this? Asks Ben. The girls nod, so they agree with this. They will join Fairy Tail. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of this fanfic novel and the other one on my Patreon page if you are interested. Clicking that Power Stone / like also seemed to be a good choice, hehe. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 203 of Fairy Tail, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 214 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 169. Fairy Tail. After deciding to join Fairy Tail, Ben and his sisters come out of their houses. They've packed everything they have in the village. Most of their items are stored in the spatial storages while some are in bags. They go out and meet with the others who are ready to leave too. Ben is rubbing his sister's hair while they hold onto his shirt sadly as they look at their village before leaving. They still have their guild this morning, but now everything has disappeared. Guild is just a place to gather people. What's important is the people themselves. As long as you remember everyone, then they'll still be alive inside your heart, says Ben. Sniff yes, I will remember them, there's no way I will forget them, says Wendy while still sniffing. Good girl, says Ben while smiling. Then we will give you a ride to get out of this forest before we move separately, men, says Ichia. Thanks, replies Ben. Wendy then casts Troya on Ben, Natsu and herself so they won't have motion sickness. She has started to feel the motion sickness since a few months ago. So that means she has become strong enough as a dragon slayer and that's a good thing. Although it's quite sad that she can't enjoy riding without Troya, being stronger is better because she can protect herself better now. Besides, she just needs to cast Troya before a ride and casts it again later even though the effect will get weakened. They all get on Christina and leave the village. It takes them 5 minutes to get out of the forest. They bid farewell to each other before they split based on their groups. Team Natsu then starts to walk away, but then Ben calls them. Where do you want to go? Asks Ben. Where? We will find a wagon to rent, of course, replies Gray. Ben blinks his eyes and doesn't say anything before he summons Light Runner. He also summons a big cart that was made specially to be connected with Light Runner. If you're fine with technology then we can use this, says Ben. Gray sweat drops and says, of course, we are fine with it. Why don't you say that you have this earlier? Ben connected the cart with Light Runner before everyone get on it. Then they go to Magnolia with Ben, Bella and Myra in the car while the others are on the cart. Ben opens the car's sunroof so they can talk with each other. Natsu's and Wendy's Troya spell's effect wears off sometime later and he is wasted. But Ben is fine, so it makes the others confused. He explains his passion for cars is the reason why he will never get motion sickness in a car. Although I will feel it on other vehicles, says Ben. I don't know motion sickness can be picky like that, says Lucy with a sweat drop. The group finally arrive on Magnolia after 4 hours of a slow ride. They get out of the car that stops right in front of the fairy tale building. Wendy, Bella, Carla, this will be a new chapter in our lives. So prepare yourself for it, says Ben. Yes, replies the three. The group finally enters the fairy tale guild building and everyone is looking at them. Wendy is clinging to Ben shyly while Carla is inspecting the fairy tale mages. Ben is also looking around while Bella just lays lazily on his head. Welcome back, you guys, and welcome for the others, says Makarov from the counter. We're back, Master, replies Myra. Myra, why are you leaving your job to Elfman and Thunder God tribe? Asks Makarov while pointing at 4 wasted people at the side. Hehe, I think they can do it, so I want to test them, says Myra, obviously lying. It's not about their ability to finish it or not. That is an S-class job, so an S-class mage's presence is needed. Luckily nothing happened and they finished it albeit with a lot of difficulties. But your act still endangers your guildmates' lives, so you will be punished after this, says Makarov. No way, says Myra dejectedly. As for you guys, congratulations on your successful job. But you bring some new faces here, says Makarov. Master Makarov, we've known each other for a few years, but your members might not know me, so I'll introduce myself. I am Ben Cooper, this is Wendy Marvel, Bella, and Carla. We were mages from Kate Shelter, says Ben. Were? Asks Elfman from the side. Kate Shelter has been disbanded because our master had passed away. I won't tell you the detail, it's a sensitive topic for us. But you can ask Natsu's team about it. Master Makarov, I believe that you understand what has happened now, says Ben. Yeah, I fully understand it. I'm glad that Rubal-san can finally get his peace after all these years. So, what will you do now? Asks Makarov. We want to join Fairy Tale, says Ben. Are you sure about that? This place is very different from your previous guild you know, says Makarov while smirking. You've helped us many times in the past, so if we need to join a magic guild, then we will join yours. Besides, aren't you actually happy to have 2 new dragon slayers? Asks Ben while smirking too. Dragon slayers! Shouts everyone in surprise. Ha, you always know what to say. Alright then, I will accept all 4 of you, says Makarov. Yay! 2 new dragon slayers! Shouts some men. Time for a party! Shouts Makarov. Yeah! Replies everyone. Then, a celebration is held in the guild hall. The mages are talking with Ben and Wendy about their magic and experiences. Both of them just say a few things and hide the important or personal things. Team Natsu also talks with the others and tells them what happened in their job. They also explain what happened with the cage shelters so everyone can understand it now. At least now they won't bother Ben and Wendy about it. The party runs for a long time because these guys really like parties. Some of them even fight and make the party merrier. The fairy tale mages are used to it, but the new members are very surprised by it. They even challenge Ben to fight and Natsu come first. Natsu rushes at Ben vigorously and sends a punch at him, but Ben dodges it and then flicks Natsu's forehead. Natsu gets flung back and hits the wall because of that flick. Gyah. What kind of flick is this? It's so painful. Shouts Natsu in pain while holding his forehead. Ben just smirks and drinks his juice calmly. There's no secret behind his flick, it's just a super strong flick that he can use because of his strong physique. Well, the attack also focuses on one spot, so it becomes more painful. The others are looking at Natsu and wonder if it's really painful. But Natsu doesn't seem to lie, so now they hesitate to challenge Ben too. Only Elfman who doesn't hesitate, he doesn't hesitate to not challenge Ben from the start. Their hesitation makes Ben smirks and says, "Chickens." Their ears twitch and they are angry now because Ben mocks them as chickens. They immediately rush at Ben together and attack him. But they are too slow for Ben, even Jet who uses a kind of speed magic. He dodges all their attacks and flicks their foreheads one by one. They are sent flying everywhere and then fall on the floor. Then they hold their foreheads and scream in pain at the same time. "Ouch!" shouts the victims. Ben sits again and sips his drink before saying, "Nothing beats the flicks of love." Makarov sweat drops and says, "Where's the love in that?" You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of this fanfic novel and the other one on my Patreon page if you are interested. Clicking that Power Stone / also seemed to be a good choice, hehe. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 204 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 215 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 170. Renting a house. Ben and his sisters have joined Fairy Tale. Wendy has her guild mark on her right shoulder with blue color. Carla also has a blue-colored mark placed on her back. Bella also has it on her back but the color is white. As for Ben, he has his fairy tale mark on his right shoulder just like Wendy. His new guild mark is yellow and it looks bright on his dark skin. But on his left chest, there is another guild mark, it's a black cage shelter mark. Ben has asked Makarov to make it and the old man allows it as long as it's hidden most of the time. It is made of the Black Sun Devil Slayer mark on his left chest. The black mark can actually be shaped and expanded to cover half of his body. So he changed the sun shape to create the cage shelter mark. After the party, they stay in Myra's house for a night because they don't have a place in Magnolia. There is a dormitory for both male and female members, but Ben wants to rent a house. So the next day, they search for a house to rent. Ben decides to rent a house for now even though he has enough money to buy one. It's because he doesn't want to buy a house, he prefers building it so he can design it however he wants. Besides, he plans to explore the world, so having a house seems to be wasteful because he will go for years. They go to an agent together with Myra. She knows someone that can be trusted so they don't need to worry about anything. Even though Ben isn't worried about being duped because he knows how to handle it, having less trouble is always better. The agent is a grumpy-faced middle-aged man. He runs a small agency that handles transportation and accommodation. There are not many people that use his agency's service, but those who use it are never disappointed and will always use their service again. "Long time no see, Uncle Marcus," says Myra. "Yeah, what do you want now?" says Marcus with a grumpy tone. "Can you stop talking like that? This is why you only have a few customers," says Myra, reprimanding Marcus. "This is how I always talk. I won't change it just to please people. Just say what you want from me," says Marcus. "Sigh, all right. It's not me who needs your help, it's them. They want to rent a house," says Myra while pointing at Ben and his sisters. "What kind of house?" asks Marcus while looking at Ben. "A simple but comfy house with at least 2 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms. It will be better if the house is close to the guild," says Ben. "The rent will get higher the closer it gets to Fairy Tale. It's because the safety there is better, supposedly," says Marcus. "Money is not a problem. I just don't want my sisters to walk too far from the guild every day," says Ben. Wait here," says Marcus before he leaves the room. Marcus returns after 10 minutes and he gives them 5 sheets of paper. The papers have pictures of houses and lists of their features. Ben takes them and reads through them fast before choosing 3 houses that seem good. "Can we check these houses?" asks Ben. "Sure, let's go now while I'm free," says Marcus. "Aren't you usually free because not many people come here?" asks Myra teasingly. Marcus clicks his tongue and grumbles as he walks away. The girls giggle and Ben just sighs seeing this before they follow Marcus. This man always looks grumpy but never really gets mad, that's why he is very fun to tease. They go to the first house located beside a small river. It looks good from the outside and the rooms are just like what Ben wants. But the furniture here is quite old and the girls don't like the designs. So they don't take the first house and go to the second house. It's rather hidden and the only way to go here is through a small road. But it makes this house quite peaceful because the sound from the street is minimum. They like the rooms and furniture so this house is good. But they still need to check the third house to know if it's better. The third house is really better and they all like it. Marcus really knows how to raise their expectations slowly. It is a two-story house painted in yellow and orange color that located beside the river just like the first one. But it is still quite new because it has just been built last year. So everything is still in good condition and it even has a small garden behind it. Ben checks everything to know if there is any hidden thing here, but he doesn't find it. So this house is safe and it also meets their requirements. Although it's certainly more expensive than the other two. How much is this house? Asks Ben. 120,000 per month. If you pay for a year, then you just need to pay 1,2 million, says Marcus. I'll pay monthly first. If we like it then I'll rent it yearly, says Ben. Alright, let's take care of the paperwork in my office, says Marcus. They return to the office and take care of the paperwork. Ben reads the contract carefully and even asks AI Chip to find if there's any trap. But nothing is found and it makes him relieved because Marcus is honest. He signs the contract and pays the first month's rent immediately. After that, they go to the market first to buy some necessities. They buy food ingredients and some daily necessities before going to their new house. They spend that day arranging all their items in the new house. Myra also helps them that day and doesn't go to the guild at all. She says she just wants to help, but Ben knows she is avoiding the punishment for leaving her job to Elfman and Thunder God tribe. They finish the arrangement in the evening and decide to have dinner immediately because they're hungry. After dinner, they go to a public bathhouse before they sleep in their new rented house. For the next few days, Ben and his sisters aren't taking any job yet. They use these few days to adapt to the town and their new guild. They live in a new place and are surrounded by new people, so they need to get used to it first. In these few days, Ben keeps getting challenged by the male mages. They still can't accept the fact that they get defeated easily by a flick from Ben, especially Natsu who can challenge him 10 times a day. But the result never changes and Ben always wins with a flick. A strange thing also happened in these few days. While he goes home from the guild, Ben finds Gajeel is chasing a cat in an alley. The Iron Dragon Slayer is jealous of him, Wendy, and Natsu for having cats, so he tries to get one too. Gajeel gets very embarrassed when Ben finds him so Ben says that he won't tell anyone before leaving immediately. But Gajeel doesn't believe him so he keeps watching Ben every time they are in the guild and it makes Ben uncomfortable. Just when Ben wants to talk with Gajeel about this, the front door suddenly gets opened quite hard and makes a loud sound. It gathers everyone's attention and they all look at the door. Some young teenagers enter the building but they aren't fairy tale mages. Excuse me, is this fairy tale guild? We are looking for someone, says a teen boy with light green hair. Ben widens his eyes when he sees these teenagers. Wait. Aren't you? You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of this fanfic novel and the other one on my Patreon page if you are interested. Clicking that Power Stone / like also seemed to be a good choice, hehe. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 205 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 216 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 171, 171. 11 students. Ben widens his eyes when he sees the teenagers around Wendy's age that suddenly enter the guild building. He is surprised to see them here and so is Wendy who smiles happily. Ron and everyone from E-class. Says Wendy happily. The ones who enter the building are Ben's ex-students in Clovertown Magic School. All 11 of them are here now and it really surprises Ben because he hasn't met them for a few years. He was busy with his job since he became an S-class in Kate Shelter, so he didn't have time to meet them. Long time no see, Ben nii, Wendy, Bella, and Carla, says Yorkie. Yeah, it sure has been a long time. I think it has been 2 or 3 years since we met, says Ben happily as he approaches them. We've heard about what happened to your late guild, says Guy with a sad tone. Ben just smiles and says, don't worry about it. Everyone will eventually part ways, it's just happened faster for us. Are they your acquaintances, Ben? Asks Makarov from the counter. Yeah, sorry for the disturbance, master. I will take them out, says Ben. Wait, Ben nii. We aren't here just to meet you, but because we have a business with Fairy Tale, says Dan. Ben raises an eyebrow and asks, what business? The 11 of them smirks and then Ron says, we want to join Fairy Tale. What? Asks Ben in surprise. You want to join? Why? I must know your reason before accepting you, says Makarov. Well, we don't have a fancy reason. We just want to be in the same guild as Ben nii-san and Wendy, says Olive. That's right. We tried to join their late guild, but the master didn't accept. So now when we know that they have joined another guild, we want to try it again, says CYA. The 11 of you want to join? Wasn't it just 5 before? Asks Wendy. Hehe, the 6 of us have entered the organization that we wanted like the council. But we didn't like it because they are too strict. We have joined a guild before, but we resigned from there once we heard that you are here, says Mina. What guild? Asks Makarov. Scarmaglione, says Hans. Wait. Are you the 11 claws of Scarmaglione? Asks Myra. Ugh, please don't call us with that name, that's embarrassing, says Mina. 11 claws? What is that? Asks Wendy. Myra then explains that in these 2 years, 11 young mages of Scarmaglione Guild have made names for themselves. They've joined the guild 3 years ago but immediately surpassed most veteran members in a year. Eventually, they became the top ranks in Scarmaglione. The only ones who are stronger than them are the guild's ace and guild master. Their young age has made them even more famous and people called them the 11 claws of Scarmaglione. Scarmaglione is still a small guild now, but having these 11 youngsters made the guild has a big prospect for the future. However, now these 11 have left the guild at the same time. They left it even though the master tried to make them stay. We will leave any guild even if they give us the best treatment. No privilege is better than being in the same guild as the savior of our lives, says Ron. It seems you have a history with Ben that affects your lives, huh? But that won't make me accept you easier. There are 11 of you, so I need to know about all of you first. Follow me to my office for an interview, says Makarov. The 11 teens nod and follow Makarov to his office. After they left, the mages start to ask Ben and Wendy about them. So Ben and Wendy just explain about it briefly by saying that those 11 were their students in the past. Sometime later, the 11 teens come out of the office with Makarov. They all are accepted and now officially become fairy tale mages. Then the guild holds a party to celebrate it like usual. While partying, the 11 teens tell Ben and Wendy about their stories in these 3 years. They always did what Ben taught them and have grown stronger. Although they aren't as strong as Ben, they are strong for their age. The oldest, Yorkie is now 15Y.0, and he is their leader. The 11 of them always took jobs in 2 groups with mixed members to keep their teamwork quality. Sometimes they even took jobs together if it was too difficult. Ben and Wendy also share their stories in these last years. They have a lot to talk about after not meeting for some years. They are talking while having fun at the party. But then some loud rings of bell stop their party. What happened? Asks Ben curiously. It's Guildarts. Guildarts have returned, says Natsu excitedly. The mages are getting more excited now and Ben is getting interested in this. Wendy and Lucy don't know who Guildarts is, so Myra explains it to them. Then Urza tells them to look outside because something big will happen. The new members go outside, including Ben who is very curious about what will happen. What happens next really makes them shocked. The town is shifting. The town is moving and creates a straight path from the town gate to the guild. This is Guildarts' shift that was made to avoid Guildarts destroying things with his crush magic, says Myra. Can't he just not use his magic or not touch things? Asks Ben confusedly. Well, he is someone who will break a wall rather than bother using the door, says Myra. Ben sweat drops hearing that and says, this guild is really full of idiots. I hope Wendy doesn't get affected. Sometime later, someone is seen walking in the path and entering the guild. Guildarts has finally arrived in the guild and Ben can sense his massive magic power. He has the highest magic power among anyone that Ben has ever met. This guy has more magic power than Master, he is basically a high-leveled wizard saint without the title. AI Chip, how high is his magic power, asks Ben. Approximately around 600,000. Master Makarov has around 500,000. 100,000 points higher than Master, hey? Well, Master is old already, so he must be weaker than his younger days. But that explains why he can crush things unintentionally with his magic. It must be difficult to control that much magic power, thinks Ben while looking at his own stats. Name, Ben Cooper. Epithet, Karna, the sun's child. Real age, 17. Body age, 16. Status, alive. MP, 427,719/427,719. STR, 323. AGI, 334. STA, 354. INT, 728. His MP is about 180,000 points higher than main. But with my current progress, I can reach his MP level in a year maybe. I need to learn from him though and not raise my MP too fast or I won't be able to control it perfectly like him. Although maybe he is just an idiot who doesn't pay attention to his surroundings, thinks Ben. While Ben thinks about all those things, Guildarts is looking around unsurely before asking Myra about the fairy tale building even though he is there already. It makes Ben sure that this guy is just another idiot like the others. Myra explains that this is Fairy Tail and introduces herself. Gildarts is getting excited about the changes in the guild as he looks around. Then Natsu suddenly appears and challenges him, but gets defeated very easily. Gildarts, you're back, says Makarov. Master, long time no see, says Gildarts. How's the job? Asks Makarov. The job, hey? Ha 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 ha. Not good, it's impossible for me, says Gildarts. Ben widens his eyes in surprise after hearing that. Just how hard is that job that even Gildarts can't finish? You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of this fanfic novel and the other one on my Patreon page if you are interested. Clicking that Power Stone / like also seemed to be a good choice, hehe. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 206 of Fairy Tail, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 217 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 172. Testing progress. Everyone is shocked to hear that Gildarts has failed in his job. Ben is also shocked and thinks, just how hard is that job? Even someone with 600,000 MP points can't finish it. Although MP isn't the only thing that determines a mage's strength, it is still a big factor. Just what kind of enemy that he faced there? Judging from Gildarts' MP, Ben knows that he is just as strong as a wizard saint. He is stronger than Makarov, a wizard saint. So an enemy that someone like Gildarts can't defeat must be ridiculously strong. The enemy might be as strong as 4 gods of Ishgard or even stronger than them. I thought that I am progressing very fast and becoming strong already. But I still have a long way to go. Gramps is right, I should never be satisfied with myself. The world is big and there will always be someone stronger than you, thinks Ben while smiling. Gildarts then leave the guild because he wants to rest. He tells Natsu to go to his place as he walks toward a wall. Ben is now 100% sure that Gildarts is an idiot when he breaks the wall just to get out from the guild. Then another idiot appears as Natsu breaks the wall like Gildarts because he doesn't want to lose. Sigh, Master, I think you need to hire someone to teach them common sense, says Ben. I will do it if it will work, says Makarov with a resigned look. You've tried it, hey? Sigh, now I'm worried about this guild's future, says Ben. The mages then resume their party even with a big hole in the wall. They are used to having broken things in the guild, so they won't mind a hole in the wall. But the 11 new guys are quite troubled by it even though they don't say anything. Don't worry, you'll get used to it soon, says Ben. I don't know if this is something to get used to, says Mina as she looks at the guys who fight in the middle and the others are cheering on them. That's what I thought at first too. Anyway, you have become quite famous, right? So I think you've become quite strong too. Let's check your progress tomorrow so you can rest today, says Ben. The 11 teens grin when they hear that and Yorkie says, don't underestimate us, Ben and I. We are not the same kids who couldn't even hit you in the past. So you better be careful tomorrow. Ben smirks hearing that and says, quite cheeky now, hey. The next day, they gather in the guild's backyard to spar. Ben will face the 11 of them alone while everyone else is watching. Wendy cheers for the 11 teens but her cheering is quite strange. Good luck you guys, don't get hurt too much, says Wendy. Do you want to cheer on them or not? Asks Carla with a sweat drop. Let me join too, says Natsu. Stop it. This is not a fight that you can join just because you want to, says Urza as he grabs Natsu's collar. A fight, hey? It's really good to be young. Are they new members? Asks Gildarts who has just come. That's right, all 12 of them are new members. But they have known each other before and they want to test their current strength, says Myra. But 1 vs 11? Isn't that unfair? Asks Gildarts. Don't worry about that. Even the 11 of them might not be able to scratch his skin, says Makarov. Gildarts gets a little surprised and becomes more interested now. The audience then stops talking and looks at the fighters intensely. Ben cracks his neck and says, are you ready? Yes, replies the 11 teens. Come then, says Ben while taunting them with his finger. The 11 of them immediately make their move and attack Ben with their magic. A.N, just to remind you, this is the list of their names and magic. 1 Ron, M Fire Magic. 2 Mina, F Takeover Magic, Animal Soul. 3 Gi, F Bubble Magic. 4 Hans, M Illusion Magic. 5 Dito, M Telekinetic Magic. 6 Dan, M Bullet Magic. 7 Olive, F Sound Magic, Flute. 8 Cya, F Water Magic. 9 Parka, M Muscle Magic. 10 Felice, F Requip. 11 Yorkie, M Lightning Magic. The 11 of them spread and some of them attack Ben with long-range attacks first. Ben is looking at the incoming attacks and sees a gap between the attacks. He smirks because he knows it's a trap but he still uses it to know what they're up to. Ben evades the attacks using the gap between them, but 3 close-range fighters have waited for him. Mina, Parka, and Felice attack him from 3 sides at the same time. He smirks and evades their attacks quite easily. "You're certainly progressing, but this is not enough," says Ben while evading their attacks calmly. "I won't say it if I was you," says Parka while smirking. Suddenly, Ben hears a flute sound and feels his body stiffened. He looks at Olive, who stands behind Dito while playing her flute. She uses her sound magic to stop Ben's movement so her friends can attack him. The 3 close-range fighters attack Ben again and 2 more boys join them now. Ron and Yorkie can fight at close and middle range, so now they help the 3 attacking Ben at close range. They know it won't be easy to fight Ben even with Olive's magic aid. It's really not easy, just as they predicted, because Ben still can move even though he is affected by the sound magic. He catches Ron's and Parka's fists before throwing them to Mina and Felice. Then he evades Yorkie's punch and kicks Yorkie's stomach from the left. Ben handles the 5 of them while being hindered by the sound magic and without even using his magic. His physical power is high enough to tolerate the sound magic's effect. If it's just raw physical power, Ben is confident that he is far stronger than anyone in Fairy Tail, even Gildarts. "Ben Nii, can't you take this seriously and use your magic?" asks Ron. "Then make me use it. If you are just this strong, then I won't even need to use my magic on you," says Ben while smirking. "Fine then. Olive, let's use Formation 6, says Yorkie. Olive nods and plays her flute again. Ben thought it will affect him again, but it's not. The magic is affecting her allies and enhancing their power by 2 times. Ben grins seeing it and taunts them again. They start to attack him together again and they show great teamwork. The group uses many attack variations that are very hard to predict. They combine close and long-range attacks in strange manners. Their attack combinations will hit their allies if their teamwork is not good enough. Those attacks will surely work on others but not Ben. His reflex and senses are too great for their unusual attacks, so he can always handle them even in a very short time. He still hasn't used his magic even after their enhancement wears off in 5 minutes and they get very tired as the side effect. "Damn, you are still a monster," says Ron. "Oi oi oi, I am a human, you know," says Ben. Pant, so we are still not strong enough to make you use your magic, hey?" asks Yorkie. "Well, that's not true. I still need to use my magic to defeat you," says Ben. "No need to lie, Ben Nii. We know you don't need it to fight us," says Hans. "I'm not lying. I can see through your illusion and handle Olive's sound magic because of my magical ability too," says Ben. "That's just a passive ability, so it doesn't count. What we want is for you to use your active abilities to fight us," says Dan. "Fine, if that's what you want," says Ben as he lifts his right hand that is covered in a dark purple aura in front of him. Swish bam bam bam. Suddenly, all 11 of them fall to the ground. American Samoa. The gravity around them increased 10 times. They try to lift their body and only some of them can move. Ben increased the gravity to 15 times and now no one can move at all. "So?" asks Ben. "We gives up," says Yorkie with a lot of difficulties to even move his mouth. Ben stops his attack and the 11 of them are panting and sweating hard. The audiences can see that the 11 of them are quite strong, but Ben is far stronger. The gap between them is just too far apart. Gildarts grins and rubs his chin. "Interesting. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of this fanfic novel and the other one on my Patreon page if you are interested. Clicking that Power Stone / also seemed to be a good choice, hehe. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 207 of Fairy Tail, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 218 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 173. Teaching Natsu. The sparring between Ben and his 11 students has shown the gap between them. Now they know the 11's strengths, but they still don't know Ben's real strength because he hasn't shown it. He has just used his physical power and one spell in the sparring, so no one can see his full power. "Yosh, it's my turn," shouts Natsu so suddenly as he rushes at Ben with his flame-covered fist. Ben just smirks and increases the gravity around Natsu's left foot a little. The gravity holds Natsu's left foot and makes him fall on his face comically as if he is tripping on something. Most of the audiences really thought that way because they can't see the gravity spell that Ben used. "Are you tripping on something, Natsu? You need to be careful while running," says Ben to mock Natsu. "Gra! Don't play with me. Fire Dragon's Roar!" shouts Natsu angrily as he shoots a big fire attack from his mouth. Ben smirks and stays in his spot. He doesn't move at all and let the fire attack hit him. Everyone is surprised to see it and Natsu laughs happily because he thought he has succeeded in finally hitting Ben. "Ha ha ha, I've done it," says Natsu happily. But then their jaws drop when they see Natsu's fire get sucked by something. Ben is eating Natsu's fire as if it's a snack. Of course, it shocks Natsu greatly because he is always the one who eats fire, not someone else. So this is how Fire Dragon's fire tastes like. Certainly better than a normal fire, but it's not hot enough. You should work on your fire's temperature more, Natsu. This is like a candle's fire, says Ben. See a candle? Asks Natsu dejectedly. That's right. Let me show you how fire should be, says Ben as he makes a very small fire on his fingertip. Ben flicks the fire to Natsu and the latter just watches it as it moves toward him. Natsu believes that the fire won't work on him because he is a fire dragon slayer. But he regrets it as soon as he catches the fire with his right hand. Gyah! Hot! 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 Shouts Natsu right after he grabs the fire. Now everyone is really shocked to see Natsu can't handle a fire. They always thought that Natsu is immune to any kind of fire, so this really surprises them. Even Makarov is surprised. Just because you are a fire dragon slayer, doesn't mean that no fire can harm you. Sure, you are immune to fire, but it is called immunity for a reason. There is a limit to immunity and you will get affected by something beyond that immunity, says Ben. Damn, not yet. Shouts Natsu as he charges at Ben with flame-covered fists. Ben gets pissed and a tick mark appears on his temples as he says, "Can't you listen to me just for a moment?" Natsu doesn't listen and rushes at Ben, making him more pissed. So when Natsu punches at him, he grabs the fist, and then he knocks Natsu's head from above. Natsu crashed onto the ground and fainted immediately. Damn, I'm trying to give him an important lesson because our magic's properties are similar but he won't listen. TCH, I won't give you another lesson again from now on, grumbles Ben as he walks away pissedly, leaving the unconscious Natsu on the ground. Sigh, Natsu is really good at pissing people off, says Gray. That's Natsu for you, says Happy. Ben's mood becomes bad that day and it makes no one challenge him again because they're afraid. Luckily, it just happens for a day and he returns to normal the next day. Sigh, it has just been a few days since I joined this guild, and I've gotten affected by their idiocy. It's very not me to act childish like that, laments Ben. Hey! What do you mean by that? Protests everyone. Think about it yourself, says Ben tiredly. The others are protesting about it, but Ben just ignores them. Ben, can we talk for a moment? Asks Makarov. Ben nods and follows Makarov to his office. What's the matter, master? Asks Ben. You've got a message from the council, says Makarov as he gives a letter to Ben. Ben takes the letter and opens it. He is surprised when he read the letter. It's an offer to be a wizard saint. There are 2 vacant spots in the rank after Jose and Seagrain were removed. So now they try to fill the spots and Ben is one of the candidates. Actually, they've wanted you for a long time. But they don't dare to make trouble with Rubal-san. He is just a spirit, but his influence is quite big because he's the only one who can seal Nirvana. So now with him gone, the council tries to take you as a wizard saint, explains Makarov. The council wants Ben not just because of his strength, but also because he has a lot of contributions. His advanced motor engine model has improved Ishgar's transportation technology many years forward. However, I refuse. Being a wizard saint is a hassle. As I thought you will refuse. But you still need to go to the council and refuse it directly, says Makarov. Can't I just send a letter? Asks Ben. No, they will get mad at you and it will be more troublesome. Besides, they say they want to discuss another business with you, says Makarov. Sigh, fine. But I don't want to go alone. Those old dudes are very troublesome, says Ben. Don't worry, I will go with you because you are my guild's member, says Makarov. Ben and Makarov then plan to go to the council next week. They don't know what the council wants from Ben other than asking him to be a wizard saint. They just hope that it's not something bad because their guild's relationship with the council is very bad. One more thing, Ben. It's not the council request, but mine. You are a magic item crafter, right? Rubal-san once said that your crafting ability has surpassed him, so I want to request something from you, says Makarov. Surpassing that old man? I'm still nowhere compared to him, says Ben. Makarov smiles and says, well, but it should still be better than most craftsmen if Rubal-san praised you like that. So here's my request, can you? Makarov suddenly stops talking because his body suddenly seems to get pulled to the sky and turns into light. Ben is surprised and tries to catch him but his hands just pass through the old man's body. Then he realizes that the building is also getting sucked and a loud rumbling sound is heard from outside. Ben suddenly widens his eyes and says, Wendy. He immediately teleports to the hall. He tried to, but he can't control his magic power so he can't use magic. Suddenly, his body also starts to get pulled along with the guild building. Ben tries to resist it but to no avail and he keeps getting pulled by a strong force. A bright light then appears in front of him and a thundering sound can be heard from anywhere. The light and sound disappeared after some time and everything returns to normal. That would be the case if he doesn't find himself falling from the sky and crashing onto the ground in no time. Damn, why did I suddenly appear in the sky? And where is this? Asks Ben as he looks around. He finds himself in a foreign place that has some floating islands. Ben blinks his eyes in shock and says, seriously, where is this? You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of this fanfic novel and the other one on my Patreon page if you are interested. Clicking that Power Stone / like also seemed to be a good choice, hehe. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 208 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 219 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 174, 174. Edelas. Ben finds himself in a foreign place that has some floating islands after being pulled by that mysterious force. There are even some floating rivers around the floating islands. He is also currently standing on one of these floating islands. Wait. Where's everyone? They should have getting pulled too, says Ben as he looks around. There's no one around him, he is alone on this small floating island that only has rocks on it. He thinks that they might be on the other islands, so he takes his binocular from his spatial storage mark. But he feels something strange when activating the storage mark. What's that uneasiness when I use my magic power? Ponders Ben. Ben has high sensitive about magic power. So he can't ignore that strange feeling because it might be something dangerous. AI chip, did something happen to my body? Asks Ben. Checking. No problem is found in your body. However, your magic power is recovering at a very slow rate right now. The magic power that you used to activate the mark hasn't been recovered yet. What? That mark only used a few MP points to be activated, you know? And you say that it hasn't been recovered? It should be recovered almost instantly, says Ben. That's what happened currently. Ben frowns and gets very confused. But then he widens his eyes before closing them again. He tries to sense the magic around him and he is shocked by the result. What happened here? There's almost no ether nano in the surrounding. I never find such a place in my 1-year journey, says Ben with a very shocked expression. Now he knows why his MP recovered at a very slow rate. It's because the ether nano in this place is very thin. So his body can't absorb it as fast as usual. That also means that he can't use his magic however he wants. I need to save my MP and use magic carefully. It will be bad if I run out of MP in dangerous situations. That means I can only rely on my body and magic items, says Ben as he takes out Pendragon. Ben looks at Pendragon and places it on his back. This sword is very sharp and strong even without being infused with magic. So he should be able to save his magic by just using his physical power and swordsmanship. Then he looks around using his binoculars to search for his friends. He looks at every floating island in the vicinity and also the main island below him. But he still doesn't see anyone he knows, so he decides to go somewhere else. I hope my sisters and Myra are fine. Elfman and the others should be able to take care of themselves, says Ben as he takes out his Light Runner. Light Runner is powered by Lacrima, so it won't drain his MP. The Lacrima itself can also be used to run the car at high speed for a full day without being recharged. And if it runs out of fuel, he just needs to replace the Lacrima. He has 3 spares, so there's nothing to worry about. Ben then uses the car's flying mode to get down from the floating island. The car has its wheels turning 90 degrees down, so the wheels become propellers. Light Runner has become like a drone now. After getting down from the floating island, Ben drives away from there. He has seen a small town when he looks around before, so he will go there to get information. That's what he really needs right now in this foreign place. After driving for 15 minutes, Ben finally reaches the town. He stores Light Runner before entering the town to not attract attention. Then he wears a white furred jacket with a hoodie and he covers his face with a cloth mask. Ben walks around the town while trying to find every piece of information. Then finally after an hour, he learns a very surprising thing. This place is not Fiori, not Ishgar, it's not even Earthland, this is Edelas, another world. What the hell? Did I die and got sent to another world again? But I still look the same as my current self, so I shouldn't have died, right? Ponders Ben. No, you haven't died, don't worry. Phew, that's a relief. I've just lived my second life for 7 years. I don't want to die again that soon, thinks Ben. Ben then resumes his information gathering while also gathering money. He pickpockets people and takes their money because he really needs it now. This is a different world and they don't use jewels here. After getting a lot of money, Ben enters a bar and gives money to the bartender. It is clear that he wants to buy information, so the bartender tells him to enter a room in the back. Ben does it and meets with a middle-aged man who will give him the information. He asks some questions and finally finds out that using magic is forbidden in this kingdom and Magic Guild is outlawed by the kingdom. Almost all Magic Guild has been disbanded except for one, Fairy Tale. Ben is very surprised to hear that there is Fairy Tale 2 in here. Is this some kind of parallel universe? That means the people in this universe's fairy tale are not the ones that I know. So it will be useless to search for this fairy tale because it's not my guild. I need to focus on searching my sisters and friends, ponders Ben. Ben then asks about this universe's magic because it really bugs him. Magic can be used in this universe even though it's not easy, but they forbid its usage, so it's quite strange. The man is confused about why Ben asks about it but still explains it because he has been paid. The man explained all about magic in this universe. In this universe, humans can't store magic, so they need to use tools powered by Lacrima. The only creatures that can use magic are Exceeds. Ben is really surprised when he sees these Exceeds pictures that look similar to Bella, Carla, and Happy. He gets even more surprised when he knows the magic that these Exceeds can use. So Bella, Carla, and Happy are Exceeds, hey? They should be the Exceeds from Earthland. I haven't read about it in Magic Library. I should have learned more about magical creatures, not just magic types, ponders Ben. Ben thinks that the three Exceeds are originated from Earthland. Well, humans exist on both universes, so Exceeds must exist on both universes too. It never crosses his mind that the three Exceeds were from Edelas. The man then resumes his explanation and says that Exceeds are seen as gods here. It's because they can store magic power in their bodies, just like people in Earthland. The humans here can't store magic power naturally in their bodies, so they need to use tools. That's interesting information, but I don't get what I want. It seems I need to go to the royal capital. It must be easier to get information there, ponders Ben before he leaves the town. Ben still doesn't know how they could get pulled into a different universe. But he knows he needs to find his sister's girlfriend and guild mates. Then he also needs to find a way back to Earthland. There are many things to do for him. I hope everyone is fine, says Ben as he set off from the town. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of this fanfic novel and the other one on my Patreon page if you are interested. Clicking that Power Stone / like also seemed to be a good choice, hehe. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 209 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 220 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 175. Fairy Tale? After he failed to get what he wanted, Ben set out to the capital. He passes through some towns on the way there and tries to gather information in those towns. But he still doesn't get what he wanted, although now he knows more about this kingdom. Sigh, I don't need information about this kingdom. It will be useless anyway. I need to know about what happened to my guild and friends. Where can I get that information? Day changed and Ben still hasn't gotten any useful information. He enters a desert as he drives to the capital and suddenly finds a surprising place. It's a giant plant-like building with a familiar sign on it. Fairy Tale? It must be this universe's fairy tale, what a coincidence. They are mages, right? Maybe they have information about what happened to my guild and friends. Let's give it a shot, says Ben as he approaches the building. Ben goes out of the car and then enters the guild through the front door. He looks around and gets surprised to see that the members of this fairy tale are just like his guild. He will surely mistake them for his guildmates if he doesn't see the grown-up Wendy. Everyone is looking at him with wide eyes, so he says, is this Fairy Tale? I have. Master! Shouts everyone happily as they jump onto him and make him fall. Hey! Says Ben confusedly as everyone is stacking on him. Hui, you've finally returned. We're very worried about you, says Myra while crying. Where have you been all these times? Asks Elfman. The others also start questioning him and make him even more confused. They suddenly call him Master and act as if he has just disappeared for a long time. Do I have a counterpart in this universe? How could that be? I was not even born naturally in Earthland. Don't tell me my counterpart is also the same me from the past life? Damn, it becomes complicated, thinks Ben. Please calm down. You are correct about having a counterpart in this universe. However, your counterpart doesn't come from the same source as you. That means he isn't reborn from your past life, he is this universe's real inhabitant. Hey! So he is a native, like everyone else, asks Ben. Yes. This dimension and Earthland are connected, so when your soul entered Earthland, a soul was instantly created to be your counterpart in this world. Ooh, okay, it must be complicated so I don't want to think about it. But I arrived on Earthland 7 years ago. So shouldn't my counterpart be a 7Y.0? But they called me Master, so I should be old enough, right? Asks Ben. Well, your counterpart must have been born years before you arrived on Earthland. The real gods can do whatever they like with time, so making your counterpart born years before you arrived is easy for them. Maybe Edelas Ben is even some years older than you now. Just look at this Edelas Wendy, she is older than the Wendy that you know, so everything can happen. You're right. This is a different universe from Earthland, so I can't use Earthland as the standard. Although, some things might be similar, thinks Ben while looking at Myra who keeps hugging him while crying. Good for you, Myra Nay. Your beloved finally returned after a few months, says Lysina. So I am also Myra's boyfriend here. Also, this universe's Lysina is fine, unlike thinks Ben before he pauses as he senses something familiar from Lysina. What's this familiar feeling? Where have I Gramps? Why do I feel the same thing that I felt when Gramps disappeared, from Lysina? Don't tell me, this Lysina is a spirit? No, that's not it. I won't get fooled by this universe's magic, its level is too low. But I certainly felt something like when Gramps disappeared, so it must be about spirit. What is it, ponders Ben. While Ben thinking about that, the guild then wants to celebrate his return. But he doesn't have time for a celebration, so he needs to stop them even though he feels bad for ruining their excitement. Wait, you all. Sorry to say this, but I am not the one that you think of. Believe it or not, I am not someone from this universe. So I am not your Ben or even your guild master, says Ben seriously. He is ready to get laughed at, but no one laughs and they all are looking down. So you are not our Ben? Then where is he? Asks Myra very sadly. Sorry, I don't know about that. I came here just to ask for information about the magic that pulled my guild into this universe. You are mages, so I thought you will know about it and decided to ask. I'm sorry if I disturb you, I will take my leave then, says Ben as he turns around. Wait. Are you from that universe's fairy tale? Asks Elfman. Yeah, says Ben while showing his guild mark. Actually, Natsu and Wendy from your universe were here before. They were with 3 cats too, says Elfman. Ben widens his eyes and immediately asks, really? Where are they now? They were in Sika yesterday, but they should have gone to Capital by now, says a short-haired Lucy who has just returned. Lucy then explained that she was with them before. They even met Earthland Lucy, and that's the reason why Edo Lucy cuts her hair, so she won't be mistaken as Earthland Lucy. But she left them and returned because she wants to ask her guildmates to help them. Did you only meet them? Asks Ben, who has gotten more relaxed now after knowing that his sisters are fine. Yeah. But Earthland Lucy mentioned something about Mist Ogden sending her here through Anima, says Edo Lucy. Mist Ogden and Anima? Can you explain? Asks Ben. Edo Lucy explains that Earthland Lucy was hiding in her celestial spirit, Hieroglium, when the guild was being pulled. Then Mist Ogden sent her to Edelis through Anima. She then explains about Anima, which is the thing that sucked Earthland fairy tale to Edelis. It seems Mist Ogden knows a lot about this. I need to find him, he must be in Capital now. Wendy will be fine with Natsu and Lucy, I will beat them up if they can't protect her, says Ben. Do you want to go to the Capital? It's very dangerous there, says Myra worriedly. Ben smiles and rubs her hair before saying, I need to go and save my guild mates. I also need to save my Myra there. Myra nods sadly because she also hopes her Ben will be here for her. It seems Earthland Ben is not so different from ours, says Levy. The others nod as they remember their current guild master who has just replaced the late master some months ago, but then he disappeared mysteriously. Will you go now? Asks Edo Lucy. Yeah, you don't have to help us if you are not sure of our winning chance. Your lives are important too, so you don't need to force yourselves. I will take my leave then. But before that, can we have a talk, Lysina? Asks Ben. Me? Do you need something? Asks Lysina. Well, it's just something that bugs me. I promise it won't take long. I just want to make sure of something, says Ben with a serious expression. Lysina looks at Myra, who nods and says, all right. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of this fanfic novel and the other one on my Patreon page if you are interested. Clicking that Power Stone / like also seemed to be a good choice, hehe. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 210 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 221 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 176, 176. 2 in 1. What do you want to ask about? Asks Lysina after she and Ben go out of the building. Which one are you? Asks Ben. What do you mean? Asks Lysina confusedly. Are you there Lysina or our Lysina? Which one are you? Asks Ben. I don't understand what you mean, says Lysina. You know, I have lived with spirits for years and I have rather keen senses. That's why I am used to souls and can sense them somehow. I can feel if something is wrong with someone's soul and I feel it from you, says Ben. Lysina widens her eyes before sighing and says, I really can't hide it from you, hey? Not you or Edila's Ben. Alright, I'll tell you the truth first. I am Edila's Lysina but also Earthland Lysina. Ben frowns and says, explain it. 2 years ago when Elfman lost control and almost hit Lysina, Ben has succeeded to stop him. Lysina should be fine, but an unknown thing happened and she lost her soul. Her body is fine but they still can't find her soul. Unknown to anyone, Lysina's soul was sucked by Anima. If Ben didn't use his magic at that time, then her body will also get sucked here because Anima sucks magic power and her body is full of magic power. Right when she gets sucked by Anima, Edila's Lisina was on the verge of death. Her soul was withdrawn to Edila's Lisina and entered her body. It saved Edila's Lisina but it also became trouble for them. Edila's Lisina's soul was damaged when she almost died. It takes time for the soul to recover fully and she finally recovered a few months ago. There's no problem when her soul was still damaged, but when she recovered, problems start to arise, says Lisina. Her body and mind can't handle two perfect souls at once. It will make her have a kind of split personality just like Brain and Zero sooner or later. But it's even more dangerous for Lisina's case because they are two different souls while Brain and Zero is the same person with one soul. One soul will eventually need to be removed or Lisina's mental and body will break. The problem is that removing one soul also means killing that soul. Also, even if they want it, they can't do it with magic and technologies in Edila's. Actually, Edila's Ben left a few months ago to find a solution for this problem. Edila's Lisina and I told him he doesn't need to worry about it because we've accepted our fate. But he doesn't listen and just left. Right now, we really feel guilty because we are putting him in danger, says Lisina sadly. He is your guild master, right? That must mean that he is strong, says Ben. He is the strongest in our guild. Even without using any magic, he can handle a royal army captain alone. If he uses his magic item, then he can hold his ground against all royal army captains for some time. That's why the kingdom gives his head a very high bounty, says Lisina. As I thought of my other self, says Ben smugly. But even he won't be able to win against the kingdom alone. That's why everyone is very worried about him because there has been no news at all from him in these few months, says Lisina. If he can do all of that then he will do just fine. You need to believe in him. What you need to worry about is yourself. Luckily, I might have a method to save you without damaging both of your souls, says Ben. Really? How? Asks Lisina in surprise. By utilizing Seath magic to take one of your souls. But I haven't practiced it even though I've learned it, so I need time. Besides, I can't use the raw Seath magic, it needs to be modified for this specific purpose. It will be easier if Big Slow is here because he is a Seath magic user, so I need to find him, says Ben. Lisina smiles and says, you don't need to rush it or force yourself. We won't blame you even if you fail. I will blame myself if I fail to save you. I don't want Myra and Elfman to feel what I felt, so I'll make sure to save you, says Ben while rubbing Lisina's hair. Lisina smiles and says, both you and Edila's Ben really like to rub people's hair. I guess not everyone is too different, hey. Ha, not too different? I am far stronger than my Edila's self, so we are different, says Ben smugly. Lisina laughs and then Ben tells him to be careful before leaving for capital. He needs to find his guildmates and most importantly Mist Ogden. That guy seems to know a lot about what happened. Ugh, but I never met him so I don't know how he looks. How should I find him? Also, I am a criminal in this kingdom, so I can't move in the capital blatantly, says Ben while driving to capital. While he goes to the capital, Ben asks AI Chip to modify the Seath magic to save Lisina. He is really glad that he did on his one-year journey and find the magic library. It will be a lot more difficult and maybe impossible for him to save Lisina if he didn't go on his journey. I'm glad I have scanned all black magic and even black and white arts that are recorded in Magic Library. These types of magic are involving souls, so they can be used to help Lisina, says Ben. 2 hours later, Ben enters a forest that's close to the royal capital. He doesn't use the road to avoid people because magic vehicle is only used by mages or rich people. Magic is prohibited to use, so he needs to avoid people from seeing him. Some minutes later, someone blocks his way and points a black double-bladed spear at him. He sighs and wants to confront the robber but then he raises an eyebrow when he sees the robber carefully. Sigh, such a coincidence, says Ben as he gets out of his car. I don't want to hurt you, so just give your vehicle to me, says the robber. Are you sure you want to rob yourself, says Ben. Hey? What do you? The robber gets confused but then his jaw drops in surprise. Why you, how? Says the robber in shock. Well, why don't we talk for a moment, my Edila's counterpart, says Ben. Yes, the robber is none other than Edila's Ben who has the exact same face as Ben. Of course, Edila's Ben is very surprised by this because he hasn't known anything yet. He is now getting warier because he thinks Earthland Ben is an imposter. I know what you are thinking, but I assure you I am not an imposter, says Ben. As if I'll believe it easily, says Edila's Ben. Then let's talk like this for now so you will believe me. This distance is safe enough, so if one of us attack, the other can easily dodge. How is it? Asks Ben. Fine, says Edila's Ben while still holding his black double-bladed spear in caution. Ben sighs before he starts to explain about himself and what happened to him. Edila's Ben listens carefully while trying to find out if Ben is honest. In the end, Edilis Ben can't find any lie in Ben's story. Have you believed it now? Asks Ben. Almost. I know about Earthland and Anima, but I can't just believe that you are from Earthland. If you're really from Earthland, then show me that you can use magic without using a magic item, says Edilis Ben. Sure, says Ben as he produces a flame on his hand. Edilis Ben has his jaw drops again, but now he really believes the Earthland Ben. Alright, I believe you now, says Edilis Ben as he puts his spear on his back. Great, now we can work together, says Ben while grinning excitedly. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of this fanfic novel and the other one on my Patreon page if you are interested. Clicking that Power Stone / like also seemed to be a good choice, hehe. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 211 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 222 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 177, 177. Edilis Ben. The meeting with Edilis Ben is really surprising and it makes Ben excited. Lysina has told him that Edilis Ben is strong in this world, so he can be a good ally. But it also confuses him on why Edilis Ben is here now. Why are you here? Lysina said that you have gone for a few months to find a way to help her, says Ben. Sigh, I haven't found it. Well, actually I have found it but we can't use it because it's not available in Edilis. It's available on Earthland, that's why I know about Earthland, says Edilis Ben. Ho, what is it? Asks Ben. Black magic, says Edilis Ben. Ben is very surprised that Edilis Ben can find out that much even though he never go to Earthland. As I thought of my other self, thinks Ben narcissly. So you also have the same thinking as me. Then I think we can work together. I also want to save our Lysina's soul and bring her back, says Ben. Can you use black magic? Asks Edilis Ben. I never practice it, but I've learned it. I will share it with you so we can think about it together. Right now I can't focus on this because I need to find my guild mates, says Ben. Sounds good to me, says Edilis Ben. Alright. By the way, where have you been in these few months? Asks Ben. I was going around without any destination in mind. But then my vehicle ran out of energy and I couldn't get any lacrima crystal, so I walk. Eventually, I reached Royal Capital and found the answer there. I found it last month and wanted to go back, but it's very strange. I couldn't find the way back, says Edilis Ben. Wait. You leave Royal Capital 1 month ago? Asks Ben in shock. Yeah, I've walked around for a month and still can't find my guild. Sigh, I should have brought my communication tool, says Edilis Ben. Ben has a dark face hearing that and asks, so, where do you think you are now? I don't know, must be very far from Royal Capital. I've walked for a month, after all, says Edilis Ben nonchalantly. Ben's mouth's corner twitches and he says, this is the forest right beside the Royal Capital, you know. Really? Asks Edilis Ben while taking a step back. Yeah, I know it because I have the map, so I won't be wrong. You, don't tell me you have a very poor sense of direction. Asks Ben suspiciously. Edilis Ben gulps his saliva as he looks away and whistles innocently. Ben slaps his forehead and has a long sigh because he never thought that his counterpart is also an idiot in a way. Lysina didn't tell him about this, so this is very shocking. I guess we won't be exactly the same even though we are similar, says Ben. Ben leaves the matter about his counterpart's poor sense of direction and focus on the matter at hand. He tells Edilis Ben to get in the car and follow him to Royal Capital. They will think about the method to solve Lysina's problem there. Edilis Ben agrees and they go to the Royal Capital immediately. On their way there, both Bens talk about themselves. They are quite similar, especially in their love for cars and crafting items. After half an hour, they finally reach the Royal Capital. They disguise themselves first before entering the city. Edilis Ben then takes them to his hideout but of course, it is not easy with his poor sense of direction. Ben gets impatient after they walk around for half an hour. So he asks about the hideout and Edilis Ben explains it. Then Ben asks around and finally finds the hideout in 5 minutes. It's very close to where they entered the city, yet they couldn't find it before. I think you need to bring someone every time you go, says Ben. Ugh, even you say it, says Edilis Ben in frustration because his guild members always told him the same thing. They enter the hideout and Ben starts to explain about black magic to Edilis Ben. He also explains about black and white arts that might be useful. Edilis Ben notes everything in his notebook, he can write very fast without making a single mistake, even Ben can't do that. That's all. Then I will leave you here to think about it while I will try to find my friends. I will give you many food and drink, so don't go anywhere or it will be hard to find you, says Ben. Don't worry, I won't, says Edilis Ben smugly before Ben cuts his words. Ben has a scary expression as he says, don't go anywhere or I will chain your feet so you won't go anywhere. Why yes, replies Edilis Ben scaredly. Ben then leaves the hideout after giving Edilis Ben some food and drinks. With AI chip and Edila's Ben working on the black magic, Ben now just needs to focus on finding his friends. I hope he can find an unusual answer that even AI chip can't think of. The way we see magic is different, after all, so the possibility is high, thinks Ben as he gets out of the hideout. After going out, Ben disguises himself with clothing rather than transformation magic because he needs to save his MP. He wears the same white furred jacket that he used before, but now it has Mistogen's name on the back. There's FT word 2 below Mistogen's name to indicate that he is a fairy tale mage. Using fairy tale mark will give him a problem, so he uses initial. People will just think that it's fashion, nothing else. I hope he sees this and understands that I am looking for him, says Ben. Ben walks around the capital, then sees many people are gathering in a plaza. He gets curious and wants to go there, but suddenly someone pulls him into an alley. It really surprises him and he immediately wants to attack the one who pulls him. Wait. I'm Mistogen, says the man who pulls him. The man wears a black robe, black scarf, and black clothing with bandages. He then shows his guild mark to Ben and Ben knows that it's real. So this is the real Mistogen, and Ben now opens his disguise. Sorry, I never see you before so I don't know how you look like, says Ben. It's fine, you are a new member, after all. I guess you want to know what happened, that's why you search for me, right? Asks Mistogen. Ben nods and then Mistogen takes him to a more hidden place. They go to a building and enter a dark room. Mistogen suddenly opens his scarf and shows his face to Ben. It makes Ben very surprised. You? Aren't you in jail? That's not me, but a different Jalal. I am not someone from Earthland, I am from Edila's, says Mistogen. You're Jalal's counterpart? Asks Ben in realization. That's right. It seems you've known about many things. This will make things easier to explain, says Jalal. But you were our guild member for years, right? That means you have lived on Earthland for wait. Were you the Jalal that saved Wendy 7 years ago? Asks Ben. Mistogen nods and Ben gets very happy now. He hugs Mistogen like a bro and says, ha ha ha, so it's you who have saved her. I haven't known her at that time, but she is my sister now, so I need to thank you for saving her at that time. I'll take you as my brother now, ha ha ha. Jalal smiles but then gets serious and says, sorry to break your excitement, but this is not the time to be happy. Everyone in our guild and Magnolia is in danger. I will explain everything to you. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of this fanfic novel and the other one on my Patreon page if you are interested. Clicking that Power Stone / like also seemed to be a good choice, hehe. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 212 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 223 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 178, 178. Mistogen's plan. Mistogen explains about Anima and what happened to everyone in Magnolia to Ben. It really shocks Ben when he knows that everyone has been turned into Lacrima Crystal. They will be used to supply this universe's magic power. Wait. But why did nothing happen to me? Natsu, Wendy, the cats, and Lucy are fine too, says Ben. To tell you the truth, I don't really know why, but Anima doesn't work on dragon slayers. In Lucy's case, she protected herself using her celestial spirit which comes from spirit world. Maybe that's the reason why she was fine. As for the Exceeds, it's because they were from Edila's and the Anima won't work on them, says Mistogen. What? They were from Edila's? I think you're wrong about that. Wendy and I found Carla and Bella while they were just eggs, you know, says Ben. And so was Happy when Natsu found him. I don't know the reason, but they were sent from Edila's through Anima, says Mistogen. Well, it doesn't matter, they are still my cute little sisters. It's also not the main problem now, the problem is the Lacrima. You've learned about this thing and worked on it for years. So I hope you know the way to return them to normal, right? Asks Ben. Yeah, we need to send them back to Earthland by reversing the Anima. It will take all magic power from Edila's though, says Mistogen. You won't die just because you don't have magic power, says Ben. I know, that's why I planned this. But it won't be easy to do that with the kingdom's interference, says Mistogen. Don't worry about the kingdom, I will try to make them busy. Apparently, my counterpart is a very wanted man. I will show up and make them focus on me so you can focus on your plan, says Ben. As I thought, you will say that. Natsu and Seo will also try to save the others, so I can move easier, says Mistogen. Them? Won't they just be in trouble without their magic? I am very confident in my physical power, but those guys are not that strong physically, says Ben. They will be fine, I've given Gajeel some pills that will make them able to use their magic power again. Here, you also need to eat it, says Mistogen while giving a pill to Ben. Ben takes the pill and inspects it before eating it. Then he feels as if something has been lifted from his shoulder. He makes a small fire on his hands then dispels it and checks his MP recovery rate. His MP recover at an almost normal rate now. But his spell's power is reduced and he needs to use more power to make it as strong as when he was in Earthland. He assumes that it's because the ether nano here is too thin. Ben decides to just use his magic item to fight. That way, he will still have high attack power while saving his MP. Besides, he doesn't use his magic item too often, so he wants to use it now at least. After talking with Mist Ogden, Ben leaves the building. He goes to the city to find Wendy's group in the city. Edo Lucy told him that they should be here already, so he wants to meet them and make sure they're fine. In the city, a celebration has just been held. They celebrate the giant lacrima that they've just got through Anima. The citizens are oblivious of where the lacrima came from and thought it's just a gift from God. Ben has known about this from Mist Ogden, but it still pisses him off. He doesn't do anything though because it won't solve this problem. What he needs to do now is to make sure that Mist Ogden's plan succeeds. I need to make sure that no one damage the lacrima. It might cause something bad to everyone that gets turned into lacrima, thinks Ben. Ben makes 3 clones and sends them to guard the lacrima crystals. A clone guards the lacrima in the plaza while the other 2 guard the bigger lacrima. They disguise themselves too before guarding the lacrima crystals. Then he continues to search for Wendy's group in the royal capital. He makes 4 more clones to help him in his search. But it's not easy to find them in this wide city. Even after some hours of searching, he still hasn't found them. Until suddenly, he hears a faint voice of someone calling him. He looks at the voice's source and sees Bella is running toward him amidst the crowd. She is wearing a T-Rex costume that he bought for her in the past. Ben, says Bella as she jumps on him. Bella. You find me, good girl, says Ben as he catches her. Smell, says Bella. You can smell me? Haha, that's good. Where are the others? Asks Ben. Caught, says Bella. What? Who caught them? Asks Ben in surprise. Bad Urza. Smell Ben, Bella ran, says Bella. Urza's counterpart, hey? Did you run alone? Asks Ben. Carla, Happy, run. Separated, says Bella. So you Carla and Happy go somewhere else, hey? I hope they're fine. But why don't you fly? Asks Ben. Hide. Bella flies, Carla can't, says Bella. Oh, so you hide yourself by not flying. No wonder you use your T-Rex costume, smart girl. But why can't Carla fly? And how could Natsu and Wendy got caught? Asks Ben. No magic, says Bella. They haven't gotten the pill from Mist Ogden, hey? But it's strange that you can fly while Carla can't. Sigh, it seems I can't wait for your plan to start, Mist Ogden. There's no way I'll let them hurt Wendy and Carla. Let's go, Bella. We need to save the day, says Ben while grinning. K, replies Bella excitedly. Ben and Bella go to the castle from the front very blatantly. Now, he doesn't wear any disguise and just shows his face. It makes everyone that guards the palace mistake him for Edela's Ben who has a high bounty. Sorry, but I don't have time to have a prolonged fight with you. I need to be fast and save Wendy. I also need to find Carla, so I will use my magic to make it fast, says Ben while grinning. The soldiers rush at him with their weapons and he raises Pendragon above him. Ben flows his Dragon Slayer magic's solar energy to Pendragon. Then he swings Pendragon down and releases the solar energy. Swish crash boom. His swing creates a big golden slashing arc that moves toward the castle's gate. It breaks the ground as it moves and the impact pushes the soldiers away. The golden arc hits the gate and destroys it in an instant. Ben walks amidst the destruction calmly while attacking some guards that come to him. These guys are weak and only have the number as their advantage. He can defeat them even without using his magic at all. Do you know where Wendy is? Asks Ben to Bella. Bella nods and pointed to the left. Ben grins and goes there while attacking the royal army that tries to stop him. They are no match for him even though he doesn't use his magic and only uses his sword. Bella also helps him using her Gatling gun to shoot the enemies. Ben has reached the end of the courtyard, but then 3 people appear in front of him. He knows who these 2 are because he has gathered a lot of information. They are 2 of the 4 royal army captains, Hughes, and Sugarboy. Whoa, amazing, you defeat them all easily, says Hughes with a happy tone. I expect no less from Fairy Tales Guild Master, Demon Lord Ben Silverstone, says Sugarboy. The Demon Lord. Damn, he has a better moniker than me, bastard, thinks Ben frustratedly. The 2 royal captains are confused seeing Ben act strangely. But they still put their guard up because they know Ben isn't an easy opponent and they might lose even though they're together. Ben stops and sighs before he looks at the 2 captains. You know, I'm in a hurry so can you just move away? Asks Ben. Too bad, that's not something that we can give you, says Sugarboy. Really too bad then, says Ben before he disappears. Ben suddenly appears between the 2 captains and grabs their faces. Then he slams both of them to the ground with all his power and instantly knocks them out. You should have just done as I say, says Ben as he walks away with Bella on his head. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of this fanfic novel and the other one on my Patreon page if you are interested. Clicking that power stone / like also seemed to be a good choice, hehe. I've uploaded 1 chapter 213 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 chapter 224 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 179. Prison Break. Ben enters the castle and follows the direction that Bella shows. Some soldiers still try to stop him but they never succeed. Then a human-sized black exceed that wears armor and holds a big sword stops them in their track. Another captain of Royal Army, Panther Lily, says Ben unimpressed. As we've thought, you will come to save your guild members, Demon Lord. It seems you've defeated Hughes and Sugarboy, but it won't. Lily can't finish his words because Ben suddenly teleports in front of him. Ben kicks Lily with his left leg and sends Lily onto the wall. The impact destroys the wall until a big hole appears. Lily is injured, but he doesn't get knocked out like the two royal captains. Ben has used more power than when he slammed the two royal captains, so he is impressed at Lily's toughness. Ho, you are tougher than those two. Maybe because you are an Exceed and can store magic power in your body, says Ben as he grabs Lily's head. Ugh, such power. Are you really Ben Silverstone? I don't remember you being this strong before, asks Lily while trying to release himself from Ben's hold, but to no avail. Well, I am Ben, that's what you need to know. Now, sleep. Ben uses a sleep spell on Lily and makes him sleep instantly. After putting Lily to sleep, Ben resumes his way to Wendy with Bella still on his head. Some soldiers still try to stop him, which makes him annoyed. He defeats them all and eventually reaches the jail underground. Ben looks around and finally finds Wendy and Natsu in a cell. Natsu is noisier than usual because he breaks the cell door without his magic. It makes Ben annoyed, so he blasts the door with a pure physical kick. You really need to work more on your muscle than your mouth, Natsu. Being noisy won't solve most problems. Anyway, here, eat it, and you will be able to use your magic again, says Ben while giving Natsu and Wendy the pills from Mist Ogden. What's this? Asks Wendy. A gift from Mist Ogden. Anyway, wasn't Lucy with you? Where is she? Asks Ben. I don't know. She wasn't here when I woke up, says Natsu after eating the pill. Natsu tries to use his magic and he can use it normally now. It intrigues Ben a bit because Natsu's spell's power doesn't seem to get affected by the thin ether nano in this place. Maybe because his spell's power is not as high as mine, so the difference isn't too clear. Well, that's not a bad thing because that means he can use his magic normally, thinks Ben. Ben wants to say something, but before he can do it, Natsu runs off first. He can only sigh and let Natsu does what he wants. It will just tire him out if he needs to keep telling Natsu what to do because the firehead will never listen. Let's find Lucy, then we'll search for Carla and Wendy. That firehead will make a ruckus so we can search without anyone troubling us, says Ben. Yes, says Wendy with a sad expression. What's wrong? Are you hurt somewhere? Asks Ben. No, it's about Carla, says Wendy. Wendy then tells Ben about what happened before. It seems that the Exceeds, which are Carla, Bella, and Happy, were sent to Earthland to capture the Dragon Slayers. Did Carla say that? Asks Ben. No, it's the bad Urza-san, says Wendy. Ben smiles and rubs her hair, then don't think too much about it. You two are best friends, right? So why don't you just believe in her now and then ask her about it later? But the bad Urza-san and the soldiers, says Wendy before Ben chimes in. Do you believe them or Carla? Asks Ben. Carla, says Wendy without hesitation. That's the answer, says Ben while smiling. They look around the jail and finally find Lucy. She is tied with chains and locked with wood in her cell, very different from Wendy and Natsu. Ben thinks that it must be because Edo Lucy is more dangerous than Edo Natsu and the kingdom mistook Lucy for Edo Lucy. Lucy is happy to see Ben and Wendy come, but she's confused because Natsu isn't there. Wendy explains it while Ben is freeing Lucy from the chains and wood locks. He doesn't have the keys so he just breaks the wood and cuts the chains. Alright, let's get out of here before that idiot put himself in a mess that he can't solve, says Ben. The others nod and they leave the underground jail. When they arrive outside, they find a big commotion there. Natsu is currently fighting with Edela's Urza and surprisingly he is on the losing end even though he can use his magic already. Ho, this Urza is quite strong. At least she is stronger than those two captains and a little stronger than Lily, says Ben. What should we do? Asks Lucy. I'll help him, we don't have time for this, says Ben. But before Ben can move, someone else has moved first and helped Natsu, it is Earthland Urza. She is very easy to be recognized because of her armor. Then someone else comes to Ben's group by flying. It's Myra in her Satan form. How could you get free? Asks Ben. It's Gajeel, he used his Dragon Slayer magic to free us. I was with Urza when the incident happened, so we got trapped together. We were turned into the Lacrima on the plaza, says Myra as she transforms to normal form. Dragon Slayer magic can be used to cancel the effect? Damn, why didn't Mist Ogden tell me about this? Ponders Ben. Maybe he doesn't know, says Myra. No, he knows. He gave Gajeel the pills, after all. That means he knows that Gajeel can free the ones who got trapped in the Lacrima, says Ben. Maybe not all Dragon Slayer magic can be used to do it. Gajeel's magic might be the only one that can be used to free the hostages. Your magic might just destroy the Lacrima, says Lucy. It's possible. Or maybe he doesn't want to make a big ruckus by freeing everyone. We just need to free a few, then send the rest back through his reverse anima plan, ponders Ben. Reverse anima? Asks Myra. Yeah, it's a way to return everything to normal, but I can't explain it now. We need to leave this place first. Also, I have something that I need to tell you, Myra, says Ben. Everyone nods, then they move to leave the castle. Many soldiers come to stop them, but Ben and Myra can take care of them easily. They almost reach Natsu and Urza's location when two small figures fly toward them. Carla, says Bella happily as she flies toward Carla. I'm here too, you know, says Happy in protest, but Bella ignores him. Carla, you've finally returned, and you finally can fly now. Bella said you couldn't fly before, says Ben in relief. Yeah, I have too much worry before, so I couldn't fly, Happy too. I thought it was strange because Bella could fly easily, but now I know the reason. It's because she doesn't worry about anything, she totally believes that you will come to save us. Also, she is always carefree about everything, so her heart doesn't waver, says Carla. Did you not believe me? Big brother is sad, says Ben teasingly while making some fake tears. And no, I believe you. But I was doubting myself. Also, Wendy, I'm sorry for everything, says Carla. It's okay Carla, but you need to explain everything later, says Wendy. Carla nods and then they proceed to leave the castle. But then again, many Exceeds come to catch Bella, Carla, and Happy, who have been judged as fallen. Ben is just about to attack the Exceeds when suddenly a beam is shot from the castle toward the Exceeds and they turned into a giant Exceed-shaped Lacrima. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of this fanfic novel and the other one on my Patreon page if you are interested. Clicking that Power Stone /like also seemed to be a good choice, hehe. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 214 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 225 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 180. Rangers. The Exceed army suddenly gets turned into a giant Lacrima. It surprises everyone and Ben tells Bella, Carla, and Happy to back off. What was that? Why did they suddenly turn into Lacrima? Asks Lucy. It must be the royal guys. They must have used something similar to what they used to turn Magnolia into Lacrima. Anyway, we can't stay here any longer. We need to leave and think of our next step, says Ben. Hey, what is that? Says Happy as he points at the sky. Everyone looks and sees three small things dived down from the sky. Then the three landed in front of them and now they can see that the three are Exceeds, in costumes and masks. The three Exceeds wear similar costumes with different colors and they are posing. Ha! Fallen Rangers have come. Don't worry Fallens, we are here to help, says the red male costumed Exceed who poses in the middle. The other two Exceeds wear yellow and black colored costumes. Ben's eyes twitched seeing them because they almost look like Power Rangers. Even their ridiculous poses are similar. But when some think that they are ridiculous, some think that they are cute, and some think that they are cool. Bella and Happy are very impressed by these three Rangers and Bella immediately join them to pose while still wearing her T-Rex costume. Are you one of the fallen? Don't worry, we are here to help you, says the Red Ranger. Help from what? Asks Ben. From the Exceed army, says the Red Ranger. Kryak Kryak. The Red Ranger blinks his eyes before saying, where's the army? Ben points at the giant Lacrima and the Red Ranger nods in understanding. He gets silent for a moment to proceed everything before he screams, Eee! What a late reaction, says Ben. Ben suddenly sees Edel as Urza rushes to the three Rangers and swing her spear onto them. So he flashes in front of her and kicks her with his left leg. She blocks his kick with her spear but she still gets flung very fast and crashes onto the wall. Let's leave this place, says Ben to his group. They all nod and immediately leave the castle. The three Exceed Rangers also join them because there's nothing to do here and they are also in danger. Ben wants to take them to Edel as Ben's hideout, but they decide to split. Natsu, Urza, Lucy, and Happy want to find Gajeel so he can save the others who are still trapped in Lacrima. Ben stops them from doing that because of Mistogen's plan. But he still let them go to guard the Lacrima to prevent the enemies from doing something with it. Remember, Don't free the others or it might affect Mistogan's plan. It will be very bad if his plan failed and no one can return to Earthland. If you mess things up, then a flick won't be enough as a punishment, says Ben while destroying a wall with his flick. Natsu, Lucy, and Happy have a horror face and salute, "Aye sir." "Urza, I leave them to you," says Ben. "Alright, you guys also need to be careful," says Urza. "Ben and I-san, can I join them? I know you won't need my help, so I won't do anything. But I want to help, so I will join them," says Wendy. "Me too," says Carla. "Are you sure?" asks Ben. Wendy and Carla nod, then Ben says, "Alright then. Be careful." They split and go in different directions. Ben goes to the hideout with Myra, Bella, and the 3 Exceed Rangers. He teleports them a few times to erase traces, so the royal army won't find the hideout. They finally arrived after some minutes and everyone is surprised to see Edela's Ben. "Are you using clone magic?" asks Myra. "No, this is Edela's Ben. It's the same case as Urza and Edela's Urza before," says Ben. "Oh," says Myra in understanding. "Hey, are they Exceeds?" asks Edela's Ben warily. "Yeah, but don't worry. Bella has been with me since she was born and these guys are what you called Fallens. So they aren't on Extalia's side," says Ben. Edela's Ben is still skeptical but he chooses to believe Ben. After that, Ben explains the situation to Myra, especially about Lysina. Meanwhile, Bella is talking with the Exceed Rangers because their conversation is too difficult. So Lysina's soul is here. "That means we can save her now," says Myra while crying happily. "Yeah, but we need to modify the Seath magic then test it first," says Ben. Ben then asks Edela's Ben about his research progress. It's just been a few hours, but Edela's Ben actually has some results. His ideas are also unique and quite different from what AI Chip and Ben has thought of. AI Chip immediately put Edela's Ben's ideas in her database and immediately processed them with the other ideas. She works fast and predicts that the new spell will finish in 30 minutes. Edela's Ben's ideas have made the modification progress faster. While Ben, Edela's Ben, and AI Chip work on the spell, Bella is having some fun with the Rangers. She even gets a costume with pink color and the Rangers teach her their poses. They also tell her about their past and the reason why they became Rangers. These 3 are a family. The Red Ranger is Dad, the Yellow Ranger is Mom, and the Black Ranger is their son. They were lived on Extalia, just like the other Exceed. But 6 years ago, they got banished and lived on a floating island. "Why did you got banished?" asks Ben. "Because we oppose the Queen, even to this day. We won't forgive her for taking our second child before it is even hatched. She sent 100 eggs that year for her ridiculous mission, killing the Dragon Slayers," says the Red Ranger angrily. The Mom Ranger is sad and the Sun Ranger is also angry like his dad. But both of them haven't said anything since earlier, they are very silent. 6 years ago? So Bella, Carla, and Happy are among those eggs, huh? Also, why don't you take off those masks? There's no enemy here, so don't worry, says Ben. The 3 Rangers look at each other before nodding and taking off their masks. When they take off their masks, Ben gets very surprised. He looks at the 3 Rangers and then at Bella back and forth. The Dad Ranger has the same orange fur and black stripes as Bella, but he has a very strict expression. The Mom Ranger has full orange fur and her eyes are calm but sharp, just like Bella. While the Sun Ranger has full black color with very sharp eyes. Don't tell me they're Bella's biological family, ponders Ben. Judging from their traits and similarities, the possibility is 87%. That's a high possibility. Also, it seems they've realized it since earlier. Maybe that's also why they gave her a costume. They must have made it for their daughter. There's no way they'll just give it to random Exceed. But Bella doesn't seem to realize it though, thinks Ben. Ah, that's right. What are your names? Asks Ben. I'm Moza, my wife's name is Muffin, and my son's name is Angus. They don't like to talk, sorry about that, says Moza. It's okay, Bella also doesn't talk that much. Such a coincidence, isn't it? Asks Ben while smiling. Isn't it? Asks Bella, copying Ben. The 3 Exceeds look away nervously and Moza says, H-hat, it's really a big coincidence. Ben sighs because it seems the 3 of them want to hide it for now, or maybe they aren't sure yet that Bella is their daughter. Seath magic spell modification complete. New spell, Soul Extractor has been created. Ben smiles and says, good, let's test this new spell. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of this fanfic novel and the other one on my Patreon page if you are interested. Clicking that Power Stone / also seemed to be a good choice, hehe. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 215 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 226 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 181. Experiment. You finished it? Asks Myra in surprise. That's fast, says Edela's Ben. Well, I have learned many books about magic and luckily I've learned a lot about black magic. Although I never use it and it will be better if we ask Big Slow to do it, we don't have time for it. He is inside that giant lacrima and we will need to release everyone for it. That will create chaos, so we can't do that, says Ben. So, who will use it? I never use black magic either, says Myra. I will use it, of course. Even though I never use black magic, I've learned it to its detail. That's why I'm sure I can pull it off. What I need right now is to try it. Let's find some animals for the experiments, says Ben. The others nod and they leave the capital stealthily. They go to the forest near the capital and immediately catch some small animals. It's very easy for them because these animals are normal, not magical beasts. The sky almost turns dark, so Ben needs to be fast now. He immediately tries normal Seath magic first and catches a dead soul before inserting it in a wood block. He succeeds in his first try and keeps succeeding after trying it 10 times. This is easier than I thought. Maybe I have a good affinity with souls, says Ben. After getting a grasp on Seath magic, Ben starts his test on the new spell. He grabs a black rabbit and puts his right hand on its head. Soul Extractor. A black aura suddenly covers the black rabbit and Ben can feel something sticking onto his hand. He pulls his hand from the rabbit's head and a transparent object is sticking on his hand, it's the rabbit's soul. But then the soul gets released and returns to the rabbit's body. Fail, hey? It seems the attachment of a living soul with its body is very strong. Either I need to strengthen the spell or weaken the host. Let's try with the latter because it's easier to do, says Ben. Ben puts the rabbit to sleep with a sleep spell before repeating his attempt. Now, it is easier for him to pull the soul and he finally succeeds. He tries it a few more times with the other animals and keeps succeeding when the animals are asleep. How is it? Asks Edela's Ben. This will work. We just need to put Lysina to sleep before using this spell on her. But to make sure that this won't fail, I will strengthen the spell, and then we'll test it on a human, says Ben. Human? Says Myra in surprise. Don't worry, we will use a criminal that has done some big crimes, so we won't need to feel sorry. Edela's Ben knows some people with that criteria, says Ben, followed by a nod from Edela's Ben. Do you really need to test it on a human? Asks Myra with a sad tone. Yeah, animal and human souls are different, so I need to test it on a human at least, says Ben. But what if he dies? Even if he is a bad person, Lysina will be sad if someone needs to die for her to live, says Myra sadly. He won't die, I can guarantee you that, so don't worry. Even the first rabbit didn't die when I failed. Also, if this spell fails, do you want it to happen on Lysina or a bad guy? Asks Ben seriously. Myra can't answer that. Myra, if you think Lysina won't like it then just keep it a secret from her. If she finds out about it in the future, then just say that this is my idea, says Ben while patting her head. Put me in too, this is our idea. Also, Myra, you shouldn't underestimate Lysina. I don't know about Earthland Lysina before she arrived here. But the Lysina that I know for these 2 years is a strong-hearted girl. She won't get depressed just because of this, says Edela's Ben. Myra widens her eyes and realizes that she is being overprotective. She still thinks that it's her fault that Lysina was hurt and can't wake up to this day. That makes her think that Lysina is fragile and needs her protection. I'm sorry, I keep seeing Lysina as a little girl and underestimate her, says Myra. It's okay. I know how you feel because that's how I was with Wendy. But you know, if we keep guiding them and protecting them, then they will never grow. We just need to guide and protect them when they really need it, that's also a way to show our love for them. Sometimes letting them get hurt is important, says Ben. That's quite confusing, but I think I know what you want to say. Alright, let's do it, says Myra. The group then goes to the capital again. It has become dark now so they can move without being detected. The only problem is they can't find the prison easily because their guide is Edela's Ben, who has a very poor sense of direction. Luckily with the 3 Exceed Rangers' help, they can find the prison after half an hour. They make the guards fall asleep before searching their target inside. After searching for some minutes, they finally find their target. Their target is placed in an isolated cell and tied with many chains. He is a man with fair skin and long dark green hair. This man looks rather handsome, but he has a crazy expression that shows his bloodlust. This man's name is Dennis. He was a royal captain more than 10 years ago, a very strong man, says Edela's Ben. Why does a royal captain gets imprisoned? Asks Ben. Sigh, because he killed so many citizens for his fun. His kind image was just a facade to hide his real self. It's quite complicated, so I won't say everything. But this man here is one of the worst criminals in this kingdom. He doesn't get the death penalty because he was a royal captain. That's something that I can't accept, says Edela's Ben. So you want to execute him yourself, hey? Well, whatever, it's your business. I just want to use him to test my new magic, says Ben. Then Ben and Edelizben enter the cell while the others wait outside. Dennis wants to attack them but the chains prevented him from moving. It seems he is not sane. Well, no one will be sane after being tied like this for 10 years. Anyway, let's start with the first test, says Ben as he grabs Dennis's head. You won't put him to sleep? Asks Edelizben. No, I want to test if the magic is used on a conscious person first. I've improved the spell, so maybe it will work, says Ben. Ben activates the spell and pulls Dennis's soul from his body. He thought it will fail, but surprisingly it works. Dennis's soul gets pulled while he is still conscious. Ben puts his soul on a wood block and then checks his body. His body is fine. Haha, the spell is working. It seems this spell is better to be used on humans than animals. But just one test isn't enough, I need more data. Edelizme, does everyone in the isolated cell dangerous criminals? Asks Ben. Yeah, they have done crimes punishable by death. I hate to admit this, but the kingdom's judgments on them are correct, says Edelizben. Ben nods and puts Dennis's soul back on his body before doing more tests on other people. While Ben does his test, Edelizben kills Dennis with a stab of his double-headed spear. Dad, Mom, I've avenged you, says Edelizben as he wipes the blood on his spearhead. With his sharp ears, Ben can hear what Edelizben says even though he says it with a low voice. So Dennis killed his parents, hey? Sigh, it reminds me of my past life. I'm glad that you can get your revenge, Edelizme. Alright, the tests are done. Now, let's help Lysina and return to Earthland, says Ben. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of this fanfic novel and the other one on my Patreon page if you are interested. Clicking that Power Stone / also seemed to be a good choice, hehe. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 216 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 227 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 182. Going for the king. Ben's group leaves the prison with only Ben knowing that Edelizben has killed Dennis. The others were following him while he tested the new spell before, so they don't realize it. Edelizben also killed Dennis cleanly so there was no sound at all. So, what will we do now? Asks Moza. We need to go to Fairy Tale and meet Lysina. But I'm worried that they have changed their location. When I was there, Edo Lucy was asking her guildmates to help us in the capital. I'm afraid that they're on their way here and we'll miss each other if we go there. Edo Ben, do you have a way to contact them? Asks Ben. Sorry, I don't have it. If I have it then I would contact them a long time ago, says Edo Ben. Sigh, as I thought. Then it seems we need to finish everything in capital first so we won't need to worry about anything later. Myra, you go with the cats and help the others. Edo Ben and I will strike the king. We are near the castle and the guards seem to be lower, so this is a very good chance, says Ben. Alright, be careful, replies Myra. Oi, who do you call cats? We are Exceeds, says Moza angrily. You are still cats in my eyes, says Ben while smirking. Moza keeps protesting but Ben ignores him and goes to the castle with Edelizben. Myra finally can calm Moza and they leave to help their friends. The royal army has chased them and they must be fighting now. On the way to the castle, Ben talks with Edo Ben, are you alright now? Why are you asking that so suddenly? Asks Edo Ben. You've killed Dennis and avenged your parents, right? I'm just worried that you might feel bad or something after killing someone. Are you feeling alright now? Asks Ben again. So you know, hey? Well, I don't know about you but I've killed many people. So killing Dennis isn't a big problem for me. Also, I feel relieved now after I finally killed the man who killed my family, says Edo Ben. That's good if you are alright. I won't say anything about killing because I've also killed many people. I just hope that you can live more freely now after cutting the bind of your heart, says Ben. Edelizben smiles and says, yeah, I will live more freely now. They arrive in the castle shortly after that and infiltrate it. There are still some guards there but they can handle the guards easily. Ben finally can see Edelizben's fighting skill and he is very impressed by it. Edelizben is an expert at spearsmanship and martial arts. He also has high physical strength, although not as high as Ben. But it is high enough, even higher than most mages in Earthland and that's impressive. His spear is a magic item but he hasn't used its magic at all. Strange, there's no royal captain at all. Usually, they would come immediately if they heard about my arrival, says Edelizben. I think they are going after my friends. We can use magic, so they are warier of us, says Ben. Makes sense. But the king must have stayed behind, says Edelizben. After a few minutes, the two of them finally arrived in front of the throne room. Before they can open the door, someone opens it from inside. They get alerted but then they see a girl running out of the room scaredly while holding a big key. It makes them confused but then a beam is shot toward the girl from behind. Without thinking, Ben flashes behind the girl to block the beam with his body. He hits his feet because it's very low and then it explodes. His sudden interference surprises Edelaz Ben, the girl, and the two old men inside the throne room. They think that Ben gets injured and Edelaz Ben is worried. But when the smoke disappears, they are surprised to see Ben is fine. A magic beam with heat property, it's very rare to get attacked by one. Fire is more popular than just heat, after all. But this magic is very weak. Well, what can I expect from a place with low ether nano density, says Ben calmly. Oi, are you okay? Asks Edelaz Ben. Yeah, I have high immunity toward heat, so it's not a problem. Anyway, one of those old men was attacking a girl, very despicable aren't they? Are you all right, miss? Asks Ben to the girl. Why yes, replies the girl while looking at Ben and Edelaz Ben back and forth. Ah, we're twins, don't mind it, says Ben, too lazy to explain. Demon Lord, so you finally come here. I hope you've prepared to die, says the tall old man. He is the king of Edelaz, Faust. Beside him is the chief of staff, Biro. And this girl is actually Biro's assistant, Coco. But I don't know why they attacked her, says Edelaz Ben. Demon Lord. Please, help me. They want to kill Lily, says Coco. What? Panther Lily? Tisk, even if I know you're despicable, I'd never thought that you will even kill your comrade, Faust, says Edelaz Ben angrily. Humph, what I do to my subordinate is none of your business. Besides, he should be honored that he can die for the kingdom, says Faust. You bastard, says Edelaz Ben even angrier. Enough talking, it won't solve anything. Take that girl out of here. I will handle the king, says Ben. Edelaz Ben looks at Ben for a moment before nodding and leaving with Coco. Faust orders Biro to chase after Coco and takes the key back. Biro does as he orders but Ben makes a slash attack in front of him and he stops. You won't go anywhere, old man, says Ben while smirking. Tisk, just who are you? Are you even the Demon Lord Ben Silverstone? Asks Faust. Most likely, he is someone from Earthland. Also, it seems he is one of them, your majesty, a dragon slayer. He mentioned that he has high immunity toward heat. That is one of Dragon Slayer's traits, immunity toward their element. So he must be a dragon slayer, says Biro. Ho, then this is perfect. We haven't gotten the Dragon Slayer magic power from those two that we captured before because they get rescued. But now there is one in front of us, so we can get it from him, says Faust. Ah, you're correct, your majesty. Then, I will make a preparation, says Biro before he leaves. Getting my magic power? Do you plan to absorb it or something? You guys sure like to take people's magic power, hey? That's a bad hobby, says Ben calmly. He lets Biro leave because he is curious about how they'll take his magic power. Ha ha ha, be calm while you can, kid. After this, you won't be able to do anything, so enjoy this moment while you can, says Faust before he shoots a beam from his scepter. Ben receives it again and doesn't get injured, just like before. I told you I have immunity, your attack won't work against me. Sigh, you must have gone senile, says Ben as he eats the heat to fill his energy. Faust clicks his tongue but keeps attacking Ben with the same magic. It seems his magic item only has one usage, thinks Ben. Ben is starting to get impatient when finally Biro returns with some soldiers. They bring a strange machine with them. Faust and Biro laugh as if they have won now. Ha ha ha, this is the end, you dragon slayer, says Faust crazily. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of this fanfic novel and the other one on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book will also help me a lot, so please consider it. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 217 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 228 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 183, 183. Dorma Anum. That strange machine, is it the one that they'll use to absorb my magic power? Let's see how that thing works then, thinks Ben as he looks at the strange machine. Suddenly, Faust shoots his magic again even though he knows it doesn't work on Ben. Ben just brush it off like before, but after the magic is gone, a glass vial suddenly hits him and breaks. From the vial, a high amount of green sticky substance comes out and covers Ben's body. Now Ben can't move because of the substance, not that he will move even without it. He wants to look at the magic power extractor, so he won't move. Then some soldiers surround him and tie him with chains. Faust and Biro laugh and ridicule him before they use the machine. Biro gets closer and activates the magic power extractor machine. When it gets activated, Ben suddenly feels his magic power getting pulled by it. Ben has a pained expression now because it is very painful when one lost their magic power. The greater one's magic power is, the bigger its effect will be. That's why when Makarov got his magic power depleted by Arya, he got in a very bad condition. Ha ha ha, now where's your arrogant face? You are nothing but a magic power supply for us, says Faust arrogantly. Yet, blah blah blah, you sure know how to talk, says Ben smugly. Poof. Ben suddenly turns into smoke and disappears from his position. Everyone gets surprised and looks around to find him. Then they find Ben right beside the machine as if he is examining the machine. So that's how this thing works, says Ben as AI chip finished the scanning. Why you, how could you be there? Asks Faust. I have been here since earlier. The one that you caught and absorb is my clone. It has a little portion of my magic power, so you can absorb it. But I must admit, you're really good at creating tools. Too bad that you use it against us, says Ben as he rips the bloating part behind the machine. It is where his clone's magic power that got absorbed stored. He has no intention of letting these people have his magic power. So he will take it back by ripping the storage and eating his magic power again. Normally, I can't eat my own magic. But it seems I can eat it again if it left my body forcefully. Well, maybe I can eat it because its owner is this machine now, not me, says Ben after he finished eating the magic power. Bastard! How dare you? Says Faust angrily. I dare, why won't I be? I even dare to destroy this machine, says Ben as he swings his sword. Ben creates a golden slashing arc and cuts the machine in half. Then he flashes to Biro and grabs the tools that Biro used to absorb his magic power. He breaks it immediately and then punched Biro in the stomach with a solar energy covered fist. Gah! Biro flings back and hits the wall before he falls and faints. Now the last enemy leader that he needs to fight is Faust. But just when Ben wants to attack, something emerges from the floor. Ben jumps back to avoid it and to get a better look at it. What the hell, says Ben as he looks at it. The thing that emerges from the floor is a giant metal egg. But it seems to be something that turned into an egg shape. There are some chains that tied the egg as it floats. Ha ha ha, now you won't have any chance again, brat, says Faust who has entered the egg when Ben was distracted. You said something similar before, says Ben. Humph, this is different because this is the ultimate weapon, Dorma Anum, says Faust. Blah blah blah, you talk too much. Let's just start. I haven't fought a good opponent since I fought Jose, so I hope you can give me a good fight, says Ben while he smirks. Humph, I will shut that arrogant mouth soon, says Faust. Suddenly, the metal egg gets released from the chains that tied it. Then it starts to move and slowly it opens up. When the transformation finished, it turns into a mecha dragon. Impressive. It's like Godzilla. No, wait. It's like one of my brother's collections when he was a kid. I think it's Bakugan, says Ben. Stop your blabbering, says Faust as he controls the Dorma Anum to punch Ben. Ben jumps to the side and avoids the punch that destroys the floor. Oi oi oi, this is your castle. Do you want to destroy it? Asks Ben. This is just a small price for Edeliza's future. As long as I can get your magic power, then I don't care even if this castle gets destroyed, says Faust. He's crazy. I don't really care if he dies, but there are many people inside this castle. The soldiers are ready to die, but what about the maids and other servants? They are innocents. And this is in the middle of the city, so it's dangerous. I need to take this fight somewhere, thinks Ben before he runs away. Now you finally realize your powerlessness and run away. But I won't let you go, says Faust as he chases Ben. Faust controls the Dorma Anum to run as fast as it can, but it still can't get closer to Ben. Ben is just too fast in his light mode and this is not even his full speed. He just runs rather fast so that Dorma Anum can keep up with him. A while later, he finds an empty amusement park and stops there. This place is wide enough for their battle and there's no one here. There won't be any casualties if they fight here. Faust laughs seeing Ben stop and immediately attack Ben. Surprisingly, the first attack is a roar attack, just like a dragon slayer's roar. Unless this roar doesn't have elemental property, just a magic beam. But that makes it more dangerous because Ben doesn't have immunity to it. He can't take this head on, so he counters it with his Sun Dragon's solar roar. Ben wants to test the Mecha Dragon's attack power by countering it. To his surprise, their attacks cancel each other. He has used a lot of power in his attack, so that means the Mecha Dragon has similar attack power. It makes him rather excited because this Mecha Dragon can be a good opponent. The dragon suddenly shoots a lot of glowing missiles toward Ben. Ben gets away from his spot but the missiles chase him. They're like homing missiles. But some of them hit the ground and explode. Ben looks at it and decides to receive the missiles. He gets hit and all the missiles explode on him. Faust laughs but then he stops when he sees the fire from the explosion gets sucked by something. It's Ben. You know, I recently found out that I am immune to the heat-based explosion. It's because this kind of explosion always happens in the Sunday. So your attack won't work. You even give me more strength with this attack, how kind of you, says Ben while smirking. Faust gets angry and shoots some more missiles that look different from before. The missiles explode in front of Ben but they also don't work like before. It makes Faust frustrated, so he takes out his trump card. Suddenly, the Dorma Anum transforms again. Its silver color turns black and it now stands straight like a human. Blades also appear on both of its hands and it looks far stronger than before. Dorma Anum, Black Sky. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of this fanfic novel and the other one on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book will also help me a lot, so please consider it. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 218 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 229 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 184. Dragon Knight. It looks stronger now and it looks like a Dragon Knight rather than a dragon. Let's see its power before I finish this, says Ben as he looks at the second form of Dorma Anum. The Dorma Anime suddenly jumps high to the sky and opens its mouth. It shoots multiple big magic bullets onto him at a high rate. Ben moves around to avoid the incoming bullets while slashing those that he can't dodge. The bullets hit the ground and create some big explosions. These bullets don't have heat or fire properties so Ben can't take it head on. It seems the king has learned from his mistakes and changed his strategy. He uses pure magic bullet just like the previous roar spell. Well, at least he learned, or he will be too stupid, says Ben as he approaches the Dorma Anum. Before Ben can get close though, Dorma Anum lands on the ground. Then it swings its right sword toward Ben and he blocks it with his sword. He gets flung back and as he flies, the ground beneath him erupts after some purple light beams come out of the ground. Boom boom boom. Many spots on the ground around Ben erupt quite strongly. Faust sees Ben gets engulfed by the eruption and laughs. But then he remembers Ben's tenacity, so he swings his sword 3 more times to make some more eruptions. Ha ha ha, this is the power of Dorma Anum. You shouldn't look down on your opponent, brat. Now you have paid the price, says Faust. Ha, the price must be very cheap, or maybe it's free. This thing isn't as impressive as what you said it'd be, says Ben from inside the scattered dust. As the dust disperses, Ben can be seen standing on where he was before. He is encased in a big dark purple energy ball. It is a gravity barrier spell that he found in Magic Library. He used it to block the eruption's impacts. Well, I must praise you to have such a strong robot. Too bad that I am your opponent. You will have a chance if you fight the other dragon slayers in my guild, even if they fight together. I don't want to show off too much in my new guild, but there's no one here besides us, so I think it's fine. I also want to test this new skill, says Ben as he holds his Pendragon sword and charges it with solar energy. TCH, what are you blabbering about? This fight isn't over yet, says Faust. Dorma Anum opens its mouth again and then shoots a big magic beam. This roar spell is far stronger than the first one that it used while still in normal form. Ben will need to use a lot of magic power to counter this with his roar spell. But it won't make Ben phases, it makes him even more excited instead. It is a rare chance to test his new skill against a very strong attack. He holds the sword in his right hand but he raises it on his left. Sun Dragon Twister. Ben swings his sword down before raising it to his right as if he makes a circling motion. He even spins his body a few times in the air following his swing. Then a big golden spiral slash attack comes out of his sword and moves toward the magic beam. Boom! The two attacks collide and get into a stalemate for a brief moment before Ben's attack cuts through the beam. It slices the magic beam into small parts as it keeps moving toward Dorma Anum. Faust is in disbelief seeing his attack get cut like bread. Shit! Curses Faust as he controls Dorma Anum to get away. Dorma Anum succeeds to evade Ben's attack that keeps moving and cuts some attractions in the amusement park. Ben is very satisfied with this new attack because it is very powerful. But of course, it needs a lot of magic power to be used to produce that much attack power. His proficiency over this technique isn't that high yet. So he needs to use more magic power to make it very strong, and the effect is greater than his anticipation. And no way! Dorma Anum is the greatest power that used Ether Nano in the surrounding. That attack was the strongest attack that it can make. How could you break it easily? Asks Faust in frustration. How? Simple. Because I am stronger, that's the sole reason for every victory. Those who have higher power will always win, that's how it is. Your machine is good, but it's not good enough to defeat me, says Ben while smirking. Damn brat! Says Faust angrily. Faust gets angry and attacks Ben with the Dorma Anum. He uses everything from roar, swords attacks, eruption, bullets, and missiles. Ben grins as he counters every attack happily. It's a chance for him to fight a rather strong opponent with his sword, after all. He hasn't had the chance to do this before, so he is happy with this opportunity. Besides, he wants to know his limit if he just uses his magic sword and doesn't go all out. Ben is rather overwhelmed at first, but then he gets more used to it. His swordplay becomes better and better as he fights. He is very happy because this fight is also like training for him. But then he gets reminded that he can't play for too long. He has something to do after this, so he needs to finish this fast. The sword training can wait until he returns to Earthland. Sorry about this, old man. But this game needs to finish soon, says Ben. Game? You think this is a game? Asks Faust angrily. That's right, this is a game, says Ben, who suddenly appears in front of Dorma Anim's face. Faust is surprised and controls Dorma Anim to move back. But Ben is faster than him and has prepared a sword attack. Pendragon glows very bright as it gets engulfed in golden flame. This is the end, says Ben as he slashes at Dorma Anim's neck. A golden slashing arc is generated from Pendragon and hits Dorma Anim's neck. It cuts through the neck easily and the head gets separated from its body. The cutting mark is glowing red because the attack was very hot, that which makes the metal glows bright red. Dorma Anim falls as Ben also lands on the ground. Ben goes up to the Dorma Anim's stomach and he covers his hands with solar energy to make them shaped like dragon's claws. Then he plunges his claws onto the robot and rips it apart. After he ripped the robot, he finds the scared King Faust inside. Ben grins sinisterly, then he sends a punch at the old king but stops right in front of the old guy's face. Still, Ben's killing intent on that punch is enough to make the old guy faint. Mist Ogden won't be angry because I do this to his dad, right? Ponders Ben. I won't be angry, says Mist Ogden, who suddenly appears. Oh, you're here. I was too focused on the battle that I didn't sense you. So, how is the plan? Asks Ben. It went well. I found an anima big enough to send Magnolia back and I've done that. Now I just need to send you guys back and also send every ether nano in this world to Earthland, says Mist Ogden. Are you sure about that? You still can use magic even with thin ether nano here, says Ben. It's fine. This world needs to change, says Mist Ogden. Alright then, do as you wish. But as I've asked you before, I want to know everything about anima. In exchange, I will teach you some technologies that don't need the use of magic power. I won't tell you everything though because I want to give some to my other self, says Ben. That's fine. He is not an enemy of this world, so I can trust him. Besides, he should be much smarter than me in technology. So he will do better, says Mist Ogden. That's great. Now, let's put all of this to an end, says Ben while grinning. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of this fanfic novel and the other one on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciate. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 219 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 230 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 185. Saving Listener. Mist Ogden gives Ben all information about anima that he stole from the castle. In return, Ben gives Mist Ogden knowledge about modern technology. What Mist Ogden asked is the method to produce energy, so Ben gives him everything he knows about it. I am not an expert in this field, so I don't really know how to produce energy for mass usage. What I have is just basic concepts and knowledge to produce electricity. So you need to learn it by yourself and develop it, says Ben. It's fine. We will find a way to use this knowledge. Even though it's not full, it's better than nothing. At least we have something to start with. I already learned steam engine to power a machine, so there's another option. I never learned about producing electricity though, so it will need a thorough study, says Mist Ogden. After trading the information, Ben and Mist Ogden leave the amusement park. Mist Ogden tells Ben that the others are fighting with the royal army and their captains. Edelas Fairy Tale also has arrived in the capital to help them. Ben asks the Edelas Fairy Tale's location and immediately goes there. Mist Ogden wants to release all the Ether Nano and Edelas to Earthland. So he needs to help Lysina before that happens. He arrives on where the Edelas Fairy Tale fights the royal army in a short time. Myra has arrived first and currently fighting with Sugar Boy in her Satan soul form. The Edelas Fairy Tale mages are fighting with the royal army. Ben wants to help Myra, but she says, "Don't worry about me, just help Lysina. That can wait after you finish your battle. No need to hold back, I will protect them," says Ben as he stands between Myra's fight and the Edelas Fairy Tale. "You really know what to say," says Myra while smiling. Sugar Boy isn't a strong opponent for Myra. But he keeps trying to attack the Edelas Fairy Tale members after knowing that he isn't Myra's match. So Myra needs to split her concentration on fighting him and protecting them. Now with Ben here, she can just focus on fighting him. Sugar Boy is a strong swordsman, but it's not a problem for Myra. His magic item that can liquefied objects is also not a problem for her because her magic doesn't have a physical form. The problem is he can levitate and glide on the ground at high speed. He used this to keep attacking Edelas Fairy Tale mages and gave Myra a hard time. But now, Ben is there and Sugar Boy knows he isn't Ben's match after getting defeated easily before. His only chance is by fighting Myra and defeating her, but that's also difficult. He has seen Myra's power and he's sure he can't win against her. So he needs to use his last card, run away. Ha, you think you can run? Asks Myra as she chases Sugar Boy. Their speed is similar, but Myra can prepare a long-range attack while chasing him. She makes a dark energy ball on her hand and she points it at Sugar Boy. Demon Blast! Says Myra as she shot a dark energy beam from her hand. Sugar Boy senses an attack comes and tries to evade it. He succeeds to evade a direct hit, but the impact from that attack is big enough to push him away. The impact makes him fly to a wall and crashes onto it. As he crashes, Myra finally reaches his position and immediately catches him. She takes him out of the building and takes him to the sky before throwing him down. He crashes onto the ground and gets injured, but Myra hasn't finished. She dives from the sky and then punches Sugar Boy's chest. Her punch breaks his thick pink armor and also hits his chest. He coughs some blood and gets knocked out, giving Myra her victory. While Myra chased Sugar Boy, Ben helps the Edala's fairy tale mages. He attacks the royal army with his bare hands and just knocks them out. He has promised Mist Ogden not to kill anyone from Edala's army, after all. As the war goes on, Edala's Ben suddenly appears with Coco on his back. She still holds the big key that she stole from Faust before. Everyone looks at them and Edala's Myra immediately rushes and hugs Edala's Ben. "Where have you been?" asks Ben while still attacking the soldiers. Says Edala's Ben nervously. "He kept getting lost even though I've told him where to go. We were just going around places and wasted time," says Coco angrily. Everyone has a dark face before the fairy tale mages and Ben laugh. "Ha ha ha, at least you've found us now. Anyway, can you take care of them? I will help that girl now and finish an important business," says Ben. Edala's Ben looks at Lysina who is fighting too and nods. He puts Coco down and switches place with Ben to fight the soldiers. Ben carries Coco before he tells Lysina, Edala's Myra, and Edala's Myra to follow him. At this time, Myra finally comes back with the defeated Sugar Boy. Ben immediately calls her and tells her that they'll start the plan. She nods and throws Sugar Boy away before following Ben. The group goes rather far from the battlefield and gets inside a building. Ben asks Lysina to lay down and gets ready while the others stay guard. Coco is the only one who doesn't know what's going on, so she keeps silent. "Are you ready?" asks Ben. "Yeah, please be gentle," says Lysina playfully. Ben has a dark face and flicks her forehead lightly. "Don't say it as if I will do something bad to you. Now, sleep." Ben casts a sleep spell on Lysina and makes her sleep instantly. He can do it while she is conscious, but he doesn't want to take a risk. Then he immediately uses the new spell, Soul Extractor, on her. When he uses the spell, Ben can feel two souls in Lysina's body. He doesn't know who is who between these two souls, so he pulls both of them. Among these two souls, one soul is easier to pull than the other. Then after he pulls them, he communicates with the souls and finally knows which one is Earthland Lysina. The souls didn't get affected by the sleep spell, after all, so he can talk with them. He finally knows that Earthland Lysina is the one that gets pulled easier. Maybe it's because this is not her body that her attachment to it is low, thinks Ben as he returns Edala's Lysina to her body. Ben then takes out a wood block and inserts Earthland Lysina's soul in it. This wood is from the giant tree that he found in his journey when he met Morgbit. It is very strong and contains ether nano in it, so it will keep the soul in good condition until they return to Earthland. He gives the wood to Earthland Myra and says, "Keep her safe until we return." Myra nods and hugs the wood block happily as some tears flow from her eyes. Ben returns to Edala's Lysina and wakes her up. Then he asks about her condition and she replies that she feels weak now. It must be the after effect of getting your soul pulled out of your body. Also, now there's only one soul in your body where there are two before. Your body must need adaptation to the change, so it should be temporary. "Don't worry, you will get better soon," says Ben as he pats Lysina's head. Lysina suddenly hugs Ben and says, "Thank you, Ben Nii." The others except for Coco also suddenly hug him and say their gratitude. Coco is still confused and asks nervously, "What happened?" You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of this fanfic novel and the other one on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciate. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 220 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 231 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 186. Reverse Anima. After saving Lysina, Ben's group leaves the building and returns to the battlefield. On their way there, Ben breaks the key that Coco holds so no one will be able to use it. Well, even if they have the key, they won't be able to use it because they failed to absorb Ben's Dragon Slayer magic. Besides, their king has been defeated and so is Byro and Sugar Boy. Ben still doesn't know about the other royal captains though. But with the king defeated, it's safe to assume that they all have been defeated. Also, Mist Ogden has told Ben that Panther Lily is actually on Mist Ogden's side. He joined the kingdom because Mist Ogden is the prince and they are close. That Black Exceed has helped Mist Ogden in the past too, so he is an ally. The only ones left are just Hughes and Edila's Urza. Myra said that Urza is fighting Urza now, so there should be no problem. Their Urza will surely win, she isn't called Titania without any reason. As for Hughes, Wendy, Natsu, and Lucy are fighting him. Gajeel fought Lily before, but with Lily finally joining Mist Ogden, Gajeel should have joined Natsu. Even if he doesn't, Natsu, Wendy, and Lucy should be able to win. Ben will need to scold them and train them a little if they lose even when they fight 3 vs 1. Lucky for them because they have won against Hughes. The 3 of them have come to the battlefield to help after defeating Hughes. So now they don't need to be trained by Ben, which will traumatize them. Gajeel and Urza also have come here, which means that all royal captains have been defeated. The war here also has finished because the soldiers have given up after their captains and king get defeated. So, what should we do now? Asks Gajeel as the Earthland fairy tale mages gather. Mist Ogden will use a reverse anima to return us to Earthland. He will do it while removing magic from this world and it will surely create chaos. So he said to me that he will become an enemy of this world while making Panther Lily the hero, says Ben. What? But isn't all of this his hard work? Then shouldn't he become the hero? Asks Myra. Yeah, I think so too. That's why we need to do something for him. He will stay here, after all, so we need to give him a gift, right? Asks Ben. Do you want us to be the villain? Asks Natsu. Ben looks at Natsu in disbelief before saying, Natsu, you can actually use your head, hey. What do you mean by that? Asks Natsu in protest. I mean what I mean. Anyway, just like what Natsu said, we will be the villains and make him the hero, says Ben. Ben explains the plan, which is very simple, and Natsu is really eager to do it. So Ben gives the role of the main villain to Natsu and the Firehead says that he will be a demon king. It's different from Ben's plan, but he just let Natsu do it because the main point is still the same. The others will help Natsu to make destruction and scare the civilians. But Urza and Myra refuse to do it, so only Ben, Wendy, and Gajeel will help Natsu. The Edila's fairy tale mages will help the civilians to evacuate so people will like them later. Wendy, do you want to meet Mist Ogden? You know his real identity, right? This might be the last time you see him, you know, says Ben. That's... Yes, I want to meet him, says Wendy. Alright, let's meet him before it starts. Moza, you should also talk with Bella. You might not have another chance after this, says Ben to Moza, the Dad Exceed Ranger. Ugh, alright, replies Moza. Ben smirks a little because he succeeds to fool Moza. If Mist Ogden's plan works and all magic gets sent to Earthland, then the Exceeds will also get sent there because they have magic power in their body. But Moza, his wife, and his son don't seem to be aware of this. They should be aware of it though, because Bella, who is an Exceed, will get sent to Earthland. The messy situation has made them confused, so Ben can easily fool them before they can think clearly about it. After saying that, Ben holds Wendy's hand and teleport to Mist Ogden's place. Mist Ogden has told him the location of the anima control before, so he can teleport close to it. Then he and Wendy go to the control room and see Mist Ogden talk with Lily. Did we disturb you? Asks Ben. Ben. Wendy. What are you doing here? Asks Mist Ogden in surprise. Wendy wants to have a small talk with you, says Ben as he pushes Wendy's back a little. Wendy approaches Mist Ogden and hugs him while saying her gratitude for him. He has saved her in the past and she really appreciates that. She has searched for him for the last 7 years and Ben also helped her, but they never found him. They even mistook Earthland Jalal with him, but finally, they find the correct one. Now they will part ways and maybe will never meet again. So Wendy wants to say what she always wants to say and bid farewell to him. Ben and Lily just watch them from the side awkwardly because Ben has injured Lily before. So he apologizes to Lily and the Big Exceed doesn't mind it. This is a war and they were enemies before, so it's normal for them to fight. After talking with Wendy, Mist Ogden activates the full-scale reverse anima. Ben looks at the process intensely and asks AI chip to scan and learn it. He wants to learn everything that he can learn because it might be useful later. The reverse anima is active now and Ben can feel the ether nano in the air is moving up to the sky. With this, the other plan must have started too, so they need to return and become villains. Ben holds Wendy's hand again to teleport to the city. But before leaving, he says something to Mist Ogden. Prince, we have a show for you, so why don't you go out and watch it? Without waiting for a response, Ben teleports together with Wendy to the city. Mist Ogden and Lily are confused by Ben's words. But then a soldier calls them and tells them that something bad has happened outside. They go out and finally know what Ben means. In the city, Natsu and Gajeel are making a ruckus and destroying buildings while holding the king as a hostage. Ben and Wendy, who have just returned, also join them and scare the people. It's hard for Wendy to even scare children, so Ben and Gajeel help her from the back. Mist Ogden realizes what they are doing, but they are making too much destruction. It's not what he wanted, so he immediately goes to stop them. When he appears, Natsu introduces him to the citizens as Prince of Edelas and challenges him to fight. Mist Ogden immediately runs to Natsu and confronts him in hand-to-hand combat. The others are just looking at the fight and stop what they're doing. This looks very strange and Ben thinks that no one will believe their bad act. Sigh, there's no way people will believe this. Someone who can use magic and destroy big buildings is fighting with his fists and then losing. No one in their right mind will believe this, but we don't have another choice, says Ben pessimistically. Don't worry, I think they believe it, says Gajeel. What Gajeel said is true and it makes Ben flabbergasted. He is glad that this works, but he is worried about Edelas's people's intellect. Still, their plan goes well and everyone believes it when Natsu loses from Mist Ogden. After Natsu's defeat, everyone who has magic power in their body gets pulled to the sky. Their bodies glow and they act as if they are in pain to show that this is Mist Ogden's doing. But they still have time to bid their farewell before they finally disappear from Edelas along with all magic power in this world. All of this has finally ended and they can go home now. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of this fanfic novel and the other one on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciate. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 221 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 232 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 187, 187. Return to Earthland. Ben and Seo find themselves on a border of forest near Magnolia. They see the town that they know very well and get very happy. Ben checks the ether nano density in the atmosphere to make sure that they've returned. We've finally returned. Myra, is the wood that contains the soul all right? Asks Ben. Yeah, I still hold it, says Myra as she shows it to Ben. Ben touches the wood and can feel Listena's soul inside, so she is fine. Everyone cheers happily and Bella is now hugging the 3 Exceed Rangers who are confused by the situation. It seems they've told Bella that they are her family before the reverse anima started. Why are we here? Asks Moza confusedly. That's right, why are they here? Asks Natsu, representing the others who are confused too. I told you that reverse anima was sending all magic power from Edelas to Earthland. So all beings with magic power inside their bodies will also get sent here, including the Exceeds. If it only affects the native of Earthland, then Bella, Carla, and Happy would be left there too because they were originated from there, explains Ben. Ooh, says everyone in understanding. Wait. Then that means, Carla can't finish her words when many Exceeds suddenly comes out of the bushes. The 3 Exceed Rangers immediately get between the mages and Exceeds, ready to fight. They are still angry at the Queen and her subordinates for sending their second child 6 years ago. The 3 of them won't let the Queen take Bella again. But the Queen is looking down in guilt and so are her subordinates. Carla and the 3 Exceed Rangers don't care though and get angry at them. A white Exceed also gets angry at the Queen's group and Moza knows him because this Exceed is also being exiled just like him. The Queen's group just stays silent and then Wendy tries to calm the angry ones. She says they need to hear the Queen's explanation first before doing anything. The angry Exceeds stop and agree to at least hear the Queen. Then with a guilty expression, the Queen explains the reason for sending all the eggs 6 years ago. She said it was for a mission to kill dragon slayers, but that is just a lie. Her real intention was to save the children because she has a future vision where Extalia gets destroyed. She couldn't reveal the truth so she planned all those scenarios with her subordinates. It all went well, but they never thought that Carla will have a precognition ability like Queen Shagata. Carla's ability is still imperfect though and that caused her to think of the mission. If Carla's ability has reached a good level, then she will realize that the mission is just a fake. The Queen and her subordinates apologize to everyone there. Then the other Exceeds also apologize because they realize that they were too full of themselves all these years. They never thought that they would almost turn extinct. After Carla receives their apologies with the others' persuasion, the Exceed decide to leave and find the other children. But before leaving, Queen Shagata hugs Carla first. Ben knows that she is Carla's mother, but she doesn't say anything, so he let her be. She must have felt very guilty now, so I won't force her. Besides, Carla is smart enough to realize this fact. She just won't admit it, thinks Ben while smiling. The white Exceed approaches Happy with a female blue Exceed. He doesn't need to think too much and Ben knows that they are Happy's parents. It seems the Exceed's instinct is strong enough to know if they are blood family. After that, the Exceeds leave to find a new place to stay and find the other children. Bella's family also joins them to help in this mission. Although they are reluctant to leave Bella again, she has Ben, Wendy, and Carla, so she will be fine. We will visit you once in a while, so don't worry. Keep that costume, alright? That is the proof that you are also an Exceed Ranger, says Moza as they have a family hug. Bella nods and Ben assures them that he will take care of her. They smile and then they leave too with the other Exceeds. The mages bid their farewell to the Exceeds that fly away. They are just about to return to Magnolia when another Exceed suddenly appears. It's a small black Exceed and Ben is surprised when he sees the Exceed. He knows from its magic power that it is Panther Lily. You're Panther Lily? How did you get small? Asks Ben curiously. What? He is Lily. Asks Gajeel with a surprised tone. That's right, I am Lily. Actually, I want to join the guild where Prince stayed before. Am I allowed? Asks Lily. Gajeel suddenly grabs and hugs Lily while crying, of course, you are allowed, partner. He's crying, comments Lucy. After that little event, they return to Magnolia in Ben's car. It's not too far, but using a car is still faster than walking. Ben takes them to the guild and the ones in the guild are asking about what happened. Stop. I know you are curious but there is something important to do. Elfman, Wendy, follow me, you can join too, Carla. Also, Master, can you join us, please, says Ben. Everyone is confused and looks at Makarov who nods. Ben, Makarov, Myra, Elfman, Wendy, and Carla then leave the guild building. The others want to follow them but Urza stops them because it must be important. Besides, they want to know what happens and Natsu and Seo can explain it. Where will we go? Asks Elfman. Hospital. It's time, replies Ben shortly. Elfman and Makarov widen their eyes a bit because they can guess what they'll do. Although both of them don't know if their guess is correct or not. But they hope that they are correct and Lysina will be saved. Sometimes later, they arrive in Lysina's room. It's not the visit time, but they can enter easily with Makarov's help. His big name as the Magic Guild Master is enough to make the hospital allow them to enter it. Myra, the wood, please, says Ben. Myra gives the wood that contains Lysina's soul to Ben. Then Ben asks Wendy to check Lysina's condition and cast heal on her. Even if she is fine, laying on a bed for 2 years must have weakened her. Wendy's current heal spell can restore Lysina's body condition to normal, that's why Ben asked her to do it. Ben has helped Wendy develop her magic so her spells including heal are quite strong now. After Wendy finished, Ben immediately uses the soul extractor spell again. He shouldn't let Lysina's soul stay in the wood for too long or it might damage her soul. So he pulls her soul and then inserts it into her body. Her soul enters her body very easily and everyone waits anxiously. Soon, one of her fingers moves, and then she opens her eyes. Lysina looks at them and smiles before calling her siblings' names. Myra and Elfman are overjoyed and immediately hug Lysina while crying. Ben pulls them a little and warns them to not hug her too tightly. They nod and keep hugging Lysina but with less strength. The others smile seeing this scene and they're happy that Lysina finally recovered. Ben calls the doctor and nurses to check on Lysina's condition. The doctor and nurses are surprised and confused but still check her condition. After checking, the doctor says that she is in a good condition and can even leave the hospital now. So they choose to let her leave, but they take her home for now. They will take her to the guild tomorrow because it's night already. The next day, they take Lysina to the guild and everyone is overjoyed by her recovery. They all want to hug Lysina but Elfman punches them all away. Then they hold a party for everything that happened in this short time. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of this fanfic novel and the other one on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciate. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 222 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 233 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 188. Discussing plan. After Lysina's recovery, Myra and Elfman get a lot livelier. They were always worried about Lysina before, but now she has recovered. Lysina explains what happened to her to everyone in the guild while they are having a party. She also tells them her story when she was in Edelas. Everyone asks about their Edelas counterpart which becomes a funny conversation because they all show different reactions. Some people are very disappointed because their counterparts weren't founded. After the party, Makarov calls Ben to his office. He asks Ben about the full detail of what happened in Edelas, including Mistogan's case. So Ben tells him everything because the guild master needs to know it. Sigh, we lost one more S-class mage. But this is his choice and I will respect it. The biggest problem now is you, says Makarov. What? Why me? Asks Ben in confusion. You can modify a magic spell and create a new one in a short time. That is a good thing but also a problem. If words of this go out, many people will target you, says Makarov. I'm aware of that. That's why I don't tell everyone that I modified a magic spell. I just tell them that it's a black magic spell that I know. Only Myra, Bella, and Lysina know about this, and I've asked them to hide it, says Ben. That's good, but you still need to stay on guard. Those who know a lot of magic spells will find it suspicious, says Makarov. I will just say that my Gramps taught it to me. He is an ancient monster, so he knows a lot of things, says Ben. You've thought of everything, hey? That's good. Anyway, let's move to the next topic, about your Wizard Saint invitation, says Makarov. Ben nods and says, I've thought about this in these few days while I'm in Edelas, Master. Just like before, I'm still not interested to become a Wizard Saint. But I will go to meet the council to know what their offers and requirements are. I can predict one of the requirements though. What is it? Asks Makarov. They'll ask me to leave Fairy Tale. If I stay here, we will have 2 Wizard Saints in a guild. That will just make us too strong for them to handle. Not to mention we also have guildarts. This invitation is a way for them to reduce our power. That's why I assume that their offers will be very tempting for me so that I'll take it, says Ben. So you also think like that, hey? Those people hate Fairy Tale, after all, so that thinking has flashed in my mind right after I received the invitation. You are still a new member, after all. So they think that they can take you easily, says Makarov. Ben smirks and says, too bad for them then. I have no intention to leave as long as my sisters want to stay here. So you just follow your sisters? Asks Makarov jokingly. Master, my home is where my sisters stay. I've promised Gramps that I will always be by their side, after all, says Ben. Ha ha ha, I need to thank Wendy, Bella, and Carla for liking this guild then, says Makarov. Both of them then discuss their plan to visit the Magic Council and some other things. They'll go there in 2 days because there are a few things that Makarov needs to do. Ben also wants to rest first after doing a lot of things in Edelas. After the discussion, they return to the guild hall. They see Wendy is casting heal on Lysina just like what Ben instructed. She will cast heal on Lysina every day to hasten Lysina's full recovery. Lysina's body has stayed in bed for 2 years without moving. So there are some minor problems with her body because it never moves for 2 years. Her muscle is weakened a lot in these 2 years and it will take time for it to fully recover. But with Wendy's help, Lysina's muscle will return to its normal shape fast. Of course, she also needs to eat a lot of food with high nutritional value. Just heal spell won't make her recover to her initial condition. Poor Lyusika has made a diet plan for Lysina and she also made some supplements for her. There's no one here that has better medical knowledge than her, after all. Although she keeps grumbling when they asked for her help, Ben knows that she is happy about Lysina's recovery. While waiting for 2 days to pass, Ben works on what he just got from Mist Ogden, Anima. He is very interested in Anima because it can take Ether Nano from another universe. This is the first time he knows that there is a magic that works across the universe, so he is very interested in this. Now Ben knows that there are alternate universes in this world. Edelas shouldn't be the only one and there must be other universes too. He wants to try finding one or maybe some other universes. His adventurous heart is fluttering right now by this possibility. That's why he wants to learn Anima thoroughly to know how to find these universes. The problem is that he doesn't have other references except for Anima. So it will take a long time for him to get what he wants. It seems I need to return to Magic Library and try to find other references. But I can't do it soon because there will be an important event soon. Master said that there will be an S-class exam this December. I don't know if I will be a candidate, but the possibility is high. There's no way I will miss this chance, thinks Ben. Ben has high confidence that he will be an S-class if he is chosen as a candidate. He can just laze around and he will still become an S-class. After all, he is stronger than Myra and Urza who have become S-class mages. But he doesn't want to laze around and do nothing. If he wants to be an S-class mage in Fairy Tale, then he needs to show his determination. He will finish many difficult quests and get stronger before the exam starts. I need to prepare for any kind of test, even if it is to fight Master or Guildarts. Being an S-class means I can take more difficult jobs. Such jobs will help me to get stronger, so I need to become an S-class, thinks Ben. Ben then makes a plan for his training before the S-class exam. What he needs to increase is his magic power reserve and also his magic mastery. His main magic is Dragon Slayer magic, but he also needs to train his Devil Slayer magic and now he also works on non-Slayer magic. Slayer's magic have higher power but also use a lot of magic power. That's why he wants to make the normal version which will reduce the magic power's consumption. By having the normal version, he'll also have more options to be used in battles. For the basic elements like fire, light, gravity, and heat, Ben already has learned many spells in Magic Library. But the advanced element like plasma and solar aren't available, so he needs to make them himself. Luckily, he has AI chip that can work on it by modifying his Slayer's magic. It will finish before the S-class exam, so he will have more weapons to be used at that time. Ben doesn't like to just rely on what he already has, after all. This project will delay the Anima project, but it's not a problem. He is not in a rush for the Anima and this project takes priority. Besides, AI chip is a fast worker and it will finish before he realizes it. 2 days have finally passed with Ben working on this project. Now, it's time to go to the Magic Council with Makarov for the Wizard Saint issue. They will find out what the council wants. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of this fanfic novel and the other one on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciate. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 223 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 234 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 189. Meeting the Council. Ben, Makarov, and Bella go to the Magic Council together just like they've planned. They use Ben's car to go there even though the council has offered to pick them up using their magic airship. It's a nice offer, but Ben can't ride an airship because of his picky motion sickness. But even without using the airship, they can reach the National Council branch just in 15 minutes, which is even faster than if they use the airship. Ben uses Light Runner in flight mode because it's the fastest mode. Light Runner turns into a jet in this mode and it can move faster than the airship. He doesn't really like to fly in his car because it's not that fun for him. It also uses a lot more energy than the normal mode or even boat mode. But he needs to be fast now, so he uses it, and it really saved a lot of time. I think we need to be slower on our way back. That speed is not good for my old heart, says Makarov, who is looking rather pale. We'll use the land route then. I'm also not fond of the flight mode because I can't enjoy the ride. Bella, you need to keep silent, alright? I will give you a lot of milk if you do that, says Ben as he stores the Light Runner in his storage space. "K," says Bella happily as she gestures that he will keep silent all the time. After Makarov regains his composure, they enter the council building. It has been rebuilt after Jalal and Altair destroyed it a few months ago. They make it a little bigger than the previous building and some parts are still under construction. A council member has waited for them and Ben is surprised to see him. It's Geld, the man who he always met in the past when there was a business with the council. It has been a long time since Ben met this guy that he almost forgot about him. "It's been a long time, Sir Ben, Master Makarov," says Geld politely. "Sir? You call me sir? Are you really the Geld that I know?" asks Ben while looking at Geld cringely. "Ha ha ha, of course, I am. It's just that you are a wizard saint candidate, so I need to be polite, right?" asks Geld. "Ugh, just act like usual, dude. I don't like being treated like an important person," says Ben. "Well, I can do that, but not now. This is an official matter, so I need to follow the protocol. Anyway, I am here to guide you, so please follow me," says Geld while extending his hand to the door politely. Ben sighs and leaves the trivial matter. He and Makarov follows Geld to enter the building and go to the meeting room. To fill their time, Geld explains the places that they pass along the way as if this is a tour. Soon, they reach the meeting room that looks more like a courtroom. Some high-ranked officials and some wizard saints are sitting on the chairs placed in rather high positions. There are some screens too for those who are from other nations and can't come here. Ben is asked to stand in front of everyone while Makarov sits on one of the chairs. Soon, all the involved officials come, be it physically or virtually. Ben looks at them and only knows a few, including Jura from Lamia Scale. Talk talk talk. An old man with a long beard knocked the hammer a few times to gather everyone's attention. He announces that the meeting will start and lists the ones who attend it. It's just a formality to start the meeting. There are 10 high-ranked officials and 6 wizard saints who attend it, including Makarov. Ben looks at the wizard saints. He doesn't care about the council officials. Only Makarov and Jura who are in the room while the other saints join through virtual, so Ben can't assess their strength. Draculos Hyborian and Wolfheim, they're ranked 2nd and 3rd among the wizard saints, so they're included in the gods of Ishgar. Gods Serena and Warodsikan don't come, hey? Well, doesn't matter, thinks Ben. Ben also looks at the other 2 wizard saints that join through virtual. There is a middle-aged man and a woman that looks to be in her 30s. The man has long blonde hair and a rough face, his name is Anslo. The woman has black hair and red eyes, her name is Tyera. These 2 wizard saints are not from Fiori, so they don't come here. They are ranked 6th and 7th, just below Makarov who is ranked 5th but above Jura who is ranked 8th. But that's the current rank because there are 2 vacant spots now. Well then, the meeting will start. Just like what everyone knows, this person here is a candidate for one of the 2 remaining spots of the 10 wizard saints rank. His name is Ben Cooper and he has done many S-class jobs since he was 13 years old. Now he is 17 years old, so he must have been a lot stronger and we think he has sufficient strength to be a wizard saint. He also has contributed a lot to Ishgar. One of his contributions was the new engine model for the magic vehicle that uses lacrima instead of a mage's magic power. It has improved not only our transportation but also other industry and other sectors. Of course, his strength is still the main reason for us to choose him, says the old man. The long-bearded old man has just explained shortly about the reason they choose Ben. But Ben thinks that explanation doesn't explain clearly about the most important factor for a wizard saint, his strength. Anslo also thinks the same and he says, that doesn't explain anything about his strength. Many mages have done and finished S-class jobs too, even more than him. So I don't think that's a good enough reason. Yes, I understand, that's why we will ask Mr. Juranikis to give a testimony. He has seen Mr. Ben's strength by his own eyes when they were working together against Oration Cease, says an old woman from the council. Everyone looks at Jura and he says, certainly, I can say that he has the required strength, and not without reason. In that job, he has destroyed Nirvana by himself, and not by normal method, he melted it completely. Furthermore, he defeated Brain who has turned into zero with ease. I think that's enough to prove his strength. They all start to murmur and think about what Jura said. But Ben is rather impatient bt what they are doing right now. Hey, can we just get to the main point? Asks Ben. Everyone looks at him strangely and the long-bearded old man asks, what do you mean? No need to act like that, I know you all have known about all those things. There's no way you will choose a candidate without all these people's agreement. Even if only the council officials who decided it, you must have sent the data to the Wizard Saints. Besides, I'm sure all of you have investigated me since you know that I am a candidate, right? Let's just get to the main point. What do you want from me and what will you offer to me? Asks Ben without batting an eye. Makarov holds his head and sighs because he never thought Ben will act like this. Jura, Anslo, and Tyara grin seeing it while Draculos and Wolfheim are neutral. The council officials look angry though. He is right, let's not waste our time, says Draculos. The long-bearded old man gets nervous and says, why yes, Chairman. Ben Cooper, we will give you the same benefit as the other Wizard Saint and will even give you some special treatment. But we need you to leave Fairy Tale because we can't have two Wizard Saint in the same guild. Ben smirks and says, as I thought. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of this fanfic novel and the other one on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciate. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 224 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 235 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 190. Refusing. Just like what Ben thought, the council wants him to leave Fairy Tale. They don't like Fairy Tale for a long time because the guild members often caused trouble. That's the case at first, but now some high-ranked officials just hate the guild and can't see it getting stronger. Now with Ben joining Fairy Tale, they've gotten a lot stronger. Having guild arts alone is considered cheating because he is one of the most powerful mages in Ishgar. Previously, they even have Laxus and still have Myra and Urza now which are stronger than most S-class mages. Leaving the guild? Sorry, but I won't do it even though you offer me a lot of benefits as a Wizard Saint. I am indebted to Master since I was in my old guild. He helped us the most at that time and I am not an ungrateful person. You don't want to leave too, right, Bella? Asks Ben to Bella who is lying lazily on his head. Bella nods and says, not leaving. The council officials are surprised by it and the Wizard Saints who come from magic guilds look at Makarov with envy. It's very rare for a mage to refuse the position of Wizard Saint because it's very beneficial for them. Everyone murmurs and then Draculos asks, are you sure you want to refuse it, kid? If you become a Wizard Saint, you will get access to many benefits that can make you far stronger than you are now. You might even become the strongest in 20 or 30 years. Ben smirks hearing that and thinks, 20 years? Ha, I will surpass that God Serena in less than 10 years even if I work on my own. If I become a Wizard Saint, it will be even faster. While Ben is thinking like that, the other people are very surprised by what Draculos said. His words imply that Ben can surpass God Serena, after all. That man is very strong and even has 8 types of Dragon Slayer magic. But they forget that Ben is still 17 and has been offered to be a Wizard Saint at his age. Draculos is the Magic Council's chairman so surely he has access to everything in the council. It's easy for him to find Ben's track record and he can judge it from there. I reach my current level with every limitation that I have in Kate Shelter. Do you think that I can't do it now when I have better facilities and access to a lot of things? Old man, you underestimate me too much, says Ben while smirking. A middle-aged man with grey sideburns suddenly gets angry at Ben, insolence. How dare you talk like that to the chairman? Not only he is the chairman of Magic Council, but also the second rank of Wizard Saint. He's not someone that you can talk with so casually. Why are you getting angry? The man himself is very chill about it. I don't know if he breaks a table secretly, though, says Ben. You. The man is still angry, and so are his comrades. Enough. Don't get too worked out on something unnecessary. The kid is right, maybe I underestimate him too much. Besides, we can't force someone to be a Wizard Saint. So he can refuse it if he wants, says Draculos. The others get even more surprised that Draculos admit that he is underestimating Ben. They all think just how high Draculos thinks of Ben's talent. Makarov and Jura who have seen Ben's power has the same opinion as Draculos. Although they are still surprised that Draculos will think of Ben like that. Then, kid, will you really refuse this offer? Asks Draculos again. Yeah, unless I am allowed to stay in Fairy Tail, then I won't join your ranks, replies Ben seriously. Sigh, fine then. Too bad that we can't get a very talented young man in our rank. But I hope you'll still help Ishgar when needed, says Draculos. As long as Ishgar doesn't try to harm me and my loved ones, then I will help you if you ask, says Ben. Alright, I hope it'll never happen. Then, with this, the meeting has finished with the candidate refusing the Wizard Saint position. Dismiss, says Draculos before he cuts off his virtual connection. The other Wizard Saints who joined through virtual also cut off their connection. Then the council officials leave the room while grumbling unhappily. Meanwhile, Jura and Makarov don't leave and approach Ben. It's been a long time, Ben, says Jura. Yeah, you seem to get a few months older since we last met, says Ben while smirking. Is that supposed to be a joke? It sounds like an insult instead. Anyway, you sure are gutsy to refuse such an offer and talk like that with Mr. Draculos, says Jura. Just because he is far stronger than me, doesn't mean that I need to be afraid of him. Losing in a fight and doesn't dare to even fight is different, after all. The only thing that I'm scared of is losing my loved ones. Compared to that, even my death is not scary, says Ben. He has died once, so death doesn't scare him anymore now. But the death of those that he cares about is the only thing that he's scared of. Even now, he is still regretting the fact that he couldn't save his past life's family. Ben and Makarov talk with Jura for a few minutes while Bella sleeps on Ben's head. Then they leave the room and go out with Geld's guidance again. The man is quite disappointed because Ben refused the Wizard Saint's position but still respects his choice. Then Ben, Makarov, and Bella return to Magnolia using Light Runner again. But now they use the land route because they aren't in a rush. They pass by a few towns and buy some souvenirs for their guild mates. When they are going through a mountain road, they even encounter a bandit group. Ben takes care of them fast using his magic revolvers because he doesn't want to waste energy on these guys. Then he ties them up and puts them on a cart before taking them to the nearby town. He is surprised when the police give him a lot of money as a reward and even give him a job completion letter when they know he is a mage from Magic Guild. This bandit group is actually quite dangerous and has been hunted many times. The people here even put a subjugation quest in Magic Guilds but none have succeeded, so they increase the reward. Ben has finished a job without his knowledge. I'm very lucky, I guess. Now I just need to do more jobs so I will be qualified to join the S-class exam, says Ben. You want to join the exam? Asks Makarov with a surprised tone. Of course, I want to be an S-class again and take S-class jobs. No, maybe SS-class jobs or above because I haven't tried them, says Ben. Ben doesn't see that Makarov is having a surprised expression before it turns into a smirk as he realizes something. But Makarov just keeps silent and doesn't say anything to Ben. Then they resume their way back to Magnolia and arrive in 4 hours. Then, Ben, good luck with your jobs. Do your best before the exam starts, says Makarov as he leaves the car and enters his house. Alright, I'll make sure you make me join the exam, master, says Ben confidently before he drives away and returns to his home. Makarov sees Ben departs and says, ha ha ha, he is still a kid, after all. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of this fanfic novel and the other one on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciate. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 225 of Fairy Tail, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 236 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 191. Working spree. The next day after he returned with Makarov, Ben starts to take jobs. There's only a month before the exam and he is a new member, so he needs to move fast because he hasn't taken any quests since he joined. The others who joined before him have finished a lot more quests in this guild, after all. But the other young mages also have a similar plan because they want to be S-classes too. Only the older members who don't take quests because they think they are already too old to be S-classes. So now, there aren't many quests on the quest board. It's not a problem though because there are still many quests to take. Not every quest is being placed on the board. As the strongest guild in Fiori, many quests are sent to them. But all those papers won't fit on the board because there are so many quests. Many quests are being stacked like a thick book and the mages often overlook them. It's because these quests aren't as urgent as the ones on the board and the rewards are low sometimes. Also sometimes these quests have been finished by other guilds, so not many want to take a risk by taking them. But it doesn't matter for Ben because he just needs to finish a lot of quests. Even if other guilds have finished it, he just needs to return, and take other quests. Besides, the guild's receptionist can always check if the quest has been finished by other guilds or not. Currently, Myra is working as the receptionist. She has been doing this as a part-time job since Lysina's incident. By being a receptionist, she'll have more income and also get more access to information. She hoped to find information on the method to cure Lysina by being a receptionist. Now Lysina has been cured, but she's still doing this work. It's because she has liked this job and she wants to fill her time while she doesn't take any quest. Ben looks at the quests list and scans them all using AI chip. He flips the papers fast and makes Myra confused because it looks like he doesn't read the quests seriously. But she let him be and just watch as he flips all the papers. AI chip, find the quests with a similar purpose that can be taken at once, asks Ben in his mind. Processing. Found 5 quests with a similar purpose. 1. Subjugating a manticore that threatens a village. 2. Get manticore's eyes. 3. Get manticore's blood. 4. Get manticore's venomous tail. 5. Get manticore's pelt. There's also a long-term quest to get any part of A-class magical creatures. So 6 quests at once, hey? Nice, thanks Ben. Since joining Fairy Tail, Ben has learned about the quest system. Sometimes, there will be similar quests that can be finished at once. They came from different clients, so they become different quests. Mages usually don't look at the quests thoroughly and just think of the ones with high rewards or the ones that aren't too difficult for them. If Ben doesn't have AI chip, he might also miss this fact and take whatever he likes first. I'll take these quests, says Ben as he puts 6 quest papers on the table. 6 quests at once. You can't do that, Ben. It is not allowed because it might cause problems, says Myra. Is that so? But these quests are the same, just look at them, says Ben. Myra raises an eyebrow and checks the quest papers. She is surprised to see that they really are the same and can be done at once. But she is still not sure if it's allowed, so she goes to Makarov's office to ask him. When she returns, she has a surprised face and says that Makarov allows it. What did he say? Asks Ben as he keeps the papers. He said that it is not against the rules as long as the quest is really the same. Being able to find these similarities is also important for a mage. He also said that many quests can be done at once since a long time ago. When I asked him why we don't just make them into one quest, he said that we need to figure them out ourselves. Besides, different clients mean different quests. Finding the same quests will show our qualities as mages, he said. Sigh, says Myra. Ben smirks and says, it seems the guild is testing its members every day. After registering the quests, Ben leaves the guild and goes to do the quest. He just goes with Bella and doesn't bring Wendy and Carla. Both of them will do their own quest SA training to be independent. Besides, he needs to be fast so he can take other quests soon. Ben and Bella ride the car and go to a forest rather far in the east. They arrive in a village at the border of the forest in an hour and meet the village head who issued the quest to confirm it. After getting the confirmation, they go to find the manticore in the forest. With Ben's tracking ability, they can find the manticore fast. But they don't just find one manticore, but 2. The 2 manticores are male and female that are in the middle of their mating session right now. Ben feels rather bad for them, but he has quests to do. So he increases the gravity around the 2 beasts and they are pinned down instantly. They are just A-class creatures so they're not the match for Ben's magic. He doesn't kill them immediately but he puts them to sleep. Then he hangs their hind legs on a high tree branch before he kills them by cutting their torso right in the middle. He has a quest for their pelts, so he needs to be careful with how he kills them. After that, he takes their blood and puts it in bottles before he takes their eyes and tails. Then he skins them and stores everything in his storage. He has got everything he needs, so now he returns to the village. Ben has finished the subjugation quest, so now he moves to meet the other clients and finish the other quests. He finishes all 6 quests in 4 hours and then returns to the guild. The clients even give him a bonus because he got 2 manticores and they want to take the other one too. Myra is very surprised when he returns with all his quests finished just in a few hours. She gets even more surprised when Ben takes some other quests that can be done at once too. Now, he only gets 3 quests, but it's better than just 1 quest at once. Ben keeps taking quests every day and so are the others who want to join the S-class exam. But he takes more quests than the others because he always takes some quests at once while the others just take 1 quest at a time. However, that can't last forever because in the last week before the exam starts, he can only get at most 2 same quests. It's not a problem though because he has finished more quests than anyone in these 3 weeks. So he keeps taking quests and finally the day has come. Today, everyone gathers in the guild and Makarov is standing on the stage with Guildarts, Myra, and Urza. Makarov will announce the names of the ones who are qualified to compete in the S-class exam. Everyone is anticipating this and waiting for Makarov's announcement. Makarov gives a small speech before he announces the participants' names: Natsu Dragneel, Grey Fullbuster, Juvia Loxer, Elfman Strauss, Kana Alberona, Fried Justine, Levi McGarden, and Mest Grider. The participants are cheering while Ben is slumping dejectedly and all colors left his body. Imaginary black cloud and rain even appear above him. He has worked very hard in the last month and hasn't slept much, but he still failed. Wendy, Bella, and Carla are cheering him up, but it just makes him more pitiful. Makarov sees this and smirks. That's a good reaction. I feel bad for him, but his reaction is really priceless. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of this fanfic novel and the other one on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciate. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 226 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 237 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 192, 192. S-Class again. Makarov looks at Ben who has lost his color and turned into a sketch. He even looks as if he turns into dust slowly as the wind breeze. It surely makes Makarov feel bad right now, so he coughs to gather everyone's attention. Everyone looks at him again and Makarov says, also, there is an exception in this year's S-Class exam. I have decided to promote someone into an S-Class directly and all the S-Classes have agreed. Ben Cooper, you have been promoted to S-Class. Colors return to Ben's body and he asks with a dumbfounded face, "Huh? Me?" Everyone is also confused, so Makarov explains, "That's right, you have become an S-Class, and you don't need to join the exam. Some of you maybe aren't satisfied by this, so let me explain. Ben has become an S-Class in his previous guild and has done a lot of S-Class jobs with 100% success rate. If it's not enough, then I'll tell you that he has been chosen as a Wizard Saint candidate, but he refused it. If someone at Wizard Saint level joins the exam, don't you think that it will be unfair? Furthermore, in the last 4 weeks, he has finished 95 quests by himself. It's a lot more than any one of you and he only takes A and B class quests. I think those are enough, right?" asks Makarov. Ben looks at the others and thinks that someone might disagree. But none of them protest and they even get happy because someone from their guild was chosen as a Wizard Saint candidate. Just that alone is enough to make him an S-Class mage. "Well Ben, you don't need to take so many jobs actually. I've decided to promote you to be an S-Class since you were chosen as a Wizard Saint candidate," says Makarov. Then why?" asks Ben before Makarov chimes in. "Why don't I tell you anything? Well, you looked very excited to take jobs after we returned from the council. I couldn't possibly cut off your excitement, right? So I let you do what you wanted. Besides, it's a mage's job to take quests, so I shouldn't stop you," says Makarov with an innocent tone. The 3 S-Classes are holding their laughter because they've known this after the Edelas incident. After all, Makarov has discussed this with them. The other mages are also holding their laughter now because they know that Makarov is pranking Ben. Ben has a dark expression and looks down depressedly. He feels betrayed right now and it makes Makarov feel really bad for him. The old man then uses his giant magic to make his hand big and long, then he picks Ben to the stage. On the stage, Ben is lying like a block of dead wood and Myra is trying to cheer him but it doesn't work. Makarov sighs and ignores him, then announces the time and place for the exam. It will be held on Tenro Island a week from now and the participants need to gather on Harjan Port. Then Makarov tells the participants that they need to get a partner for the exam. But they can't choose the S-Classes because the 4 S-Classes will be their opponents. It surprises all of them and Ben, who hears it, suddenly has his colors returned to him. Ben still looks down with a dark face and asks, "So I will also hinder one of them?" "That's right," says Makarov. Ben grins from ear to ear before he laughs sinisterly, "Phew phew phew phew, who thought that the chance for revenge will come soon? You guys looked happy before and laugh at me. Let's see if you still can laugh later in the exam. Don't think that you guys will go through this peacefully. Ha ha ha." The S-Class exam participants are shivering hard right now because they know Ben wants to vent his anger at them. He can't do it to Makarov, so he will do it to them because they are easier targets. Makarov and the S-Classes are getting stunned by this. Gildarts suddenly says, "Master, I think you've awakened something inside him." "Why yeah, I hope he won't give them trauma later," says Makarov as he looks at Ben, who looks like a demon now. After the announcement finished and Ben calmed down, Makarov and the S-Classes have a meeting in the Guild Master's office. Well, the meeting is just to tell Ben about what they'll do in the exam. They also tell him that the S-Classes will go to the island today to prepare for the exam. "I don't want to go there by ship, it will make me puke," says Ben. "Ah, that's right, you are a dragon slayer." Wait. Weren't you driving a car before?" asks Gildarts. "Yeah, I can tolerate car because I love it. That's why I have a proposal. If it's just the 4 of us, why don't we go there in my car?" asks Ben. "But we'll cross the sea and car can't move on the water," says Urza. "Don't worry about it, just believe in me," says Ben with a smirk. Fine then, we'll leave it to you. Now, prepare your stuff. We'll depart this night," says Gildarts. They leave the room and go to prepare their things. Ben meets Wendy and Carla first and tells them to take care of themselves. He gives them some money before he goes home with Bella and prepares their stuff. While he prepares his stuff, the participants also prepare themselves. Right now, they are looking for a partner for the exam. They also plan to train themselves before the exam starts so they'll be in their best condition. Before the sunset, all S-class mages gather in front of the town's gate. They'll ride Ben's car just like what they've discussed. But before they get on it, Ben locks Gildarts's hands in stone cases that become like stone gloves. Yuh, what are these? Asks Gildarts. Hand locks made of magic sealing stones. They are to prevent you from using your crush magic unconsciously. There's no way I'll let you destroy my light runner that I've built for months. If you don't want to wear it, then you can walk, says Ben. Gildarts has fake tears and says, how cruel. You don't really give me any choice there. The four of them plus Bella then get on the car. Light runner is 5-seaters, so everyone can sit in the car. Gildarts and Urza are on the back while Myra is in the front with Bella on her lap. Of course, Ben is driving, no one else is allowed to drive his car, he is very petty about this. They leave Magnolia and Ben drives very fast to Harjanport. The other three are S-class mages, but even they can't handle Ben's fast driving. Their sense of speed can't be compared to Ben who can move very fast with his magic. Wait. 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 Slow down, kid. This speed will kill us, says Gildarts panicky. It won't. Don't overreact, old man, this speed is very safe. I've even driven slower than when I was alone. Look, even Bella is very calm, says Ben while pointing at Bella. The others look at Bella who is sleeping soundly on Myra's lap. She is not affected because she doesn't realize what happens at all. Well, she often sleeps when riding the car because she knows that Ben always drives madly. But now, he drives even more madly because he wants to take revenge on them for their prank before. The three S-classes now realize this but can't do anything because Ben is the one who holds the steering wheel. They reach Harjanport in just half an hour and they thought it was over now. But Ben just keeps driving to the sea and makes them panic. They fall into the sea but then resurface again as the light runner turns into a boat. But their suffering hasn't finished because their boat ride to Tenro Island is just as scary as their ride on the land. Ben drives crazily and makes them very scared for their lives. Their suffering only finished after they reached Tenro Island. Ben smiles happily as he looks at the amazing island and says, such a nice island. Come on, wake up. Since when will you lay on the ground like that? The three who lay on the ground weakly can't even say anything before they faint. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of this fanfic novel and the other one on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciate. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 227 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 238 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 193, 193. Preparing the exam. After the three mages wake up, they discuss what they'll do on the island. The three don't want to pursue the matter again or there will be no end to it. They just let it go and focus on their current task, preparing for the exam. So, the first test is to judge whether they have the necessary strength to be an S-class or not. Hey? Asks Ben. That's right, but not only strength, it will also test how they face problems like unbeatable enemies. So they'll need to have good tactics too, which means they need to use their brain too, says Myra. Well, luck can also be a factor. They also need to learn their weaknesses, says Gildarts. We won't fight to defeat them, but to see whether they have necessary battle powers to be an S-class, says Urza. It's almost impossible for them to defeat us in a serious battle, after all, says Gildarts. If we need to measure their power, then shouldn't we have a standard? Asks Ben. Well, Master said that they need to have the power to defeat a weak S-class magical creature, so I think we need to use that level of power, says Myra. Don't think too much about it. We have taken S-class jobs many times. So we just need to measure whether they can finish such jobs or not, that's it, says Gildarts. Using jobs as the standard, hey? That sounds good to me and it's easier to understand, says Ben. They discuss for some time and then they start to prepare for the exam ground. This place hasn't been used for a long time, so there are many things to do like cleaning up. They also need to make the route and put the enchantments. It will take a longer time if it's just Gildarts, Myra, and Urza. But with Ben here, they can finish everything just in 2 days. The most problematic preparations are enchantments and some mechanisms, which aren't big problems for Ben. Sigh, it's a good thing that we finish fast, but now we don't have anything to do. I'm very bored, says Gildarts. Yeah, should we go to Harjanport for now? Asks Ben. Ooh, that's a good idea, says Gildarts. It's not a good idea at all. We were tasked to stay on this island until the exam starts, so we can't leave, says Urza very seriously. So stiff like usual, says Gildarts. Ah, that's right, there's something I want to ask. It's about one of the participants, Mest. I have thought about it and I really can't remember him at all. Maybe it's because I'm new in the guild, but I never saw him at all before, says Ben confusedly. Mest, hey? He was taking the S-class exam last year and almost succeed. As for why you didn't see him so far, it must be because of... Why does my memory about him hazy? Asks Urza in confusion. Myra also gets confused and says, I also can't remember him clearly. What happened? Gildarts is confused seeing them. He has gone for 3 years and many things have changed in the guild. So not recognizing the young mages are not strange for him. Now I start to get suspicious of him. But we can't make any conclusion, for now, so let's just watch over him from now on, says Ben. Alright, I will inform Master about this, says Myra. In the meanwhile, let's train while we're here, this island has a lot of magic power. It's a very good place to train, says Ben. It sure is, but can't we just relax? It's a rare chance to have a rest like this, says Gildarts. Then, how if we have a spar? I am curious of your strength, says Ben. Ooh, that's a good idea, I'm also curious about your strength, says Gildarts as he gets ready. Wait, both of you. I know you are excited, but if you fight here, it will destroy the surroundings, says Myra. Then I'll make a barrier enchantment to prevent it, says Ben. They go to an open place and then Ben makes a barrier using his enchantment. He makes the best barrier that he can make and he hopes it will be enough. Myra, Urza, and Bella stand outside the barrier while Ben and Gildarts are inside. Both men get ready and Ben covers his body with solar energy. Gildarts senses Ben's strong magic power and also releases his magic power. He knows Ben is serious and he also needs to be serious. The sparring starts and Ben flashes toward Gildarts and sends a straight punch. Gildarts has anticipated it and also sends a straight punch covered in his magic. Their punches clash and create a big shockwave that even shakes the barrier. Myra, Urza, and Bella who watch from outside aren't getting affected, but they can see the strong effect of the two's clash. Just from this clash alone, they can see that Ben and Gildarts are far above them. It can be said that the two of them are the S-classes of S-classes. I have seen Gildarts' power many times, so it's not really surprising for me. But I never thought that Ben is this strong. I know that he is strong since he blocked Jupiter Cannon with one attack, but I never thought that he can match Gildarts. It really is surprising, says Urza with a surprised expression. You're right, he is always full of surprise. Even I am surprised that he has grown this strong since the last time I saw him use his full power. But I think the most surprised here is Gildarts, says Myra. Just like what Myra says, Gildarts is the most surprised here. When their punches clashed, he thought that his magic will break Ben's magic into many cubes. But nothing happens to Ben's magic and they are just pushing each other now. Bam! Both Ben and Gildarts get pushed back, but Ben is pushed farther than Gildarts. They look at each other and Ben is grinning while Gildarts is still surprised. It's not an everyday thing for him to get pushed by someone in a clash. Surprised that your magic didn't break my magic? Do you know why? Asks Ben. Well, yeah, I'm surprised. But I know the answer, so don't worry. Your magic spell's attack power was at least as strong as mine so it cancels the effect of my magic, says Gildarts. That's correct. I might have less magic power than you, but the power of my magic spells won't lose to yours. It's all about quality, says Ben while smirking. Ha, not bad, kiddo, says Gildarts. Both of them continue their spar and now Gildarts fight more seriously. He starts to push Ben back because his attacks are still stronger. But his crush magic still can't break Ben's magic because the gap between their attack power is close. Both of them fight at close range and show high-leveled martial arts usage. None of them use tricks and just fight like men. This is the kind of battle that both of them like, after all. So they don't use tricks even though they have some. But even if they aren't using all their cards, they still go all out in their clash. It means they use all their power to fight and it is a very intense fight. Myra and Urza can't even say anything seeing their fight because it's just too powerful while Bella keeps cheering on Ben. Ben and Gildarts look equal from outside, but Ben is getting pushed slowly. Not only that Gildarts' attacks are a bit stronger, but he also can aim his attacks at better spots. In the end, Ben received more damages and is finally lost when Gildarts finds a gap between Ben's attacks then touches his body. It's just a touch, but it is imbued with crush magic which makes Ben's body get split into numerous parts. Then those parts turn into mini versions of him. If he doesn't become mini Bens, then he will just become blocks of meat, so he is as good as defeated in this sparring. Many Bens smile and say, damn, we lost. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of this fanfic novel and the other one on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciate. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 228 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 239 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 194, 194. A little wait. Ha ha ha, I lost, says Ben gleefully after Gildarts revert him to normal. Why are you so happy that you've lost? Asks Myra. It's been a long time since I lost to someone. The last time is... I don't remember, ha ha ha, says Ben. Ha, what a strange kid. Do you know why you lost to me? Asks Gildarts. Yeah, I was too focused on countering your crush magic instead of focusing to win the battle. Your magic is too scary, after all, says Ben. It's good that you know it. Although it's good that you are wary of your opponent's magic, being too wary is also not good. But you will get better as you gain more experience. I'm sure you can surpass me soon, says Gildarts while smiling. Yeah, I'm sure of it too, says Ben smugly. Quite cheeky, aren't you? Asks Gildarts jokingly. Both men then laugh happily while hugging each other's shoulders. Ben is a little taller than Gildarts, so their hug doesn't look strange. Gildarts is 188 centimeters while Ben is 191, so they're not too far apart. Sigh, I still can't understand how men can get closer after they fight, says Myra. Only men understand that, says Gildarts. The men laugh again, making Myra sighs deeper now. But then Urza suddenly asks, hey, I'm very curious about this, but both of you haven't used all your cards, right? If you use them all, who will win that battle? Gildarts / me, says Ben and Gildarts. But, if I just need to get past him in this S-class exam, I can do it easily, says Ben while smirking. Oh ho, how? Asks Gildarts curiously, the girls also get curious. Ben smirks and says, like this. As he says that, Ben points 2 fingers at Gildarts and then he points those fingers upwards. Gildarts suddenly floats very high before Ben puts him down again. I can just throw him away using reverse gravity. The cave ceiling that we use in this exam will just break if I use more power. But that doesn't make me win because I don't defeat him. I just get him out of my way, says Ben. I see. So I will find myself flying before I can even do anything. That's a good strategy, says Gildarts. Yeah, I can also increase the gravity on you multiple times, but you'll just break the ground. If you use enough power, I will also get caught in that, so I will release my magic, says Ben. So it's like that. I will never think of using such a strategy, says Urza. You will just fight Gildarts head on if you are in his position, right? That's how you always do things, after all, says Myra while smiling. Ugh, I'm just not good at thinking about strategy, says Urza depressedly. Urza is always like that since she's a kid, right? By the way, Ben, I've just realized this, but you haven't broken a sweat at all since we arrived on this island, even after our battle, says Gildarts. Ben like hot, says Bella. Yeah, heat is never a problem for me. I am a sun dragon slayer, so the sun is my source of energy. It includes sunlight, fire, heat, and even gravity. That's why as long as something hotter than the sun itself appears, I won't get affected. But I'm still sweating when I'm tired or ill, I'm still human, after all, says Ben. So this hot island is your playground, hey? Wait. So you aren't tired after that fight? You must have a lot of stamina, says Gildarts impressedly. Ben just smiles and doesn't answer that because he doesn't want to get too cocky. He can fight with the same intensity for 3 days without rest if he pushes himself. His stats have increased a lot, after all. Name, Ben Cooper. Epithet, Karna, the sun's child. Real age, 17. Body age, 16. Status, alive. MP, 478,692/478,692. STR, 354. AGI, 365. STA, 378. Int, 746. His MP is still far from Gildarts, but his magic spells have similar power. The only problem with having less MP is that he can't use as many spells as Gildarts. That means if they fight in a prolonged battle, Ben will run out of MP first. But Ben is a dragon slayer so he can replenish his MP as long as there's an element that he can eat. So it all depends on where they fight and the surrounding situations. That is if he doesn't get defeated first. After resting for a bit, they all decide to go to Harjan Port. Ben actually wants to explore the island, but the others can't stand the heat in this place. They still have 5 days before the exam and everything has finished here, so they don't want to stay on this hot island. Then they go to Harjan Port using Light Runner in boat mode. Of course, Gildarts has his hands cuffed by a magic sealing stone for safety. He also agrees to keep wearing it while they're in Harjan because they don't want him to break anything there. The group informs Makarov about this and he allows it because they really don't have anything to do in Tenro Island until the exam starts. He only tells them to go there a day before the exam starts. After arriving in Harjan, they rent 2 hotel rooms first. Urza and Gildarts know that Ben and Myra are dating, so they prevent both of them from sleeping in the same room. They said they need to protect Myra from the beast. Hence, they rent 2 rooms so the men and women can sleep in different rooms. But even if they do that, they can't prevent Ben and Myra from having dates in the town. Ben and Myra treats this as a holiday or even a 4 days trip date. While they are in Harjan, Ben learns that Wendy will join the exam because Mest has chosen her as his partner. Ben is still suspicious of Mest, so he needs to watch over their team and won't let Mest do something bad to Wendy. There are many mages in our guild, and he chooses Wendy? Damn, he must be a Lilicon. If he dares to lay even a finger on my little sister, then I will burn him until there's nothing remain, even his ash, says Ben with a pissed tone. Burn. Says Bella rather pissly too. Isn't that too extreme? Asks Myra. Nothing is too extreme for a Lilicon's punishment, says Ben. Myra can only sigh and hope that Mest won't do anything stupid. She is also suspicious of Mest, but she also can't let Ben burn someone until nothing remains. At least Ben needs to leave some remains to be buried. Anyway, their days in Harjan go well without too many problems. There will always be problems wherever they go. They are fairy tale mages, after all. But Ben can always solve those problems that are caused mostly by Gildarts and Urza. Luckily, they didn't break anything until they leave Harjan. Gildarts can't use his magic, after all, so he won't break anything, although he still makes problems with some women. Urza didn't break things, she just pissed some people and also fights with some punks. Myra doesn't make any problem, but she caused Ben to make problems. Some random dudes tried to hit on her every once in a while, so he needs to give them some lessons. There's no way he will let those guys go after doing what they did. Still, their days are relatively good until the time to return comes. They leave Harjan and go to Tenro Island a day before the exam. Then they check the exam locations before they sleep, and finally, the S-class exam day comes. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of this fanfic novel and the other one on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciated. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 229 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 240 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 195. S-class exam starts. The S-class exam day finally comes and the participants are on their way here. So the S-class mages are getting ready in the first exam location. It is located in 6 caves where the participants will face either the S-class mages or other participants. The S-class mages stay in their designated locations and wait for the participants to come. Ben is waiting in one of the caves like the others, but he also has spread his clones on other caves so he can supervise all the battles. Also, he wants to make sure that Wendy is safe from that Lilicon's hands. He doesn't know which cave they'll choose, so he spread his clones on all the caves. His clone will save Wendy if something happens. The clones won't be detected because Ben is a master of stealth, so his clones also have the same ability. Not even the S-classes can sense the clone's presence. So the participants won't detect them too unless they have a greater sense than Ben, which is most unlikely. Ben also has placed a clone outside to check if the participants have come and see which caves they choose. There are 6 caves and he can make 7 clones, so there's no problem with allocating his clones. Soon, the participants arrive on a ship and the exam starts. Ben's clone sees Fried and Big Slow fly toward the island. Fried is very smart and has made enchantments around the ship to prevent anyone else from leaving the ship. They arrive on the island first and choose a cave that isn't guarded by an S-class, so they will fight another team. On the ship, Levy is trying to break Fried's enchantment and she finished it fast. But the second team that arrives on the island isn't hers, it's Mest and Wendy. So he can use teleport, hey? They didn't get in contact with the enchantment barrier, so it didn't affect them. Using teleport is a good choice. But it won't make me like you just because you can use teleport like me. Come to my cave. Then I'll show you fear, thinks Ben's clone with a demonic smile. Unluckily, Mest and Wendy choose an empty cave like Fried's team. So they won't face any S-class and will fight with another team. Ben's clone is very disappointed, but he informs the main body and the clone in the cave that Mest and Wendy choose. Soon after that, Levy's team reaches the island after swimming. She teams up with Gajeel even though he has beat her up in the past. But it seems she has forgiven him and now they even work together. Also, they choose Ben's cave. Time to work, says Ben while smirking. Levy and Gajeel follow the cave's path and soon they meet with Ben in a rather big room. Ben is sitting on a stone while patting Bella's head. Levy is getting scared and nervous because they face an S-class, but Gajeel is getting excited to fight Ben. Challenger, welcome to my lair. Before we start, let me explain about my test, says Ben, but Gajeel cuts his words. Stop the chit-chat. We just need to defeat you, right? Asks Gajeel while rushing toward Ben. Gajeel, wait! Shouts Levy, but Gajeel doesn't listen. Ben just looks at Gajeel and sighs because this guy is too rash like Natsu. Gajeel runs toward Ben, but then, Ben suddenly appears in front of him and kicks his stomach. It makes Gajeel fly back and crashes onto the wall. Good grief, can't you just let me finish my words first? Your test from me is simple. You just need to touch me. I will not attack you or even block your attack, I will just move around. Furthermore, I won't use any magic. If I use magic, it's your win, says Ben smugly. Ha, you underestimate us too much. I'll make you regret this, says Gajeel as he starts to attack again. But now Gajeel doesn't rush to attack at close range, he uses his Iron Dragon's roar. Ben stays true to his words and jumps away to evade the roar attack. He jumps to the left, but Levi has prepared her attack for him. Solid script, storm. Says Levi as she finished writing the word storm in the air. Her magic creates a strong gust of wind that moves to attack Ben. But Ben's reflex is too great and he easily jumps again to evade the surprise attack. Gajeel doesn't let Ben rest and immediately attack. Iron Dragon's Lance. Says Gajeel as his right arm turns into a long iron rod that extends toward Ben. Ben dodges it easily by moving sideways but then Gajeel moves his arm toward Ben. Still, Ben has a monstrous reflex and he leans his body backward. He dodges the attack and leans back at a very low angle without falling. You're kidding me, he can even dodge that? And how can he not fall in such position, says Gajeel in surprise. The key is training, says Ben while smirking. Damn. Not yet. Says Gajeel as he makes the same attack using his left arm. Ben dodges again and now he jumps to Bella then he picks her up. She will be in danger if she stays in her position, after all. The safest place here is with him, so he holds her in his arms. Solid script, fire. Says Levi as she produces fire using her magic. Idiot. Fire doesn't affect him, says Gajeel. But then Gajeel gets surprised when he sees Ben dodges the fire instead of taking it. Gajeel then looks at Bella and thinks that Ben dodges it so Bella won't get hit. If you think I dodged that because of Bella, then you are wrong, says Ben. Hey? Then why? Asks Gajeel. It's because he said that he won't use his magic. His immunity to fire is a magic ability too, so he dodged that. And here I thought that you will fall into it and just take the fire attack, says Levi disappointedly. I have prepared for any possibility, so I won't fall into a simple trap like this. But I must praise you for realizing this small detail. No wonder it's you who becomes the S-class candidate instead of this Iron Head, says Ben. Levi gets flattered by Ben's praise while Gajeel gets pissed. So Gajeel wants to attack him again, but Levi stops him and whispers something on his ears. Gajeel agrees to whatever her plan is and then covers his body with iron scales. Then Gajeel rushes at Ben and attacks him in close range using his punches and kicks. Ben grins and evades Gajeel's attacks at a very small margin, taunting Gajeel to do better than this. Of course, Gajeel being Gajeel gets taunted and attacked more fiercely. However, none of his attacks hits or even touch Ben's hair. But Gajeel's attacks have led Ben toward Levi's position and she has set a trap. It's a trap hole that she made using the solid script and Gajeel is leading Ben there. Too bad that Ben is always putting attention to his surroundings and he jumps past that trap. The trap hole catches Gajeel who is pushing Ben at close range instead. So their plan failed, but Levi has thought of this possibility and has prepared another trap. Her next trap is oil, which she placed right behind the hole. But oil has a smell and Ben's nose is very sensitive, so he realizes it. Ben can't change his jumping direction midair, so Levi is sure that this will work. It will work if the opponent isn't Ben though. He immediately rips his shirt and throws it onto the oil and uses it to jump. The shirt prevents him from getting slipped by the oil and he can jump away. Right after Ben jumps from the oil trap, some stone rods come out of the ground and create a cell. Levi has written the word cage below the oil as her last trap. But because Ben moved too fast, he didn't get caught. It's a good strategy, but that's not enough. I kept watching what you did while I dodged Gajeel's attack, so I know all your traps. You need to do better than this, says Ben while smirking. Gajeel and Levi are in disbelief now because they can't handle someone who doesn't use magic at all. Ben just smirks and says, let's continue. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of this fanfic novel and the other one on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciate. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 230 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 241 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 196, 196. Failure. Gajeel and Levi keep attacking Ben with many strategies. But nothing works and they can't touch Ben or force him to use his magic at all. It's not that their attacks are bad, Ben is just too good at this. He is very observant and has a monstrous reflex that can help him evade an attack from a very short distance. Furthermore, he has more experience than them in high-leveled battles and has fought far stronger enemies than them. In the end, both Levi and Gajeel get exhausted and can't continue their test. They've used all their magic power and stamina to attack Ben. But they still failed despite going all out in this test and never giving up. Ben smirks and says, this is it, hey? Too bad, both of you. I have high hope for you, but it seems you aren't ready yet. You might pass if you fight other teams or maybe Myra, her passing standard in this exam is the lowest, after all. Too bad that you met me instead. But hey, at least you don't meet Urza or Gildarts. Levy is panting hard as she lays on the ground and says, so this is the power of a mage at wizard saint level. The gap between our power is very big. Yeah, and it seems he is stronger than Master Jose, says Gajeel. Jose, hey? If you compare the current me with Jose when he attacked Fairy Tail, then I am sure that I am stronger than him back then, says Ben. How did you know his strength when he attacked Fairy Tail? Wait. Don't tell me, says Gajeel with a surprised tone. I was the one who fought him before Master took over the fight, says Ben while smirking. Gajeel and Levy widen their eyes because they still remember what happened back then. Ben and Jose's clash has created a big effect that could be felt by all mages in the surrounding. If Ben has clashed equally with Jose back then he was already at Wizard Saint level 2 back then. Levy slumps down and says, Sigh, this is so unfair. We are basically fighting with a Wizard Saint. There's no way that we can win. Fair? Nothing is fair in the world of mages. This is the world where the strong survive while the weak perish. If you think that this is unfair, then get stronger until nothing is unfair to you, says Ben. What a ridiculous advice, says Gajeel. Ben just smiles and concludes the test with their failure. Then he picks them up and carries them on his shoulder to get out of the cave. He takes them to the camp that has been prepared for the participants. While he walks, Ben contacts his clones and asks about the situation in other caves. They inform that all of them have finished and Ben's test is the last one. Well, his test really took a lot of time because it lasted until Gajeel and Levy ran out of energy. Where's Wendy? Asks Ben through telepathy. She is in the camp with me. That messed guy tried to take her for a walk, but I have prevented that, so now he walks by himself. Another clone is following him right now, replies the clone that stays with Wendy. Good, don't let that Lilicon bastard do as he pleases, says Ben through telepathy. After a while, Ben reaches the camp and puts Gajeel and Levy down. There are Myra, Urza, Juvia, Lysina, and Wendy in the camp. Ben asks about the others as Myra checks on Gajeel and Levy. Fried and Bixlow failed and now they return to the guild with Gildarts. The other participants have passed and now they are with Master to prepare for the next exam. They just wait for the result of your test, says Urza. So that means the ones who passed are Natsu and Happy, Elfman and Evergreen, Grey and Loke, then lastly Kana and Lucy. 4 teams passed and 4 teams failed, says Ben. We faced Urza-san, it's so unfair, says Juvia. Yeah, we know that feeling, says Levy. But Elf Nii-chan and Natsu passed even though they faced Myranae and Gildarts, says Lysina. What? Salamander passed after facing that Gildarts? Asks Gajeel with a shocked and angry tone. Well, Gildarts' test wasn't to defeat him or that will be impossible. Even I won't be able to do that now, not to mention you guys, says Ben. Damn, his test must be easier than yours. How else could Salamander pass if that's not the case, says Gajeel angrily. Oi, you shouldn't badmouth others just because you're frustrated. Anyway, you guys need to rest and replenish your energy. In the meantime, I have something to talk about with this little girl here, says Ben as he looks at Wendy, making her flinches. Wendy looks away guiltily as Ben asks, Wendy, why are you here? That's, Mest-san asked me to join his team, says Wendy with a low voice. And you agree? Don't you know that the S-class exam is dangerous? You don't forget what happened to me in my S-class exam 4 years ago, right? I got a lot of injuries in that exam and you might get injured too, says Ben, lecturing Wendy. Ben keeps lecturing Wendy for some more minutes and she just listens while apologizing. The others just let him be because they know he is very worried about Wendy. Even more so after they get suspicious of Mest. Sigh, anyway, I'm glad that you are fine. But you need to be careful with Mest from now on. There is something strange about him that makes us suspicious. Don't just believe him because he said he is Mistogen's disciple. Everyone can say that now because Mistogen isn't here to confirm it, says Ben. Yes, I'm sorry, says Wendy while looking down. Ben pats her head and smiles. Wendy is still a kid, after all, so she is still too naive. She still needs to learn a lot and that's his responsibility to teach her as her brother figure. After lecturing Wendy, Ben leaves the camp and goes to meet Makarov. He needs to report the result of Levy and Gajeel's test. But Ben leaves a clone on the camp to watch over Wendy so she won't do anything dangerous again. Ben reaches the gathering point and tells Makarov that Levy and Gajeel have failed. Makarov nods and then explains the second test to the ones who passed the first test. The second test is to search for the first master's grave within 6 hours. After Makarov gives them some clues, they spread to search the grave. Ben stays with Makarov and talks about Mest. Makarov says that he has monitored Mest since the S-classes called him, but he didn't find anything strange in these few days. It will be good if he doesn't try to harm us, but once he does it, I will not let him go, says Ben. Don't get overboard when you handle this. We are a legal guild and we have laws to follow, says Makarov. Ben looks at Makarov with stinky eyes and says, laws to follow, you say? How can you say that after everything that our mages did? Or maybe destroying towns and buildings are ordered by law? Makarov looks away guiltily and can't say anything. Fairy tale mages have caused trouble many times when they do their jobs, after all. So, him talking about following the laws is very funny for Ben. Both of them then leave the topic and talk about the exam. Makarov then asks Ben, who do you think will be in S-class after this? Honestly, I don't know. I haven't known them for a long time so I can't judge them. But if I need to choose then I will choose Elfman. I have trained him personally before I even joined the guild, says Ben. You're not thinking objectively, aren't you? Asks Makarov. Ben just smiles and doesn't reply because that's really the case. But suddenly his smile stiffens when he senses a wave of ominous magic power. Makarov doesn't seem to sense it because the source is quite far. Master, this is bad. I think we need to halt the exam. I sensed a wave of ominous magic power. It's not from our mages, so it must be an enemy. None of them can handle this, so we need to stop this exam, says Ben with a very serious expression. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of this fanfic novel and the other one on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciate. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 231 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 242 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 197. Ziraf. Ben goes to the source of the ominous magic power wave. Makarov does as Ben asks and shoots a signal flare to the sky. It tells everyone that the exam is on hold and there are enemies on the island. Soon, Ben reaches where the ominous magic power came. He finds Elfman, Natsu, Evergreen, Happy, and a black-haired young man. Ben can sense the dark and ominous magic power that comes from the unknown man. Their surroundings are also in very bad condition. There is no living thing around the unknown man, not even grass. Now Ben has a guess what caused it and even guess who this man is. Immediately, Ben gets between his guildmates and the man before saying, "You four, listen to me. This exam is on hold due to an outsider's interference and I think you know that already. Now leave this place and return to the camp, it's dangerous here. Also, brings Bella with you." Ben gives Bella to Elfman while he sizes up the unknown man and tries to measure his magic power. The man hasn't unleashed it all, but Ben can already feel his immense magic power. This is the highest amount that he ever felt from someone. "What are you waiting for?" shouts Ben to the five who haven't left. "By enemy, you mean this guy, right? How can we leave you to fight him alone?" says Natsu. "That's right, from your tone, I can see that this guy is not an easy opponent, even for you. So we will help," says Elfman. "TCH, you will just get killed if you stay here. You see these dead trees around him? That's the effect of the curse of Angsarum. I only know one person with that curse, the Black Mage, Ziraf," says Ben seriously. The five except Bella have surprised expressions and Natsu asks, "Ziraf? Who is he?" Ben almost falls when he hears that question because it means they don't know. It will take time for him to explain it and they don't have time so he just tells them that he isn't an opponent that they can defeat right now. "Even if every fairy tale mage in this island works together, we still can't win," says Ben. "What? Even Gildarts?" asks Natsu. "Even him," says Ben. Now it makes the four fully surprised because it means this guy is very strong. But they still can't leave because they know Ben will stall time for them. So they want to stay and make Ben clicks his tongue in anger. Ziraf suddenly smiles and says, "You are quite knowledgeable to know about me and my curse. But you also surely know the effect, right? It's not something that you can face. Now, please leave before it gets unleashed again because I can't control it." As he said the last part, Ziraf feels as if he is in pain. Ben widens his eyes because he can sense Ziraf's magic power get into turmoil. He clicks his tongue and turns back to grab his four guild mates. "Hold on to me. Now!" shouts Ben. The five don't question him and just grab his extended hands. Then right as Ben feels Ziraf's magic power moves, he teleports back to the camp with the five of them. They've avoided death right on time. Their sudden appearance surprises everyone in the camp. Ben looks around and doesn't find Urza so Myra explains that Urza leaves to find the other participants after the signal was shot. It will be very dangerous if they encounter enemies, after all. Myra asks Ben what happens and Ben gives her a short explanation. Even he doesn't fully know about the situation on the island and only knows that Ziraf has appeared. So it won't be strange if Ziraf's men are also on the island. Ben wants to go find the other participants, but suddenly he sees something from afar. The others also see it and look at it, which appears to be Makarov. Makarov has transformed into a giant on the coast of this island. It seems the enemies have come and they are strong enough to make Master transform like that. "You guys stay here while I will go to Master's place and check the situation. It will be good if Master can handle the enemies, but if not, then I will help him, says Ben. Wait. I'll go too, says Natsu, followed by Gajeel and Elfman. No, just stay here and protect the others. We don't know if the enemies just appear there. It will be very bad if more enemies suddenly come here and you aren't here. Besides, you need to replenish your energy first after using it in the exam, says Ben. They all realize that and finally agree to stay in the camp. Ben nods and gives Gajeel some iron scraps to eat from his storage. He also burns all their firewood so Natsu can eat the fire and replenish his magic power. As for the others, there's nothing he can do except let their MP recover naturally. He can't transfer his MP to them, after all. So they can only recover it naturally, but it won't take long with this island's dense ether nano. After doing that, Ben 5 clones because there are 2 active clones already. One clone is guarding the camp while the other one is following Mest. The one who follows Mest hasn't reported anything so far even though Ben is waiting for it. Lazy, you keep guarding the camp like before. The other 5 go and find the rest of the participants then take them here. Help them if they are in danger. Go. Orders Ben before his 5 clones flash away. Ben then gives all his guildmates a golden marble each. These marbles send distress signals that will inform him of their locations once they break the marbles. When the marble breaks, they will send the magic power inside them to the one on his necklace that he has just taken out too. They're the magic items that Morgbit crafted and gave me. I've improved them before so they have better precision. I've also made more marbles, so I have enough for everyone. Now I can go to their locations instantly when they are in danger, thinks Ben as he wears the necklace that also has a blue marble on it. Just break them if you need my help, I will try to come immediately. Wendy, Bella, use all your protective magic items when you need them, says Ben. Yes, replies Wendy, followed by Bella's nod. Ben is just about to leave when suddenly a clone teleports to the camp. It's Pride Clone, the one that he sent to observe Mest. The clone comes back with 2 individuals that surprise everyone there, they are Carla and Lily. Carla, what are you doing here? Asks Ben with a surprised tone. I was suspicious of that Mest guy and decided to come here with Lily because I don't want Wendy to be in danger, says Carla. You can just contact me, you know? I am also suspicious of that guy from a few days ago. So I didn't let Wendy go with him after the first test, says Ben. Why yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just very worried, says Carla with a guilty tone. Wendy hugs her and smiles before saying, it's okay, Carla. Thank you for worrying about me. Ben Nii-san is just worried about you too. Ben sighs and pats their head while smiling softly. Then he looks at Pride Clone to ask for an explanation because the clone didn't inform anything to him. Sigh, I couldn't inform you because I know you were busy with the unknown enemies. I still could take care of it myself, so I didn't tell you, says Pride Clone. Pride then explains that Mest is a spy from Magic Council. He wants to find proof to disband Fairy Tail. But as Lily interrogated him, another enemy appeared. The new enemy destroyed the Magic Council's ships just now. He tried to use a wide-range attack, so I take Lily and Carla here. That guy said his group is searching for Zeref, says Pride Clone. Ben nods and says, good job for saving them. But Magic Council, hey? First Zeref, then his worshippers, and lastly the Magic Council. This is very problematic. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of this fanfic novel and the other one on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciate. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 232 of Fairy Tail, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 243 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 198, 198. Grimoire Heart. You guys try to stay here until the others come. Try to be together as long as you can and if you need to separate, try to move at groups, says Ben to the others at the camp. They nod and Ben approach Wendy, Bella, Carla, don't move on your own and stay with the others. Call me through the marble if you need my help. Yes, replies the 3. Myra, I leave them to you. Don't hesitate to use your power or call me, says Ben while patting his sister's heads. All right, be careful, says Myra. Ben smiles and kisses Myra's forehead, making her blush. Then he disappears in an instant as he teleports to Makarov. The enemy must be strong for Makarov to transform into a giant, after all. He arrives on the coast near Makarov right on time when the old man uses fairy law. Ben thinks that it's over now but suddenly the enemy on the airship uses a similar spell. It makes him widen his eyes because fairy law is an exclusive and secret spell. Ben frowns and thinks, the opponent's magic is very similar to fairy law. How can they use it? Did they steal it from Fairy Tail? Makarov cancels his fairy law because the clash of the 2 spells will affect everyone on the island. Ben isn't the only one who is surprised by the enemy that can use the law spell, Makarov too. It is very clear from his trembling body. Just when Ben wants to call Makarov, the enemy who stands on top of the airship shoots a pair of long chains made of magic. The chains stab Makarov's body and the enemy controls the chains to throw Makarov onto the island with a strong force. Bam bam bam! Master! Shouts Ben in surprise as he teleports to Makarov. Makarov returns to his original size and he lays on the ground inside the forest. Ben finds him and checks his condition. He is fine and it makes Ben very relieved because just now Makarov gets thrown quite hard. Master, who are the enemies? Asks Ben. Grimoire Heart, replies Makarov. Ben gets shocked because he knows Grimoire Heart. It's a dark guild from Balam Alliance, the same alliance with Oration Cease. But from what Ben has learned, Grimoire Heart is stronger than Oration Cease. Then just now, are you fighting their guild master, Hades? How could he use something similar with Fairy Law? Asks Ben. Makarov looks down and doesn't answer Ben's question. Ben wants to ask again but then he feels someone approaching them. So he stands in front of Makarov and takes out his Pendragon sword. From the woods, an old man with a long white beard, black robe and horned helmet appears. Ben never see him but he knows very well who this old man is. He is Hades, the guild master of Grimoire Heart. Who, one of Fairy Tale mages, hey? I think I've seen you somewhere. Oh, you are the one who defeated Brain. Altair has shown me your picture. So you've joined Fairy Tale, hey? That's too bad. I also want to have a dragon slayer in my guild, especially a strong one like you. I think you can be one of the strongest among our 7 kin of purgatory, says Hades. You're quite talkative, old man. You even answer your own questions. Sigh, you must be very lonely that you often talk on your own. That's why you should just live peacefully with your family rather than being a dark mage, says Ben in a mocking tone. Humph, what an irritating brat. He really is a fairy tale mage, hey, Makarov, says Hades. You, why are you here? I thought you've retired but you made a dark guild instead, says Makarov. Master, who is he? Asks Ben. The second master of Fairy Tale, Prechtgebulg, says Makarov while gritting his teeth. Hades smirks and Ben has a very surprised expression. He would never think that their guild's second master is a dark guild's master now. Not to mention one of the strongest dark guilds, Grimoire Heart. No wonder he can use a spell similar with Fairy Law. It must be the reason why you get distracted before and don't resist, says Ben. Ben can guess that Makarov must be close with Precht in the past. He is the third master while Precht was second, so he get the title from Precht. It must be the reason why Makarov gets very shocked. With his state of mind, Master isn't in a good condition to fight. He will hesitate to attack Hades with full power. I need to fight in his stead. But Master will only disturb me if he stays here. I've got no choice, sorry, Master, says Ben as he touches Makarov's shoulder. Master, please protect the others. Leave it to me, says Ben. Makarov can't say anything as he suddenly disappears because Ben has teleported him to the camp. He will only be an easy target for Hades because his emotion isn't stable right now. Ben can fight with Hades more freely without Makarov here. You send him away? Asks Hades while smirking. Yeah, there's no need for Master to fight someone like you. I don't care if you were our second master or even if you are Master's father. Those who threatened my family's life are my enemies. I never show mercy to my enemies, says Ben as he points his sword at Hades. Ha, big talk. Let's see how you back that up, says Hades. Meanwhile, in the camp, Makarov tries to return to where Ben and Hades are. But 2 of Ben's clones that stay guard there stop him because Ben has instructed them through telepathy. Master, leave it to my main body. You being there will not help him, says Pride Clone. What do you mean by that, you brat? Asks Makarov rather angrily. I know you have had a good relationship with him in the past. He might be your teacher or something but at the very least you are close. That's why you will hesitate to fight him and it will just endanger all of us. Just stay here and protect your children while my main body fights Hades, says Lazy Clone. That's right, Master. More enemies will come, so please stay here. In the meanwhile, I will infiltrate their airship and find some information. I also want to take over the airship to be used against them, says Pride Clone. Makarov thinks about it and finally nods, he agrees with Ben's plan. The Pride Clone that will infiltrate the ship asks Wendy to put Troy a spell on him. After Wendy casts the spell, he teleports to the forest near the coast where the airship is located. Ben's clone, what about the others? Asks Makarov while looking at the ones in the camp. Before Lazy Clone can answer, the remaining 4 S-class participants and Urza come with Ben's other clones. Even Gildarts, Fried, and Big Slow who have left are here too now because one of Ben's clones teleported them here after meeting them on the coast near where the 1SR test was held. Everyone, listen, says Envy Clone to gather everyone's attention. Everyone looks at Envy Clone who then proceeds to explain the situation. He tells them about Zirav, Grimoire Heart and also the Magic Council. Then they prepare a strategy to handle this. Envy Clone has a serious expression and says, right now, we just need to focus on Grimoire Heart. They come here because they want to get Zeref who appeared here. As for Zeref and Magic Council, we don't need to worry about them for now. Zeref doesn't have any interest to fight us while the Magic Council will only come after everything is settled like how they usually are. So let's destroy the Grimoire Heart that has dared to enter our guild's holy ground. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of this fanfic novel and the other one on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciate. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 233 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 244 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 199, 199. Ben vs Hades. Ben is facing Hades now and he knows that Hades is very strong. Hades is the strongest opponent that he ever faced, except Zeref. He can guess that he'll still have a chance against Hades, but Zeref is out of his league currently. What's your objective here, Hades? Asks Ben while getting ready with his sword. Why don't you guess? Asks Hades back. I doubt it has something to do with us. It must be Zeref, says Ben. Who, so you know it, says Hades while smirking. I've met the bastard, so I can guess it. Dark mages like you are very obsessed with Zeref, after all, says Ben. Hades has an angry expression and says, bastard? How dare you call him like that? You are not worthy. Ben smirks seeing Hades angry because of someone like Zeref. Most dark mages have this strange obsession for Zeref since hundreds of years ago. It seems Hades also has an obsession for Zeref like the others. Hades suddenly extends his right arm and a big magic circle appears in front of him. Then 2 chains come out of the magic circle and shot at Ben. It is the same spell that Hades used against Makarov before. Ben knows the chains are strong because they could fling Makarov in his giant form easily. So Ben chooses to evade the chains by moving to the left. But the chains chase him so he uses his sword to block them. Seeing Ben can block 2 chains easily, Hades decides to add 2 more chains. It's indeed made blocking harder for Ben but he still can handle them. He uses his light magic on his right hand so he can move it a lot faster. Of course, this doesn't make Hades happy seeing someone far younger than him handle his attack quite easily. Ben's movements are very fast and Hades can only see them as blurs because they are too fast. What kind of movement is that? He is the fastest man that I've ever seen. Not even speed magic can boost someone's speeds that much. TCH, I never expect this. But I can't let myself being played by a kid, says Hades. Hades then prepare another magic using his left hand. He shaped his fingers like a pistol and then a small purple energy ball appears in front of his index and middle finger. It is bullet magic, a high-leveled one at that because Hades has a high mastery over it. He shoots multiple bullets at Ben while Ben is busy blocking the chains. Ben clicks his tongue and evades the bullets while still blocking the chains. It is very difficult and he gets pinched by Hades' attacks. Ben gets overwhelmed and he knows he won't be able to keep doing this. So he changes his strategy and suddenly disappears from his spot. Hades is surprised but then he suddenly ducks to avoid a sword slash from his back. What the? Teleportation, says Hades in surprise because Ben suddenly appears behind him. Correct, says Ben as he sends a kick with his left foot. Hades blocks the kick but he gets flung quite fast to the back. He can stabilize himself and land on the ground. But his hands feel sore because he didn't fully cover his hands with magic, so the damage is quite big. Such power, it's truly a waste that I didn't find you first. But it's not too late now. So why don't you leave Fairy Tale and join me, kid? You will get stronger if you follow me rather than Makarov, says Hades. Ha, your humor is really bad, old man. I can get this strong by myself, so why do I need your help? You and the Magic Council are really full of yourself and think you can make me reach my full potential. I can always reach it myself. What you can help is just make me reach it faster. So your help isn't that necessary, says Ben while smirking. Humph, what an arrogant brat, says Hades with a pissed tone. But Hades suddenly widens his eyes when a kick suddenly appears in front of his face and hits him. Bam! Hades gets flung behind and crashes onto the trees. He is sent flying 30 meters and breaks many trees in the process. Ben has kicked him with a full physical powered kick right on the face after using teleport. I am not arrogant because I can back up my words. You should call it prideful, a trait of Sun Dragon and Devil Slayer. Light mode, says Ben as he covers his body with light. Hades gets up while rubbing his face and asks, Dragon and Devil? What do you? You have the power of Dragon Slayer and Devil Slayer. Ben smirks seeing Hades' surprised expression but he doesn't answer. He just flashes at Hades and starts to attack him at close range. Ben's movements are very fast and Hades can't see them at all, not to mention countering them. Ha ha ha, what's wrong, old man? Where's your arrogant face gone? Asks Ben mockingly. Ben beats up Hades who can't match his speed at all. Speed is power indeed, and Ben always utilizes it against a stronger enemy. His target is to win, so he will use what he has to defeat his opponent. No one is faster than him in light mode, that is what he believes. Faster. Faster. I can be faster, thinks Ben while grinning as he forces himself to move faster. Ben keeps getting faster and Hades can't do anything except protect his body with magic power, that's the best he can do against Ben's speed. He lays on the ground and Ben is punching him from above with an unimaginable speed. Fuck. If this goes on then I will get defeated by this brat just right after we arrived here, thinks Hades. Ben's barrage of attacks has started to break Hades' magic defense. But then some wood spikes suddenly appear from the ground and aim toward Ben. So he jumps back to avoid the spikes. He looks at a tree on his right and sees a man is coming out of the tree. The injured Hades is smiling seeing the man, which is one of his mages. If this guy arrives just a moment later, then Hades will get beaten before he can even use his full power. Azuma, you come at the right time, says Hades as he stands up slowly with his injured body. Master, you don't look so good, says Azuma. Humph, this kid is really something. He didn't want to let me use my full power so he attacked without any break, says Hades. A smart and strong guy, huh? Interesting, says Azuma. You were the one who attacked Lily and Carla, huh? Good, I don't need to search for you because you come to me yourself, says Ben. Who, you are very confident. You might have an advantage against Master Hades because of your speed, but it won't work against me, says Azuma. Suddenly, Ben's feet get entangled by vines and he can't move his feet. Azuma can move the vines stealthily and Ben didn't detect it. Then the vines also entangled his body, making him unable to move completely. Azuma walks toward Ben calmly and Hades is smirking at the side. This is checkmate for Ben because he can't move at all. Now they just need to finish it and defeat Ben with a big attack that he can't handle. Haha, arrogant brat, this is your end. Azuma, I'm not in a good condition, so you finish him, says Hades. Azuma nods and then adds more roots to cover Ben's body and now only his face is visible. The vines merge and become a big and tall tree that holds Ben inside it. Ben can feel the tree is accumulating a lot of magic power inside it. You can absorb magic power from the earth using this tree, huh? Asks Ben. So you can sense it. Impressive. But that doesn't mean I will stop because you've impressed me, says Azuma. Ben just smirks and says, then, why don't you impress me now? As you wish, says Azuma. Suddenly, the tree glows bright and a moment later it explodes. The explosion is really big because Azuma has gathered a lot of magic power and it engulfed a wide area. It's also very high and can be seen from all over the island. It's over, let's return, says Hades while smirking as he walks away. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of this fanfic novel and the other one on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciate. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 234 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 245 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 200. Overflowing power. The explosion engulfed a wide area and the flame made by it raised high to the sky. Hades and Azuma are sure that such an explosion will kill Ben. Even Hades isn't sure he can take it, not to mention Ben, so they walk away to leave. But then, they hear Ben's voice. That's a nice explosion, must be the biggest that I've ever seen. Of course, apart from the one that I ever made, says Ben from the explosion site. Hades and Azuma widen their eyes and they look back. They see the flame is moving to the center of the explosion site. Ben is sucking the flame caused by the explosion, it's a free meal, after all. What the? How can you be fine? Asks Hades with a shocked expression when he sees Ben uninjured even though his clothes are destroyed. How? Of course, because the flame-based explosion isn't going to work on me. Even if it used the plant as a medium, it is still flame and explosion. Did you know that explosions happen very often in the sun? If someone who holds the power of the sun can't handle it, then who will? Asks Ben while grinning. Hades and Azuma get ready to fight again. They need to be very serious now because Ben's magic is too ridiculous. You know, I've ever said that I still can't defeat Gildarts even if I use my full power. Well, it's not entirely true. What makes him scary is his magic that can destroy other magic. But if I can utilize all my power well, then I'm sure I can defeat him. Especially when my magic is overflowing like this after I ate a lot of magic power, says Ben as his fangs grow a little longer. The two dark mages gets more shocked when Ben's body starts to get covered by black substance. It is his Devil Slayer mark that spread all over his body because he has too much magic power in his storage now. His forearms get a little larger and his fingers turn into black claws. His legs also turn black with some spikes appearing on the side which also appears on his forearms. Then the sides of his body and face are also covered in black color. The black substance also covers half of his upper face and becomes like a Batman's mask and his eyes glow red. Ben's ears also become black and grow a little longer. Then lastly, his blonde hair turns fiery red with red flame appearing on its tip. HAAA, I never thought I will need to use this form to handle the overflowing magic power. But it's good to let loose for once in a while. Devil Force, Sun Devil Mode. Says Ben while grinning. Hades and Azuma can see a silhouette of a sinister demon with red eyes on Ben's back. Ben's magic power that raises to a whole new level also can be sensed by all mages on Tenro Island. His magic power skyrocketed. It's almost twice what he has before, says Azuma with a very serious tone. It seems I can't hold back anymore. He is too dangerous, says Hades. Will you use that? Asks Azuma in surprise. There's no other choice, says Hades as he takes off the eye patch on his right eye. Hades opens his right eye slowly and a red glow can be seen from it. Then when he opens it fully, massive surges of magic power come out of his body. Ben can sense it clearly and he grins because Hades finally uses his full power. Demon's Eye, says Azuma while trembling slightly. Ben's and Hades' magic power clash and cause a storm that sways the trees. Hades orders Azuma to leave even though the guy wants to fight too. But it's his guild master's order, so he can't refuse it. Azuma wants to leave by merging with the tree but suddenly Ben appears in front of him. Ben's sinister smile horrified Azuma who tries to get away immediately. But Ben won't let him go and Ben swipes his left hand from below to Azuma's stomach. Bam! Ben's claws hit Azuma's stomach and make him bend like a bow. Azuma gets flung back very fast and crashes onto trees until he crashes onto a cliff. The impact makes the cliff cave in and a big portion of it is destroyed. Hades widens his eyes in surprise because he couldn't see Ben's movement at all. He looks at Ben who grins at him and seems to not care about Azuma. Ben doesn't care whether Azuma is defeated or not, it's just payback for Azuma's last attack. Demon's Eye, is it? What interesting magic. Do you want to be half demon or something? Well, if you want to be a demon, then you are a good opponent for me, a devil slayer, says Ben. Humph, don't be too full of yourself just because you gained a massive boost, says Hades. Hades then uses his magical eye and his body is covered in a dark aura. It spreads all over the place and suddenly broken trees and ground glows darkly. Slowly, the objects transform into different creatures with dark colors. Demons? No, more like Aetheriuses. This must be living magic, a form of black art, says Ben as he looks at the Aetheriuses. Ho, so you know this magic and black arts. But that won't help you at all, ha ha ha. Says Hades as he makes the Aetheriuses grow tendrils on their bodies. Sigh, I don't know what makes you happy. But Aetherius is a type of demon and I am a devil slayer. I am the worst enemy for them, says Ben. Ha, that will just happen if you are stronger than my demons, says Hades confidently. That's true. Then let's see who's stronger here, says Ben while smirking. Hades commands his demons to attack Ben who just stands in his place. As the demons approach him, Ben raises his right arm to the side. Then he covers his right arm with red solar energy which is the trait of Sun Devil Slayer. When the demons get closer to him, Ben chants a spell, Great Demon's Claw, Red Solar Blades. Ben swings his claws horizontally and also spins his to the left. 5 sharp red solar slashing energy come out of his 5 claws as he swings his right hand and spins. The slashes become a circle as they expand and spread everywhere. The 5 slashes hit the demons and the weaker ones immediately get cut. The smart ones jump to avoid the slashes while the tougher ones block the slashes although they get injured in the process. Hades uses some demons to defend him from the slash. It gives him time to jump and avoid the slashes that cut through most of his demons. The defeated demons return to their original forms which are wood and stones. The defeat of so many demons that he created makes Hades rather angry. He never thought that Ben would be able to kill most of his demons in one attack. It's just a bad strategy to make demons fight against a devil slayer. They are bad matchups. There are still some demons left, but Ben can defeat them easily. He shows it immediately by using bullet magic but powered by Sun Devil Slayer magic's solar energy. Ben uses both hands and he shaped his fingers like pistols. Sun Demon's solar bullets, double pistols. Says Ben as red solar energy appears on the tips of his finger pistols. Ben aims at the demons and shoots them one by one with precise aiming. The solar energy bullets hit the demons and explode upon contact. The explosions are quite big and strong, enough to destroy the demons. It takes him 6 minutes to kill the remaining demons. He can do it faster if not for Hades' interruption using chain magic and the attacks of the demons. Now, there are only Ben and Hades, just like how it started. Ben looks at Hades and grins, your magic power doesn't reduce at all. It seems you have a secret, something that gives you a supply of magic power. Hades smirks and thinks, what a sharp sense. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of my fanfics on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciated. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 235 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 246 of Transcended as Lord Buggy.